Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first race of the day is underway. This is our 8 o'clock race, the Open Junior 18 pairs. This is a semi-final. 3 of these crews will go through to Final A. The remainder will go through to Final B. So they're looking for the first 3 places in this semi-final to get their place in the A final and a chance to challenge to become the British Rowing Junior Champion in their event. The first of these crews just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. And I'll take you through the lane order now. In lane 1, Kings Rochester and Maidstone. Invicta. In lane 2, Windsor Boys. In lane 3, Walton Rowing Club. Lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 5, Monmouth Comprehensive. And lane 6, Tideway Scullers School. So as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, Tideway Scullers over in lane 6 with the lead in this race. Windsor Boys in lane 2 holding second place through the halfway point. But then we think it's Walton Rowing Club sitting in the 3rd position. A reasonable lead for Tideway Scullers School. Give you an exact distance as they come in towards the 500 metres to go point. Robin tells me lane 1 also doing quite well. That's the Kings Rochester Maidstone Invicta crew, a composite in lane 1 on the near side of the lake, the side of the finish tower. Tideway Scullers School just coming up towards the 500 metre mark. And into their last quarter of this 2-kilometre race. Scullers with a sizable lead in lane 6. Then it's between lane 2 and lane 5 for the next position. I think that's lane 5, Monmouth Comprehensive going through the line, followed by Marlow. And then lane 2, Windsor Boys. So Tideway Scullers leading with a good gap before Monmouth Comprehensive, who are followed closely about a length behind by Marlow, and about a length and a half back to Windsor Boys going through the 500 metre point. But moving into a comfortable lead for Tideway Scullers School. They've got a couple of lengths, good 3 lengths there, separating them as they come in towards their last 250 metres. They can see the other crews in this race spread out behind them. Should anyone make a move, they can push off. So they'll know they'll be pretty comfortable to take the first place in this semi-final. Just got to hold on for the last 250 metres. But a battle for second place. Second place that will be important for the seeding in today's final. Both 2nd and 3rd will go through to the A final, but they'll be looking to secure the best lane. And Marlow in lane 4 really challenging Monmouth Comprehensive in lane 5 to try and take that second place. For a tight race for 2nd and 3rd. But pretty clear who is going through to the final. This is all a race for the best lanes now. Tideway Scullers School out in front, looking back on the competition. But Marlow look as though they're coming through Monmouth Comprehensive to take the better lane in today's A final. They've just upped their rate as they come into the last few metres. And a lovely power finish from the Marlow crew. But Tideway Scullers School take the first place, Marlow second. And there go Monmouth Comprehensive, lane 5. Taking the 3rd place in today's A final. These remaining crews now coming into the line will go to the B final later on this afternoon. First of which Windsor Boys in lane 2, followed about 4 lengths behind by Walton Rowing Club. And then it's lane 1, composite of Kings Rochester and Maidstone Invicta.
We now have the second semi-final of the Open Junior 18 boxless pairs, with in lane 1 Hinksey Sculling School, in lane 2 Trentham Boat Club, in lane 3 Tideway Scullers B, in lane 4 Ardingly, Strathclyde Park are in lane 5 and Llandaff are in lane 6. And as they cross the 500 metre mark, Llandaff were leading with Trentham in second place, and Scullersby in third. And Llandaff have established a secure lead, I think, as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Strathclyde Park have had a good second quarter, second 500. They have come through into second place. As they cross 500 metres to go, Llandaff with 4 lengths lead over Strathclyde Park. Very, very close. I think Trentham Boat Club in third place and a blanket over the remaining field. The Llandaff maintaining their lead as they come down towards the finish. But certainly the third place and third qualifier for the final is anybody's at the moment. Okay, so we've got Llandaff in the lead. We've got Strathclyde Park in second place. Ardingly may just have the edge in terms of that third place, but it looks to me as though lane 1, lane 3 are also going for it. Lane 1 is coming through strongly now. That is Hinksey Sculling School. And there's a lot of support from the bank. This is a very close race for the third and qualifying position. Strathclyde Park pushing on strongly, trying to make ground on Llandaff Rowing Club. Lane 3 is now coming back. That's Tideway Scullers B. Will they have enough in them to join their clubmates in the final? Hinksey in lane 1 just moved again. They are fighting it out stroke for stroke with Tideway Scullers School. Llandaff maintaining their lead with Strathclyde Park in second place, but it's still very close for third place. And it looks to me Tideway Scullers B just holding on by about a canvas, and they're just approaching the line now. Llandaff with 2 lengths lead over Strathclyde Park, and I think Hinksey are now just coming through. They've had a storming finish, and we'll leave it to the judges, but to me it looked like Hinksey over Tideway Scullers B. In 5th place, it's Ardingly, and in 6th place, Trentham Boat Club.
So the next race we are expecting down the course will be at 8:30. This is the Women's Junior 16 Quads AB semi-final. But in the meantime, I will pass you over to Howard. He's been catching up with some spectators of the last race.
Right, let's get some post-match reaction to that semi-final down here with the Trentham supporters. Very noisy Trentham supporters.
We do our best, yeah. I think it helps on the last, 100 yards or so if we can shout the loudest. Spurs them on a bit.
And how did you get on?
I think we got 4th position.
And so into the B final then?
Yeah, definitely a B final, yeah.
How's the weekend been for you?
Busy, yeah, lots of miles, but yeah, loud and fun.
And what about all the other supporters? You've had a good crew down here, have you?
Yes, yeah, we always get a great turnout. The club's really well supported by parents. So over the last 3 days, it's been really, really positive for us.
Yeah, positive with your crew. And the event generally, everyone seems to have had a big smile on their face.
Yeah, it's been a great event, hasn't it? The weather has held off really. The wind wasn't too bad yesterday. So we've been really pleased. Great event, good venue. Love to come here.
Great. So there's a bit of dog walking being done as well this morning, I noticed.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Great stuff. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed it. All right, and best luck in the B final later.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be titled sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key, will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals to head over for the rowing and a holiday of a lifetime in the Florida sunshine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Sunday morning at the British Rowing Junior Championships. We'll just take you through our plan for today. Looking through the racing schedule, this morning is made up of A and B semi-finals, all the crews competing in these events, looking to secure places in the A finals later on today. For most of these events, it will be the top 3 crews going through to the A final in each semi-final, and then the remaining 3 crews going through to the B final later on this evening. We have those semi-finals all the way through till about 12:25, and at 1 o'clock, our first B final of the day, the Open Junior 18 pairs will set off, and then it's finals all the way through to the end of your Sunday. We hope you're enjoying your time here at the British Rowing Junior Championships. We'll be back with commentary for the next race at around 8:30.
If you're just arriving at the British Rowing Junior Championships, you're very welcome. Do make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube for all the latest from this year's event at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17. Do keep a lookout over the course of the day to see if you're featuring there. Why not retweet? So if you spot yourself or your friends, tag yourself in at British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube with the hashtag BRJC17. Hashtag BRJC17.
Okay, ladies, if you want to take the course, just pop yourself into the back a bit if it's possible, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next race is off the start, and this is the first AB semi-final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads. In lane 1 we have Peterborough, in lane 2 Maidstone Invicta, in lane 3 a Scottish composite of Castle Semple and Strathclyde Park, in lane 4 Thames Rowing Club, in lane 5 Henley Rowing Club, and in lane 6 we have a composite of Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely Rowing Club and the King's School Ely. These boats are now coming up towards the first 500-metre marker. They'll be settling into their rhythm now, having done their start. We'll start to get a sense of what they're going to be pushing on at through the rest of this race. It appears to be lane 6 and lane 5 leading out the course. That's the composite in lane 6, Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and King's School Ely. Then Henley Rowing Club in lane 5. Those two very much at the top of the pack there as they come in to the second, coming towards the second quarter of the race. Just finishing off their first. Just coming in towards the 1,000 metre mark. As we come in towards the halfway point in these races, the halfway point, a crucial stage in any 2 kilometre race. This is often where races get won and lost. Coming into the second half, crews will start to be feeling their legs, feeling the pain of the race. They've got to push through that into their third quarter. The goal is to keep that third quarter up with the pacing in the first 2 and close enough, ready for the sprint in the final quarter. So these races all about the pacing. 2 kilometres, a very long way to row. Looks like a comfortable lead for lane 6, the composite of Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely Rowing Club and the King's School Ely going through the 1,000 metre mark. You can then see Henley in lane 5 coming through second, but very close between them. And Thames Rowing Club in lane 4, less than half a length separating these two, and then 2 lengths back to the Castle Semple Strathclyde Park composite. Then Maidstone Invicta, and Peterborough going through the 1,000 metre mark there. So a sizable lead for the composite in lane 6, but then a battle for second and third between Henley Rowing Club and Thames. These 2 crews in contact at the 1,000 metre mark, side by side. Henley slightly up on Thames, probably about a quarter of a length as they came through the 1,000 metre point. Robin says it might be a bit more there, so maybe half a length. But certainly a tight battle in lanes 4 and 5 as they met the halfway point. Thames will be trying to put the pressure on in lane 4, trying to push for the better lane in the semi-final. The first 3 crews going through to the A final. Later on this evening, the remaining 3 to the B final. But there's a generous lead for the composite in lane 6. And the one that I don't think we particularly want to quantify. Looks as though lane 4 Thames Rowing Club are pushing through Henley as they come in to the end of their third quarter. A strong third quarter for the Thames Rowing Club crew. As we say, third quarter often where races are won and lost. Thames with just a little bit more of the tank to push through in their third quarter, forcing Henley to keep their hand in the flame as they come in towards the end of this race. Henley will be trying to fight back in lane 5, trying to regain that second position. But Thames now a tiny bit of clear water ahead of Henley, pulling out to maybe a length and a half as they come in to the final 500 metres of this race. It's now the composite in lane 6, Thames Rowing Club in lane 4, and then Henley in lane 5. These crews now pulling out some distance from each other at the front 3 of the pack. It looks as though this placing is probably decided now as we head in towards the last 250 metres. Thames just going to have to hold on there in lane 4 to keep that second place. Just keep Henley at bay, who are pushing them on from lane 5. And on the near side of the course we have 3 more crews. The Castle Semple and Strathclyde composite moving on in lane 3. I'm sure Henley will be seeing them behind them, just making sure they stay in front in lane 5. and then on the near side of the lake, Maidstone Invicta leading Peterborough into the finish. But what a row from the composite, Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and the King's School Ely. Rowing with style over on the far side. Nice and relaxed. Just a smooth rhythm in that quad as they come in towards the finish. Just looking nice and comfortable there as they finish off their semi-final. They haven't been pushed too hard for this win. Here come Thames Rowing Club to take the second place, and they've pulled out clear water over Henley. A really strong second half for these girls. They were neck and neck at the 1,000 metre mark as they come through the finish. About a 2-length, 3-length lead there for Thames Rowing Club. Henley take the third. Castle Semple, Strathclyde Park Composite coming in fourth. They'll be going to the B final later on this afternoon. And here come Maidstone Invicta and Peterborough to finish off this first semi-final. But Robin is going to start looking on up the course for the second semi-final. The Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads.
Thanks, Jack. Yes, it's Maidenhead in lane 1, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, Worcester Rowing Club in lane 4, Tideway Scullers School in lane 5, and Northwich Warrington Composite in lane 6. The semi-final B of the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads. So we have Tideway Scullers in lane 2 with about a 3-foot lead over Northwich Warrington Composite at the halfway mark. In third place it's Worcester Rowing Club, Wallingford in fourth, Maidenhead in fifth, and Queen Elizabeth High School in lane in sixth position currently. So as they come into the second half of the race, Tideway Scullers look to have had a good, strong first half. Northwich Warrington held the lead for a little while, but Tideway Scullers have powered through. So it all depends who's got the beans to take them through the finish. It should be a very good race because they're very, very close. Tideway Scullers in lane 5, Northwich Warrington in lane 6. Worcester starting to secure their third place, and of course it's vital. The third place in this race, the semi-final, is vital in order to secure a place in the A finals this afternoon. They're going to be fighting off Wallingford, who are currently in fourth. And it's still neck and neck between Northwich Warrington in 6 and Tideway Scullers. If anything, Northwich Warrington have regained their lead, but we'll know more when they come to the next marker point. Oh, it's so close. This is, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see a tight race, come down to the banks now, because Tideway Scullers and Northwich Warrington are battling it out. And it's still by 3 feet, if that. It's Tideway Scullers School over Northwich Warrington as they pass the final, the 1500 metre mark and come down towards the finish. So Northwich Warrington and Tideway Scullers School, they're playing for lanes here. Worcester at third, 2 lengths ahead of Wallingford Rowing Club, but a sizable gap then to Queen Elizabeth High School and Maidenhead. And Northwich Warrington pushing on now. Tideway Scullers battling it out. It's going to be push, nip and tuck, stroke by stroke, bow ball to bow ball, all the cliches, all the way to the finish. So great race and a lot of support coming from the bank from these 2 crews. Northwich Warrington, Tideway Scullers School, there's still very little in it. In third place it's Worcester Rowing Club, some 5 to 6 lengths back on the lead too. So Worcester look to have secured a place in the final, but they're going to have a different race if they're going to feature in the medals, because it's Tideway Scullers and Northwich Warrington. Northwich Warrington now just starting to edge ahead. Tideway Scullers have fought a fantastic battle, but I think they're just starting to ease back as Northwich Warrington take up the rating coming down towards the finish. And yes, Northwich Warrington look to have secured perhaps 3/4 of a length, maybe even 1 length. Really good strong finish by this Northwich Warrington composite, and they cross the finishing line 1 length ahead of Tideway Scullers School. Both crews should secure a place in the A final, with the remaining place, subject to umpires' approval, will be Worcester Rowing Club. So good to see Worcester achieving a place in the A final. Well done, Worcester. And they're just ahead of Wallingford Rowing Club and the 2 remaining crews, Queen Elizabeth High School and Maidenhead, some 5 to 6 lengths back.
Well, we can see fist bumps in the Worcester crew. They're very happy to be through to the A final later on this evening, and I'm sure they'll be racing that race hard to see if they can place in the top 3. Our remaining 2 crews, Queen Elizabeth High School and Maidenhead, just coming through the line now. So, the next semi-final on the course, moving now to double sculls. The Women's Junior 15 double sculls. First semi-final AB. 3 crews going through to the A final again, for the remaining 3 crews going to the B final. In lane 1, Tideway Scullers School. In lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 3, Castle Semple. Lane 4, Beckett Rowing Club. Lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club, and lane 6, Henley Rowing Club A. Once again, it looks as though the lead is going to be in the far side of the course. Crews over in the higher numbered lanes, lanes 4, 5 and 6, out the front of the pack in this first semi-final. Front of the front 4 crews are battling it out for the first 3 places in this race. Remaining 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2, a little bit further back. Looking like a strong crew in lane 5, but lane 6 also right up there as we come in towards the last 500 metres. Lane 5 is Maidenhead Rowing Club A crew. Lane 6, Henley Rowing Club's A crew. The Maidenhead taking on Henley for the first place in this semi-final. And it appears that lane 3 is just ahead of lane 4, Castle Semple leading Beckett Rowing Club into the last 500 metres of this race. And as the first crew start to come through that 500 metre mark, we can really get a sense of how they place. Henley and Maidenhead neck and neck as they come into the last quarter of this race. Another nail biter here. Looks as though lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club, have the slightest advantage. But if we were calling the finish on the 500 metres, I think it would be down to a photo. So very close between these two crews. That looks as though, there goes lane 4 through the 500 metres, followed by Castle Semple. A little bit of water now separating these two crews. Beckett Rowing Club in the third place. And here come lanes 1 and 2, a little bit further back in the pack. Tideway Sculler School in lane 1, leading Marlow Rowing Club into the last quarter of this race. But a tight battle over on the far side of the lake as they come towards the last 250 metres. We're watching lanes 5 and 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club and Henley A. Looks as though 5 is now leading. They have the slight advantage coming into the last 500 metres. Looks like they might have drawn that out just a little bit more as they come into the last 250 metres. They're going to be pushing this sprint to try and extend their advantage over Henley. But I don't think they're going to develop clear water. These two crews very much in contact, side by side. Great scenes if you're watching on YouTube. Well, down by the finish now as they come into their last 100 metres. Maidenhead in lane 5 now leading Henley, just about pulling out to a length to establish a small amount of clear water between these two boats. Oh, 2 lengths now as they pull into the last 100 metres. Maidenhead really putting on the burner in this last 500 metres. Lovely rhythm in that boat. Henley just settling back. They know they can't take the first place in the semi-final. They're quite happy to sit in the second, and they'll be through to the A final later on today. That's all right. Lane 4 going to comfortably take the third place in the final later on this afternoon. They'll be followed by Castle Semple taking the 4th place and the first slot in the B final. And here come Tideway Sculler Schools in lane 1, followed a few lengths behind by Marlow Rowing Club.
The GB rowing team Paralympic coaches are looking for PR3 rowers, formerly LTA, to race at the 2017 World Championships in Sarasota, Florida. If you take your rowing seriously, then you could be competing on the world stage this year. To find out how to book your seat on the plane, get onto the British Rowing website and search Para Rowing Talent ID.
So we now have the second semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls, with in lane 1 Mossbourne Academy, lane 2 Maidenhead Rowing Club, Reading are in lane 3, Staines in lane 4, so we've got a good, and Henley in lane 5, so we've got a good Upper Thames battle going on in the middle of this race, with in lane 6 City of Bristol completing the field. So we've got Henley and City of Bristol in the first 2 places, but it's pretty close right across the field. So Henley and City of Bristol look to have secured the first 2 places. In fact, this looks like a pretty good echelon formation as they come down, reflecting the order they achieved in the time trials. And City of Bristol lead Henley B by 3/4 of a length. Henley B have got clear water just over Staines, about a length and a half, who about the same margin there to Reading Rowing Club, to Maidenhead Rowing Club, who are ahead of Reading, and Mossbourne Academy completing the field a little way back. So it's City of Bristol and Henley, first and second, Staines in third. Maidenhead 4th, Reading 5th and Mossbourne 6th. So not quite as close as the last race, but still battling it out for first, second and third. City of Bristol holding on to their lead of just over a length. And Henley have put on a burn for the last 500. Henley tend to have pretty fast finishes, but Henley Rowing Club just up their rating to see if they can extend their lead, but Maidenhead have matched their stroke rate and are holding on. These two pulling out a slight lead over City of Bristol and Henley, battling it out. City of Bristol maintaining a lead of about a length and a half over Henley. Staines in third place. Those 3 look to have secured the 3 important places in the A final. So City of Bristol across the line. Henley had a flourish at the end and pulled it back to half a length, but they looked like they put plenty into it. Staines complete the line-up for the A final. Maidenhead in 4th, Reading in 5th, and Mossbourne 6th.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next race coming down the course. If you're watching on YouTube, that's now on your screen now. If you're watching in the park, they're just coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. This is race number 311, the first semi-final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. In lane 1, Reading Rowing Club. In lane 2, Hereford Cathedral School. Lane 3, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. Lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club. Lane 5, Chesler Street. And lane 6, Globe Rowing Club. The races this morning being seeded with lane 6, the fastest crew from the time trial, which means many of our races being led by lane 6. And this race, we think, is no exception. 6 leading out over lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club. The Globe Rowing Club leading Rob Roy into the last 500 metres. So Globe Rowing Club leading out this race into the last 500 metres. Then lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club in the second place. Then it's looking a little bit tighter for that third space. That third space which have the opportunity to go through to the A final later on today. A battle of several crews trying out for that qualifying spot. It appears lane 3 and lane 5 battling it out for third place. Lane 1 also coming on strong, but they look to be a little bit behind the pace to take the third position. But a strong 500 metres for the rower of Globe Rowing Club, who's just lengthening out his stroke, lengthening his stride as he comes into the last 250 metres, looking long and strong in lane 6. Lane 4, Rob Roy clinging on to that second place. Little bit of clear water behind him. Then lane 5. Still a battle for third place, but it looks as though Chesler Street in lane 5 has the advantage. But here comes Globe Rowing Club over the line. Followed by lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club. And so tight for this third spot. Fantastic finish. That's definitely a photo finish. And we will wait to hear from the umpires who has made it through to the A final later on today. There cannot be a foot in it between those two crews. All to do with which stroke they're on, Robin says behind me.
So we now have the second semi-final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls, with in lane 1 Exeter, in lane 2 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, lane 3 York City, lane 4 Maidenhead Rowing Club, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 5, and Trentham Boat Club in lane 6. And Trentham and Clydesdale matching stroke for stroke in lanes 5 and 6. With Clydesdale just marginally ahead as they come down towards the 1,000-metre park. So half a length to Clydesdale over Trentham as across the finishing line. Oh, sorry, the 500-metre to go mark. With Maidenhead in 3rd place, York City in 4th. So Clydesdale leading Trentham with Maidenhead in 3rd place as they come down towards the finish. But still pretty close for 1st and 2nd. These two have been battling it out on the way, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Halsworth. Bit of support for Mr. Morrison here from my colleague Will, who comes from up that part of the world, or is living up there at the moment. Welcome to Will, and thank you to Jack for the first hour on the commentary. But it's Mr. Halsworth of Trentham who now pulls out to a length lead. I think the Clydesdale sculler has decided he's happy with 2nd place. That will secure his place in the A final. And 3rd place is currently and likely to stay with Maidenhead. We've got another beautiful echelon formation as Trentham crosses the line in 1st place, followed by Clydesdale some 3 lengths behind. Maidenhead in 3rd place. Those 3, subject to umpires' decisions, will go through to the A final. Lane 3 York City, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Exeter will join together for the B final.
Thank you for the welcome, Robin. It's great to be here on finals day for the British Rowing Junior Championships 2017. Those of you who saw that fantastic race in the first semi-final with that very close finish for 3rd position, I can confirm it was Chester Street who took 3rd position over RGS High Wycombe by just 0.04 of a second. So incredibly tight, really just on the surge of the boat. The next race we have is the Open Junior 18 single sculls, the first semi-final. Our lane order for you: in lane number 1 we have Henley Rowing Club A, in 2 Glasgow Academy, in 3 Barn Elms Rowing Club, in 4 Nottingham Rowing Club, in 5 Tyne United A, and in 6 St Andrew Boat Club. Crews in this first semi-final approaching 500 metres to go. So as the crews in this first semi-final approach the 500 metres to go marker, and it is the Flockhart of St Andrew Boat Club over in lane number 6, currently in leading position with a very tight battle for second, third and fourth, the last 2 places into the A final later on. We have Nottingham Rowing Club in lane number 4 in second, just a foot over Barn Elms Rowing Club. That is Jackson of Barn Elms Rowing Club, with Phillipson of Tyne United A sitting around half a length back. We then have the sculler from Glasgow Academy and Henley Rowing Club coming through a little bit behind the pack. There's the sculler from St Andrew Boat Club in Edinburgh controlling the race with a small amount of clear water over the rest of the field. Fantastically tight race in this first semi-final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls. I would suggest it is still the sculler from Tyne United who is going to be the one who will miss out in 4th position. Barn Elms and Nottingham trying to push up onto St Andrew Boat Club in the last 500 metres. Phillipson of Tyne United sprinting desperately to try to get back on terms and into the top 3. Very tight in this semi-final of the Open Junior 18 singles. Nottingham Rowing Club looking very long and relaxed, moving up onto the sculler from St Andrew Boat Club. I think St Andrew is still going to take the win. Nottingham is going to take second, but very tight for 3rd position between Barn Elms and Tyne United. Very, very tight on the line. It was very tight between St Andrew and Nottingham for the first 2 places, and then between Barn Elms and Tyne United, subject to the umpire's confirmation, of course. And it appeared as though Barn Elms may have had a foot or 2 over Tyne United, and will take and could take the place through to the A final. Glasgow Academy come through in 5th, with Henley Rowing Club in 6th position.
Coming down now is race 314, the semi-final B of the Open Junior 18 single sculls, with in lane 1 Murray of Edinburgh University, lane 2 Williams of Norwich, lane 3 Sullivan of Globe, lane 4 Day of Broxbourne, lane 5 Chisholm of St Andrews University, and Jonas of Tideway Scullers is in lane 6. And as they crossed the first 500, it was very close between Globe and Broxbourne in lanes 3 and 4, with Tideway Scullers in 3rd place. And Tideway Scullers have had a cracking second 500 and have now come through to what appears to be quite a good lead. And as they cross the 500 metre to go mark, it's Tideway Scullers in lane 6. Mr. Jonas ahead of lane 3. That's Don Sullivan of Globe. Very, very close between Day of Broxbourne and Chisholm of St Andrews University. Again, we're going to have a fight to the finish for the very important third place. And Tideway Scullers maintaining their lead of 2 lengths over Globe. St Andrews University also making a push. So Globe and St Andrews fighting it out for second and third. In fact, St Andrews University looks to me to be just starting. He's got a fantastic finish actually. He's pulled out a length in the last 10 strokes. And as they come down towards the finish, it's Tideway Scullers from St Andrews University. In lane 3, it's Globe with the third place at the moment. Not quite as close as the previous semi-final, but Tideway Scullers eases himself over the finishing line. St Andrews University in second place, and the third final qualifying position, subject to umpires' decisions, is Mr. Sullivan of Globe. In fourth place, Day of Broxbourne. In fifth place, Williams of Norwich, and completing the field, it's Murray of Edinburgh University.
We've got some more sculling to bring you now, this time in the Open Junior 16 double sculls, the first AB semi-final. We have RGS High Wycombe in 1, City of Bristol in 2, Leander Club in 3, Hereford Cathedral in 4, Henley Rowing Club in 5, and Lee Rowing Club in 6. So the timings going through the 500 metre marker, it was Lee Rowing Club over in lane number 6, who held a second lead over Henley Rowing Club in lane number 5. And then very tight for the third position between Leander Club in 3 and City of Bristol in 2. Hereford Cathedral and RGS High Wycombe at the back end of the field. We're approaching the 1,000-metre marker now, so we'll be able to bring you some more accurate distances soon. So through the 1,000-metre marker, Lee Rowing Club still leading by just over a length from Henley Rowing Club, then very tight for third between lanes 2 and 3, that is City of Bristol and Leander, with Hereford Cathedral sitting in 4th. And RGS High Wycombe coming through now in 6th position through the 1,000-metre marker. So I can confirm that going through the 1,000-metre marker, it was indeed Lee Rowing Club in 6, who held a lead of 3 seconds over Henley Rowing Club in lane number 5. And as we saw on the YouTube stream, if you're watching, very tight between City of Bristol and Leander for the 3rd position. And the final position that will go through to the A final, it was City of Bristol who led by less than a second over Leander, with Hereford Cathedral in 5th and RGS High Wycombe in 6th. Through the 500 metres to go, Lee have pulled away from Henley, still very tight through the rest of the field. City of Bristol and Leander. Hereford Cathedral have done a really good job to push up. But Lee Rowing Club pushing out from the field. They let Henley get a little bit close through the 1,000-metre marker, but then coming into 500 to go, they have reasserted their dominance on this semi-final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. So Henley Rowing Club slipping back towards the rest of the field. Leander, City of Bristol and Hereford Cathedral trying to push up into those top 3 positions. Lee Rowing Club out in front, able to control the race, looking at the crews behind them, but City of Bristol and Leander in lanes 2 and 3 in full-on sprint. Henley Rowing Club in lane 5, still trying to cling on to their position in the top 3. Leander and City of Bristol moving fast. Hereford Cathedral in lane number 4. They were a little bit behind through the first markers, but they've really pushed up in the second half of the race. Leander in lane number 3, I think, have pushed through City of Bristol. Hereford Cathedral in 4, still in full-on sprint mode. Henley Rowing Club in 5, clinging on to their 2nd position, but it's going to be an absolute blanket finish for 3rd position between Hereford, Leander and City of Bristol. Lee crossed the line in 1st, Henley in 2nd. Oh, and that's going to be a photo finish between Hereford Cathedral and Leander for that 3rd position. City of Bristol, who were in 3rd with 500 to go, just slip out. And RGS High Wycombe will come through in 6th. We'll have to wait for the official verdict on that first semi-final, and already we have the second semi-final through the 1,000 metre mark.
Come on, Peterborough! Come on, Ben, Jack, come on! Hey there, boys.
And the second semi-final is well on the way. The second semi-final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls, with in lane 1 Thames Rowing Club,
Come on,
Peterborough in lane
Peterborough!
2, Reading and Twickenham Composite in lane 3, Hicksey Sculling School in lane 4, Globe in lane 5, and Falcon in lane 6. And as they approach the 500 metres to go, it's Falcon in the lead, with Hicksey and Reading and Twickenham very, very close, and then followed by, in fourth place, by Globe in lane 5. But Falcon leading by about a length over Hicksey and Reading Twickenham. Peterborough in 5th, Thames in 6th position. But it's tough. It's really close as they come down into the final quarter of the race. And Falcon aren't yet secure of this one. They're being pushed strongly by Reading and Twickenham and the Hicksey Sculling School, who are battling it out for second and third. And if you're interested in the last results of the last race, Hereford Cathedral beat Leander for that third place by a tenth of a second. Is that right? Tenth of a second. So Falcon are just about maintaining their lead, but now it's Reading and Twickenham storming through, and they look to have secured at least second place. They might actually be vying for first place in this second semi-final. Falcon with perhaps half a length over Reading and Twickenham. Yep, half a length. And Hicksey in third place there, a length and a half ahead of Globe, with Peterborough in 5th and Thames in 6th. Some exciting racing here at the British Rowing Junior Championships. We hope you're all enjoying it. We certainly are in the commentary tower, and whether you're watching on the banks or watching the feed on the YouTube channel, I'm sure you're finding it an excellent day's racing, as we are. We look forward to some more semi-finals shortly, and then moving on to the finals a little later today.
Absolutely, Robin, and we're already on to the next race, which is race number 317, the first semi-final, first AB semi-final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads. Just 4 crews in this semi-final, the first 3 of which will progress through to the A final. We have Runcorn Rowing Club in lane 3, Stratford-upon-Avon in 4, Castle Semple in 5 and Henley Rowing Club in lane number 6. It'll be interesting to see if we see any tactics going on from these crews. If they know there's only one boat they need to beat to guarantee their place in the A final, will anyone conserve some energy for the A final later? Approaching 500 metres to go, and Henley Rowing Club, incredibly strong junior scene, well out in front. So Henley Rowing Club move through the 500 metres to go marker, the only crew in the screen. Castle Semple Rowing Club in lane number 5 come through in a comfortable 2nd position. A quite tight race for 3rd and 4th, with Stratford-upon-Avon currently with around half a length over Runcorn Rowing Club for that last position into the A final. Henley Rowing Club just allowing themselves to take the rate down into the last 250 metres. They have a comfortable lead at the front of this semi-final, with Castle Semple sitting in 3rd position. Henley Rowing Club taking their rating down to a comfortable 26. Castle Semple still sprinting at 33. With a real race going on between Stratford-upon-Avon and Runcorn Rowing Club. Stratford had a half a length lead with 500 metres to go, but Runcorn have really pushed up, just 3 places through to the A final. And Stratford and Runcorn in lanes 4 and 3 are absolutely neck and neck. Henley crossed the line for the win. Castle Semple will take 2nd position, but I think Runcorn have put on a fantastic last 500 metres and have rowed through Stratford-upon-Avon. They have a little look over from the bow girl of the Runcorn crew, and they crossed the line with half a length over Stratford. They took a length in that last 500 metres. Really impressive sprint from them to take the final position in the A final.
And in the 2nd semi-final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxeter Quads, Gloucester Hartbury have established a commanding lead. Canterbridge in 2nd place and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in 3rd. With 250 metres to go, it's Gloucester Hartpury with a very comfortable lead over Canterbury Rowing Club. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in third place. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see some excellent young ladies sculling, just have a look at this Gloucester Hartpury crew. They're cruising now down to the finish in perfect synchronicity, barely ruffling the water and crossing the line now in serene style. In second place, it's Canterbury Rowing Club, just approaching the finishing line now. Looking good, but they'll have a job to match the serenity of Gloucester Hartpury. And London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in third place, completing the A final lineup, subject to umpires' decisions.
And with a small break in racing, we're now going to head over to see some of the fantastic products over on the merchandise stand with Howard.
And in front of the British Rowing official merchandise stand with Richard, I'm sporting my British Rowing waterproof. Rich, you've got your Championships t-shirt on.
Yes, sales have been absolutely amazing. We're limited in sizes now though, so if you do want to get one of these t-shirts, I suggest you get down to the stand as quick as you can.
Okay, we can come back to your t-shirt in a second, but take us through your wares, because you've got some amazing things that are on sale here.
Okay, we've still got the water bottles available. Polo shirts, they've been going really well as well. Hoodies, if you can't get it, we can do an order and get it to you. And obviously umbrellas, hopefully the weather holds out there.
There's just a spit of rain in the air actually, just as you put the brolly up.
I know.
But sales have been absolutely crazy, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, limited for sizes, so if you do want to get one of these t-shirts, I suggest you get down here as quick as you can.
So you heard it from the man himself there. Those championship t-shirts are selling really fast. Just the last few left. If you want, they've all got all the competitors' names on. If you want to get one of those t-shirts, the official merchandising stand is the place to go.
remember when you used to do the race for life here. You'd overlap yourself by about 200 metres or something.
We have our next race on the course now, race number 321, the first AB semi-final of the Open Junior 18 Coxlers Fours. In lane 1 we have an Ardingly, King's School, Rochester, Mason Invicta composite. In lane 2 we have a Bedford School and Bedford Modern School composite. In lane 3 George Heriot School and George Watson's College composite. In lane 4 Great Marlow School, in 5 Maidenhead Rowing Club, and in lane 6 Hampton School. And just going through the 1,000 metre marker now, it is Hampton School out in front, with Maidenhead Rowing Club sitting in second position, around a length ahead of Great Marlow School. Very tight after that. We then got the Watsons and Heriots composite, followed by the Bedford Modern and Bedford School composite. The Ardingly, King's School, Rochester and Mason Invicta composite just a bit behind that. So the school crew from Hampton, see them coming to the British Rowing Junior Championships in force with their Junior 18 squad currently out in front over Maidenhead. Great Marlow School, Heriots and Watsons, Bedford School and Bedford Modern will be fighting out for that third place through to the A final. can see on the YouTube stream now, Hampton crew looking very aggressive, very racy. Even though they've got a comfortable lead, they're not letting the power drop at all. Nice and direct to the water around the front end, and picking out some nice finishes. Through 500s to go, Maidenhead still in second. Great Marlow School have stretched out their advantage in third. Heriots and Watsons in fourth, and Bedford Modern and Bedford School in fifth. So Great Marlow School have pushed out in front of Heriots and Watsons. It was looking a bit tight through the 1,000-metre marker, so Great Marlow, perhaps because they're not a composite, have rowed together as a crew for longer, able to keep their composure a little longer into the race, keep their rhythm. I was speaking to the coach of the Heriots Watsons composite yesterday, and I believe that crew will be racing as the Scotland Junior Coxus Ford, the home international regatta next weekend. And she was pointing out the problems of trying to bring composites together at quite short notice with very different rowing styles. 4 very accomplished rowers, but bringing 4 athletes together to row in the same way in a short period of time can be quite tricky. We can see now from our finish camera Hampton School with less than 200 metres to go. They're approaching the Red Boys now, able just to control the race. Over in lane number 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane number 5, sitting comfortably in second position with Great Marlow School in third. Heriots and Watsons throwing the kitchen sink at it, trying to get back on terms with Great Marlow School. I'm not sure they're going to get there. And Hampton School crossed the line in first position, with Maidenhead Rowing Club coming through in second. Great Marlow School, they made that move in the third 500 and they booked their place into the A final with third place. Heriots and Watsons crossed the line in fourth. Bedford School and Bedford Modern sitting in fifth, obviously all subject to umpires' confirmation, with Ardingly, King's School Rochester and Mason Invicta in final position. But we're straight up to the second semi-final of the Open Junior 18 Coxtus Fours.
And that is race number 322, with in lane 1 Marlow Rowing Club, Hampton are in lane 2, Tideway School, Scholars School in lane 3, Leander and Shiplake Composite in lane 4, Clares College and King's Chester in lane 5, and Windsor Boys in lane 6. Is that King's? My apologies, I've just checked. It's Clares Court and King's Canterbury, which makes a lot more sense geographically. And at the 500-metre mark, it was Windsor Boys with a small advantage over Clares Court and King's School Canterbury, with Hampton School over in lane 2 in third place. And as they cross the 500 metres to go mark, it's Windsor Boys with a lead of a length and a quarter over Tideway Scullers, with Leander Shiplake in third place. They're a length up on Clares Court, Kings Canterbury. In fifth place, it's Marlow and Hampton in sixth place. The Tideway Scullers School, according to Will, were looking very strong and effective in the time trial yesterday, so they're carrying that performance through to the semi-finals. So Windsor Boys from Tideway Scullers School. It remains to be seen whether Tideway Scullers will actually pull through the Windsor Boys crew as they come up towards the finish. Tideway Scullers, look at them go. They've taken the rating up to 36. And this is a good race. Windsor Boys maintaining a narrow lead over Tideway Scullers School, with Leander Shiplake just hanging on to third place ahead of Clares Court and Kings Canterbury. Yeah, that's fine. That's Windsor Boys with about a length lead over Tideway Scullers School. Another length back to the Leander Shiplake crew, who have half a length over Clares Court, Kings Canterbury. In fifth place, Marlow Rowing Club. Perhaps not a familiar place for them to be. And in sixth place, it's Hampton School. Some good racing on the semi-finals of the British Rowing Junior Championships today. We hope you're enjoying the racing on the water, the course commentary, and if you're watching online, the YouTube channel. Try to get through to as many people as possible, and any comments on the commentary or the YouTube coverage would be much appreciated.
So race 323 has, I believe, just gone through the 1500 metre marker. Just 4 crews in this semi-final, so we just have one semi-final where 3 crews will progress through to the A-final. 3 crews will have progressed straight through to the A-final from the time trial yesterday. So these have been the crews that finished from 4th to 7th in the time trial. We have Clares Court in 3, Tideway Scullers in 4, City of Bristol in 5, and Marlow Rowing Club in 6. Through the 1500 metre marker, Marlow Rowing Club had a lead of around a length over Tideway Scullers School, with Clares Court in 3rd and City of Bristol sitting in 5th. As the crews approach the 1000 metre marker, Marlow Rowing Club still pushing out a lead in this singular semi-final of the Open Junior 16 pairs. They go through that 1,000-metre marker. Tideway Scullers School, we just saw their J18 Cox's 4. Now we'll see if their J16 pair can live up to the same expectations. Clares Court and Sissia Bristol come through in 3rd and 4th position. That's where the intrigue is going to be. One of these 4 crews will miss out on a place in the A final later on today. Sissia Bristol currently sitting around 3/4 of length down on Clares Court. So through 500 metres to go, and Marlow Rowing Club still with a comfortable advantage. In fact, I think they've pushed their lead out a bit over Tideway Scullers School. Tideway Scullers cross the 500 metres to go in 2nd place. And I believe Sissia Bristol have rowed through Clares Court. They have indeed. They were sitting 3/4 of length down through halfway, and they've rowed through Clares Court to take 3rd position. Possibly lane 7. The Sissia Bristol steering just letting them down ever so slightly. Sissia Bristol moving back towards their lane now, accompanied by the umpire's launch. So Marlow Rowing Club move into the last 100 metres with Tideway Scullers School sitting in 2nd. Sissia Bristol, I believe, still sitting in 3rd. They've recovered from their steering problems. It can be very, very tricky to steer a pair, even down a straight course. As you get tired and you've got 2 people of maybe different energy levels or power or technique, it can be quite hard to maintain that straight course. Marlow Rowing Club book their position through to the A final with a 1st position. Tideway Scullers School will cross the line in 2nd place. Sissia Bristol, still sitting in lane 6 but not in lane 7 fortunately, will cross the line in 3rd, and Clares Court will miss out on the A final as they cross in 4th position.
So we're on the course now with race number 325. This is the semi-final of the Women's Junior 18-8. They're through 500 metres to go. And it's the crew over in lane number 6 at Henley Rowing Club who are battling it out with the crew from St Paul's and Tideway Scullers School. I think there's around about a length between those two crews out in front at the moment. They look reasonably set to take 2 spots through into the A final later on today. A bit more of a fight going on for that 3rd spot between the 2 crews in the middle of the course. That's the Kingston Grammar School Molesey crew composite in lane number 4, York City Rowing Club in lane number 3, and also lane number 1, that's Royal Chester, still trying to push up to get themselves into contention.
So lots of cheers on the bank as our Women's Junior 18-8s move into the last 200 metres. Henley Rowing Club in lane number 6 have a lead over the St Paul's Girls Tideway Scullers Composite in lane 5. Kingston Grammar School and Molesey from the Hampton and Kingston stretch of the Thames are currently sitting in 3rd position over York City in 4th. Henley Rowing Club looking dominant. We saw their Junior 18 quad winning their semi-final a little bit earlier, and they've won the semi-final of the Junior 18-8s as well. Tideway Scullers and St Paul's Girls Composite will cross the line in 2nd place, with Molesey and Kingston Grammar School crossing the line in 3rd.
And through to the B final this afternoon, it will be York City Rowing Club over the line there in the 4th position, with Royal Chester currently about a length ahead of the crew from Maidstone Invicta, who will face each other again this afternoon in the B final of this Women's Junior 18-8 event, subject to confirmation. So we're through 500 metres to go now with the second semi-final of that Women's Junior 18/8 event, and it's the crew from Notts County over in lane number 6 who are looking very comfortable in their lead over the rest of the field. Then a little bit of a battle going on for second between the Scottish composite of Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools Rowing Club and St Andrew Boat Club. They're fighting it out with the crew from Great Marlow School, and it's very tight there in the middle of the lake, but I think it's actually in fact Great Marlow School now who have started to push out with a couple of minutes to go. As for the rest of the field, it was Sir William Perkins in 4th, Worcester in 5th, and Queen Elizabeth High School in the 6th position. A real display here from the Notts County Women's 8. Here for the home fans, I'm sure. And obviously, subject to confirmation of the previous semi-finals results, they'll go head-to-head with the winners of that round, which was Henley Rowing Club later on today. That should be a great fight to look forward to, I should think. And they're looking very tidy and very composed as they head through the line. And it is indeed Great Marlow School who have managed to stretch out to about 3/4 of a length to a length now over the Glasgow composite. But, of course, providing everything's gone okay, that should be the 3 crews contesting the final A later on this afternoon. And they'll get a second chance to race the top 3 crews there. It'll be Sir William Perkins, who are in lane number 3, who have got about 2 lengths lead over the crew from Worcester, and Queen Elizabeth High School have come charging back to get overlap over Worcester. I think they've left it a little bit late to push ahead, but again, all of these crews will get an opportunity to race each other again later on today in the A and B finals.
And from the fastest event, we move to one of the smaller boats, the single sculls. We have raced 327, the women's junior 16 single sculls, and their crews are just through the 1,000-metre mark now with lane 5 in the lead.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota, Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key, will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals to head over for the rowing and a holiday of a lifetime in the Florida sunshine.
So we're through 500 metres to go now in the Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls AB semi-final 1, and it was Cambridge 99 over in lane number 6, currently holding a lead of about 2 lengths over the sculler from Llandaff Rowing Club. Then the rest of the field a little bit tighter between third through to 6th. But it was the Grange School currently holding that ever so important 3rd spot that would take them through to the A final, but only by around about a length.
So Morgan of Cambridge 99 looking very dominant in this race, able to take the rate down probably to around 26, 28 or so. Llandaff in lane number 5, also sitting comfortably in 2nd, but the sculler in lane number 2 from Grange School has upset the results of the time trial slightly to move up into 3rd position over the scullers in lane 4 from Yarm and 5 from Walton. So Cambridge 99 cross the line in 1st, with Llandaff in 2nd position. Grange School in lane number 2 will cross the line in 3rd position with just a small amount of clear water over the sculler from Walton. And Yarm School in 5th and Monmouth Comprehensive in 6th.
So we're back up with the 2nd semi-final of the race that you've just seen in this Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls. Obviously subject to confirmation, that should be Cambridge 99, Llandaff, and the sculler from Grange School taking those top 3 spots into the A final. And we'll see who will be joining them. We've got Abingdon Rowing Club in lane 1, Chestler Street in 2, Tideway Scullers A in 3. Oh, apologies. Twickenham Rowing Club in 1, Tideway Sculling School B in 2, King's School Ely A in 3, Reading Rowing Club in 4, Tyne Rowing Club in 5, and Lady Eleanor Hollers in 6. And it is indeed Lady Eleanor Hollers, as it stands at the moment, about 2 lengths up with around 500 metres to go. But the sculler in lane number 5 from Tyne Rowing Club, sticking with her. I think that she'll still be within about a length of clear water as they come into the sprint stages of this race. And what a fight going on for 3rd here in the middle of the lake between Reading Rowing Club and King's School Ely for that ever so important 3rd spot. So it is LEH over 500 metres to go in that 1st position, about a length of clear water back to Tyne Rowing Club, and it's the sculler from King's School Ely A in lane number 3 who's starting to press up to draw level with Tyne in that 2nd spot.
between 3 and 5.
And indeed, Reading Rowing Club in lane 4, currently sitting in that 4th position. And lined up to be the crew that would miss out on a position in the A final if those positions stay as they are for the last 500 metres. Lady Eleanor Hollies were looking incredibly relaxed out in that front position, able to control the race from the front. But King's School, Ely and Tyne absolutely going for it for that 2nd position, and in doing so they're drawing themselves back up towards Lady Eleanor Hollies. Reading Rowing Club in 4, trying to get back on terms with the scholars from Tyne and King's Ely.
A really exciting race coming to its closing stages now here at the National Water Sports Centre, and it is a 3-way fight, a 4-way fight for the top 3 spaces here between Lady Eleanor Hollies, Reading Rowing Club, King's School Ely and Tyne Rowing Club. And oh my word, there is a blanket across Tyne Rowing Club, Reading Rowing Club and King's School Ely for that 2nd and 3rd spot. I think Tyne just hanging on to 2nd, but King's School Ely pushing hard. And I think King's School Ely now has the speed to be able to take 2nd. And Reading Rowing Club now starting to push the rating up. This is going to be a really, really close finish. Somebody here is going to be extremely disappointed to miss out into today's B final.
Reading Rowing Club winding up the rate, still keeping the length, not shortening up too much. Currently probably sitting around a canvas down on King's Ely and Tyne. Can Reading close back up? Lady Eleanor Hollies in lane number 6 remaining incredibly chilled, but Reading Rowing Club in 4 are pushing up on King's Ely and Tyne and going through the finish line. It's going to be absolutely neck and neck between 4 boats. Lady Eleanor Hollies looks to have crossed the line first, but for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, impossible to tell between Tyne, Reading Rowing Club and King's School Ely. We'll have to wait for the official results before we can tell you who've taken the 2 places into the A final. Tideway Scholars School will cross the line in 5th, and Twickenham Rowing Club will cross the line in 6th position. What a fantastic race. Really impressive sprint there from Reading Rowing Club.
Yes, indeed, that was absolutely incredible. Those 3 scullers who were all sitting from 2nd to 4th in that race did an absolutely excellent job of planning their race to the best ability that they could. So really well done to all the scullers in that race. It would be really unfortunate for whoever's missed out into the B final there, but we'll wait for the results and we'll move on to the next race on the course, which is the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. This is the first semi-final of this event. We've got Abingdon Rowing Club in lane number 1, Chestler Street in 2, Tideway Sculling School A in 3, Henley Rowing Club A in 4, Windsor Boys A in 5 and Clares Court A in lane number 6. And actually through the 1,000-metre marker, there really wasn't much to tell between all of them, and as they approach 500 metres to go, it's lane 6 by a canvas, so that's Clares Court by a canvas over Henley Rowing Club and Windsor Boys. Henley Rowing Club just about a foot over Windsor Boys for that 2nd and 3rd position, but still Tideway Sculler School, Chestler Street and Abingdon taking the final few spots there.
So Tideway Scholars School sitting in that 4th position. We saw in that last race how Reading Rowing Club were able to put on a sprint to almost get back onto terms. Will we see the same thing again in this Junior 15 Coxed Quads? So Clares Court over in lane number 6, they had a slender advantage with 500 metres to go. Henley Rowing Club, who had a small advantage over Windsor Boys, they seem to have turned on the burners in the last 500 metres. Can they close in on Clares Court?
I think they can. I think it's Henley Rowing Club now starting to press Clares Court hard. Windsor Boys now starting to try and hold off Tideway Scullers for that ever so important 3rd position. What racing we've had here this morning in the semi-finals. And this is going to be an absolute stormer of a final. few hundred metres, and it's Henley Rowing Club now who are a bow ball ahead of Clare's Court. Windsor Boys starting to press hard, and they've timed this extremely well as they're starting to row through Henley Rowing Club. It's going to be Windsor Boys now, a canvas up over Henley Rowing Club, over Clare's Court. Can Clare's Court hang on over Tideway Scullers? I think they can. And what a finish to that first semi-final in that Open Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls.
Absolutely incredible. Lots of change in that last 500 metres. Chester Street and Abingdon are going to come through in 5th and 6th. I can also confirm from that previous race, the Junior 16 singles semi-final, that it was after Lady Anna Hollers took the win, it was Kings Ely A who took 2nd, Tyne Rowing Club took 3rd, and Reading Rowing Club, despite that sprint, they missed out. They came in 4th, but there was just over 0.3 of a second separating 2nd through to 4th. What a great race we saw in that Junior 16 single, and another great race that we just saw in that first semi-final of the Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We'll now have the second semi-final on the course. Now we have Tideway Scullers School B in 1, Clare's Court B in 2, AB7 Rowing Club in 3, Rob Roy Boat Club in 4, Walton Rowing Club in 5, and Sir William Borlase in lane number 6. They're approaching the 1,000 metre marker now, and Sir William Borlase going up against Walton Rowing Club in the front, just a canvas in favour of Sir William Borlase.
And both of these clubs, actually, both Sir William Borlase and Walton, are very well versed in boys sculling. Both of them have had big successes at junior level and sending people through to senior level, so great to see them going up against each other at this junior 15 age. And behind them it's Rob Roy and AB7 who are contesting for that 3rd spot. Yet again, we could be seeing another really tight fight for that last spot into an A final. We've then got Clare's Court in 5th, just a couple of lengths back, and Tideway Scullers a little bit further back again. It's Tideway Scullers B in this second semi-final of the Open Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls.
So coming up to 500 metres to go, Sir William Borlase, they only led by a canvas at the kilometre marker, but in that 3rd 500 they've definitely made a move. They've stretched out to a length over Walton Rowing Club. Can Sir William Borlase snap the elastic in that 3rd 500? Rob Roy and AB7 in an absolute dogfight for 3rd position. Just a canvas in favour of Rob Roy in lane number 4, AB7 in lane number 3. Clare's Court B in lane number 2, sorry, in lane number 2 in 5th position, and Tideway Scullers School will come through in 6th. We saw the Clare's Court boys just get through, their A crew just sneak through into the A final. I'm not sure if we're going to see their B crew matching the same feats. I can confirm that finish from the previous race for you. It was Windsor Boys who took the win by half a second over Henley Rowing Club A. Clare's Court A then took the 3rd place around the 2nd back, and then Tideway Scullers School A missing out on the A final in 4th position, around about a second behind Clare's Court. That was a really great race in that first semi-final.
And we could be on for another really great race for that third position here between AB7 and Rob Roy. It seems to me that Sir William Borlase have managed to stretch out enough of a lead with 250 metres to go. I don't think they're in any danger of losing that. But look at this, AB7 starting to press through Rob Roy, who have led them the whole way down the course. And I think this is going to be right down to the wire again for this third spot between Rob Roy and AB7, who are now starting with that press to go up towards Walton Rowing Club. Walton having to respond. They're about a length up over these two fighting for third, and there really is nothing between them. I think if I was going to choose, it's going to be AB7, who are starting to wind really effectively. And Sir William Borlase are going to go over the line in first, and AB7 actually now catching up to Walton in that second spot. And I think it's only going to be about a canvas over Walton over AB7. Rob Roy, absolutely gutting for them. What a race. They led AB7 the whole way down the course, and AB7 just had a bit of a better sprint to mount in the closing stages.
What composed racing from Junior 15 scullers. So impressive to be comfortable sitting just a little bit behind most of the way down the course, knowing that you've got better rhythm in the end, better stamina, better sprints, and they really turned on the gas. And the bowman of that AB7 crew is absolutely spent. You see the white flag from the umpire there, so there's no problems at all with that race. Really fantastic race. Congrats to all the crews that made their way through to the A final later on today. So the next race we'll have on the course, race number 331, is the first semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls.
So here we are with 1,000 metres into this semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls. And it's lane 4 currently in the lead by about a length and a half over lane number 6. That's York City Rowing Club in lane number 6. In third, we've got a bit of a fight going on between lane 3, which is AB7, and lane number 5, Nottingham and Union. So it's still currently lane 4 in the lead in this Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls, and a really tight battle going on for second. We've seen so many of those this morning between York City in lane 6, Nottingham Union in 5, and AB7 in lane number 3. And these singles, of course, can change speed so quickly, as we've seen in the past. All the smaller boats, if they decide that they're going to conduct their race plan well, for them to be able to get up to racing pace into their sprinting speed, it means that their boat speeds can change so quickly, and you can gain up to a few lengths, can't you, Will, within the last 500 metres?
Absolutely, you can really pick up speed if you pace your race well, but also if you go out a little bit too enthusiastically in the first 500 metres, you can really suffer for it in the second half.
And I'm not sure whether that will be the case here, as it's still lane number 4 leaders throughout this whole semi-final, with lane 6 chasing hard. Lane 6 has managed to chase it up to about a length's deficit behind lane number 4. So York City currently holding down that second position, and lane number 3, that's AB7, in that ever so important third spot over Rob Roy in lane number 1. Nottingham Union slipped that down to the 5th position, and it's the York City A crew, in fact, in lane number 2, that completes the field. So it's York B currently sitting in that second spot over the crew from AB7 in lane number 3.
So less than 250 metres for the leaders of this race. Still lane 4 out in front. The really well composed race. York City in lane number 6 has been trying to close the gap. York City B, my apologies, been trying to close the gap. Rob Roy Boat Club in lane number 1, overturning the results of the time trial slightly, and could be in line for a position in the A final. Great race between Rob Roy in lane number 1 and AB7 in lane number 3 for that third position. Out in front, very composed, rowing from the sculler in lane number 4, holding off the sculler in lane number 6. York City B into the last 100 metres now. Absolutely fantastic race though still going on between Rob Roy Boat Club and AB7 Rowing Club in lanes 1 and 3 respectively. They are absolutely neck and neck with about 60 metres to go. So maybe a small advantage to AB7 in lane number 3 in the dark kit over the red kit of Rob Roy in lane number 1. The Rob Roy Scullers, just be aware of the buoy line ever so slightly. They're coming into the last stroke now. Oh, and neck on the line. I'm not going to try and call that. Be the sculler from Nottingham and Union who will cross the line in 5th position, and York City A will come through in 6th to close out that semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls.
So we're at 1,000 metres now with the second semi-final of that Women's Junior 15 single scull event. We've got Hollingworth Lake in 1, Camas in 2, Exeter Rowing Club in 3, Leicester Rowing Club in 4, Abingdon Rowing Club A in 5, and Tideway Sculler School in 6. And for the first spot, it's currently Tideway Sculler School in lane number 6, battling it out with the sculler in lane number 3 from Exeter Rowing Club. And I think actually, in fact, it's Exeter Rowing Club who just have the edge in this semi-final over lane number 6.
So with 500 metres to go, it was Exeter Rowing Club in lane number 3 with a strong lead over Tideway Scholars School in lane number 6. Hollingworth Lake currently with the last place through to the A final in 3rd. Hollingworth Lake in lane number 1. Leicester Rowing Club in lane number 4 were sitting in 4th position. Camas Rowing Club in lane number 2 were sitting in 5th. And Abingdon Rowing Club A in lane number 5 were sitting in 6th.
So Exeter Rowing Club still holding strong with 250 metres to go. She only has about a length lead though over the sculler in lane number 6 from Tideway Scholars School. Tideway Scholars School going to have to be careful though, as to her right there is a little bit of a challenge mounting from the sculler in lane number 4, which is the sculler from Leicester Rowing Club, who's starting to claw back on Hollingworth Lake over in lane number 1. So what a fight again between Hollingworth Lake in 1, Leicester Rowing Club in 4 for that last and final spot. I think Exeter looking very comfortable with that length lead over Tideway Scholars in 1st and 2nd, but what a race between Hollingworth Lake in 1, Leicester in lane number 4, and it's Leicester that has rode through the sculler from Hollingworth Lake in this final 200 metres. Hollingworth Lake going to have to do something to respond if they want that spot in the A final, but a fantastic race from the sculler from Leicester, Miss Henry in lane number 4.
Really impressive from Leicester Rowing Club. I think she's managed to break the will of a competitor from Hollingworth Lake. Exeter Rowing Club crossed the line in 1st, Tideway Scholars crossed the line in 2nd, and Leicester Rowing Club a little look over the right hand shoulder just to make sure she crosses the line a length ahead of Hollingworth Lake in 4th. Hollingworth Lake sculler hangs her head in disappointment, and a close race for 5th position. I believe Camas Rowing Club in lane number 2 just get across the line ahead of Abingdon Rowing Club in lane number 5. Obviously subject to the umpire's confirmation, but we should see going through to the A final later Exeter Rowing Club, Tideway Scholars School and Leicester Rowing Club.
Do make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube for the very latest from this year's event at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17, that's BRJC17. And do keep a lookout over the course of the weekend, see if you feature, and if you spot yourself or your friends, make sure to tag yourself in on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and on YouTube at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17.
So we're back with the Open Junior 18 double sculls now on the course. They're through 500 metres to go, and it was Chesterless Street with the lead as they headed through that point in the race with the 4th quarter to complete. It was then Gloucester who held the 2nd spot just ahead of the crew from Windsor Boys. And as they head towards us now, I think the Gloucester crew has dropped back slightly, and it is Chesterless Street with about a length and a half to 2 lengths lead over the crew from the Windsor Boys School. Gloucester still fighting for 3rd over in the middle of the lake there. They're trying to hang on for dear life as they're being challenged by the crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club, who I think have just started to push through as they're getting a little bit of a whiff of the finish line. A little bit further back we have the crews from Camas and Castle Semple in their own little fight at the back of the field.
Into the last 50 metres, really dominant performance from Chester Street. Really, really impressive sculling. Chester Street again to cross the line in first, with Windsor Boys School crossing in second, and Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane number 4. They will cross the line in third. Gloucester Rowing Club, who'd started strongly and faded slightly in the second half of the race, they're going to cross the finish line in fourth position, just missing out on the A final if these results stand as expected. Hamis Rowing Club crossing the line in 5th, and Castle Semple Rowing Club crossing in 6th position.
So we're 500 metres through into the second semi-final of the Open Junior Double Sculls. In lane 1, it's Hinksey Sculling School. In lane 2, George Watson's College. In lane number 3, Dart Totnes. In lane number 4, St Leonard's School. Lane 5, we've got Calpe Rowing Club. In lane number 6, we've got Leander Club A. All still quite tight with 500 metres in, but Leander Club just starting to make a bit of a move as they settle into their race pace over the crew in lane number 5 from Calpe, who've travelled here all the way from Gibraltar. And it's St Leonard's School who are sticking with them in that third spot, but as we've seen, everything can change at these early stages in the race. I wouldn't like to call anything right now.
Very, very impressive sculling going on from the 2 rows from Leander Club over in lane number 6. A factory of very, very good rowers at junior level, senior level, male, female, heavyweight, lightweight. And you always know if you see Leander Club on a start sheet, they're going to be impressive. They go through the lead of around 3 lengths over Calpe Rowing Club, who had half a length over St Leonard's School, and then a significant gap from the top 3 through to Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in lane number 3, George Watson's in lane number 2, and Hinksey Sculling School in lane number 1. So as things stand, our 3 crews going through to the A final later on should be fairly set, as Leander, Calpe and St Leonard's School. Still plenty to play for between Calpe and St Leonard's for that second position, and a more favourable lane draw for the A final. So 500 metres to go in their second semi-final, the Open Junior 18 Double Sculls, and still a commanding lead for Leander Club over Calpe, who pushed away from St Leonard's in the third 500. It was half a length. It's now around a length and a half of clear water to the crew from Gibraltar over the crew from Durham. But St Leonard's still sitting comfortably in third position, not in any danger of missing out on the A final. As Dart Tottenham's crossed the 500 metre to go marker, with George Watson's just behind and Tinksey Sculling School a short distance behind that. Really commanding sculling from Leander Club into the Red Boys, into the last 100 metres. Looking forward to seeing them have a great race up against Chester Street in the A final later today, if there aren't any problems with the umpire. Alpe Rowing Club just relaxing it down slightly towards the end, making sure they got St Leonard's in check. They crossed the line in second with St Leonard's in third. Dart Tottenham's crossed the line in fourth and George Watson's in fifth. Hinksey Sculling School in sixth.
So we're through halfway now with the first semi-final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls, and it's currently lane 6 with a huge lead over the rest of the field at the halfway stage. That's Hollingworth Lake in lane number 6. A little bit of a tussle going on between City of Bristol in 4 and Marlow in 5, with Marlow just coming out on top of that as it stands, but there's only about a quarter of a canvas in it, really nothing much at all. So those three are currently sitting in those golden spots for the A final. The remainder of the field, we've got Calpe in 3, Norwich in 2 and Kings Ely in 1, all currently sitting in those B final spots. .750 metres to go, and not much change in this Open Junior 16 single sculls AB semi-final 1. It's still Hollingworth Lake sculling at a very comfortable pace. I think he must be down at sort of rate 24 or so, with about 3 lengths lead over the sculler in lane number 5 from Marlow Rowing Club. and City of Bristol in 4, who are having that tight battle through the 1,000-metre marker.
So Marlow Rowing Club have pushed out over City of Bristol as they go through the 500 metres to go. Marlow holding around the length, still very, very tight for the bottom positions between lanes 1, 2 and 3, and it was in that order, with King's School Ely A with around half a canvas over Norwich Rowing Club, who in turn had half a canvas over Calpe Rowing Club. So very tight between those 3 scullers.
So City of Bristol now starting to come back through the Marlow sculler, who had led by about a length through 500 metres for that second spot. Hollingworth Lake, I think it's safe to say, has got plenty in the tank to maintain that top spot into the A final. City of Bristol just starting to press through Marlow, but I think Marlow's quite happy to sit and let them go through. This is all a little bit of a game really about who wants to take the second spot, who wants to save their energy, and I think Marlow and City of Bristol going for 2 very different tactics there, Will.
Absolutely, we saw that Marlow had the advantage, and they just seem happy to take their place in the A final later on. Let the Bristol just row through Hollingworth Lake. This has been a really impressive scull since the halfway mark. Mr. Phillips of Hollingworth Lake has seemed to be happy just to keep his distance, stretch the crews, not push out too much. We've seen some very impressive scullers from Hollingworth Lake in recent past, most notably Jess Layden, now in the British senior team. City of Bristol crossed the line in second position, with Marlow Rowing Club in third. And it was Kings Ely in lane number 1 who managed to push ahead to take that 4th position over Norwich Boat Club and Calpe Boat Club, who crossed the line in 5th and 6th. And as soon as that's done, we can cross straight up the course to the next semi-final, the Open Junior 16 single sculls, the second semi-final. Quick lane order for you. We have St Peter's School in 1, City of Bristol B in 2, Rob Roy Boat Club in 3, Henley Rowing Club B in 4, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in 5, and Glasgow Academy in lane number 6. And it was Glasgow Academy in lane number 6, looking fairly dominant over this field. That's Milne of Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy, who have also produced some very high quality junior scullers over recent years on both the men's and women's side, for athletes who've been to Junior World Championships in recent years, all of whom now competing for Edinburgh University in Scotland. And it is Alex Milne going through the kilometre marker with a comfortable lead.
Yes, and I think it'll be really interesting to see. We saw such dominant performance from Mr. Phillips from Hollingworth Lake in the previous semi-final, and we've got a similar race going on here, where the very dominant sculler in the Glasgow Academy crew over in lane number 6, that putting those 2 up against each other in the A final will be a very interesting race to watch indeed. So neither of them being pushed too hard. It's Henley B in lane number 4, currently sitting in that second position by about a length over the rest of the field, but all very tight then between Rob Roy and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lanes 3 and 5, and absolutely neck and neck, in fact, as they come into the last 300 metres. I think it's going to come down to the sprint on this one.
Absolutely, and the sculler from City of Bristol wasn't sitting too far behind Rob Roy and Henley either. Rob Roy and Clydesdale. Fellow from Glasgow Academy taking the racing down, preserving energy for the races to come later today. Henley Rowing Club in lane number 4, still sprinting hard, wanting to guarantee that second position. Still very tight between Rob Roy and Clydesdale though.
And what a race this is turning out to be. It's Rob Roy, I think, now starting to tick people off his list. He's ticked off the Clydesdale sculler, and I think is now starting to put his sights onto the sculler from Henley. Glasgow Academy still looking very relaxed. Henley now having to take a bit of a glance to the right to make sure that Rob Roy is kept at bay. I think with 10 strokes to go now, it's still going to be Henley with about a length's lead in that second spot over Rob Roy. Rob Roy, who's managed to get himself into the A final contending position there. And it will be, in fact, the sculler in lane number 2 from City of Bristol. And the Clydesdale sculler there just managing to save some energy, I think, when he realised that he'd lost that A final spot potentially. Oh. So we're back up at the start now with the next race on the course. And this is the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls. This is race 337. We've got Merchant Taylors in lane 1, Lady Eleanor Hollis in 2, Trenton Boat Club in 3, Chestler Street in 4, Mossbourne Academy in 5, and we've got Agecroft Rowing Club in lane number 6. And it was a tight race up at the front of the field between Agecroft Rowing Club and Mossbourne Academy, I believe. Agecroft just taking it as it stands at the moment by about 3/4 of a length as they head towards 500 metres to go. As for the rest of the field, we've got another tight race going on here for that third spot, but it's Trenton at the moment, Trenton Boat Club in lane number 3 that took the honours over Chestler Street in lane number 4. With lane 1, Merchant Taylors over Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane number 2, completing the field. But I think the race here is actually up at the leading end of it, with lane 6, Agecroft Rowing Club and Mossbourne Academy in lane number 5. Really exchanging blows as they come into the last 300 metres. And what a race at the front of this field, and it's still Agecroft Rowing Club with about 3/4 of a length still over the Skylar from Mossbourne Academy in lane number 5. I think just starting to be extended, and it all looks quite relaxed actually here. They seem to have plenty of room to manoeuvre in front of the rest of the field, and providing nothing goes horribly wrong, I think these two scullers are reasonably set to be racing in the A final later on this afternoon, with the third being Trenton Boat Club over in lane number 3, sculling in a little bit of a void on her own and remaining nice and composed. Nobody challenging her for that final spot like we've seen in other races, and quite a bit of a battle actually going on behind them between Chester Street in lane number 4 and lane number 1, Merchant Taylors, on who will take the mental advantage of the better finish in this semi-final. But that's the first two scullers over the line from Agecroft and Mossbourne Academy, with Trentham looking very strong into the finish and very relaxed as they take their final 3 strokes. And Chester Street and Merchant Taylors here. Final little bit of a fight. Chester Street not quite rating as high as Merchant Taylors. She takes a glance. She's just adjusted that there to make sure she keeps her nose in front, keeps that mental advantage going into their finals this afternoon. Merchant Taylors in 1, ahead of Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane number 2. And that completes the first semi-final of the women's junior 18 single sculls.
Next race coming down the course now, the second AB semi-final of the Women's Junior 18 single scull. In lane 1 we have Globe Rowing Club, in lane 2 London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, in lane 3 Walton Rowing Club, lane 4 Yarm School, lane 5 Strathclyde Park, and lane 6 Chesley Street. These single sculls just come through the halfway point, and at 1,000 metres we think it's Chesley Street in the lead in lane 6. Back at the 500 metres, Strathclyde Park had the second place. Coming through the 1,000 metres, Yarm School in lane 4 also looking strong. These crews now coming in towards the last 500 metres. Strathclyde Park in lane 5, starting to push up on Chester Street over in the far side in lane 6. There's still about a length of clear water separating these two boats as they come through the 500 metre mark, going into the last quarter of their race. And we can see all the coaches cycling along on the bank, very close for third. Lane 4 leading lane 3 and lane 2, about half a length separating each of these crews. Yarm half a length up on Walton, in turn half a length up on London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, and then Globe in lane 1. They're very tight for that third place. All 3 crews in lanes 2 to 4 in contact, with an opportunity to push for that third place in the semi-final. Walton in lane 3, starting to move up in this last quarter of the race. They have a fast enough sprint, they may be able to pull through Yarm School, claim that spot in the A final later on this afternoon. Lane 2 dropping back, but Walton versus Yarm for the third spot. Walton starting to push ahead. Yarm School trying to respond over in lane 4. But Strathclyde Park, Chester Street, out ahead on the far side. They can see the other scullers behind them. But Waltham and Yarm stroke for stroke as they come into the last 250 metres. Lane 3, Walton just picking up the pace there into the last 250. Yarm School responding the next lane over. It's going to be a sprint for the line between these two scullers. Pushing up onto Strathclyde Park. Strathclyde Park's going to have to respond in lane 5 if they want to keep that second spot. But Chesley Street sitting pretty out in front. Yarm back again, they've pulled through Walton. Walton's going to need to respond here if they want that spot in the A final. Yarm probably looks ahead by half a length here from the tower. As we come in towards the finish, can they cling on for the last 5 strokes? Walton pushing up into their last 3 strokes. Walton really going for it now as they come in towards the line. It's neck and neck over the finish there. That is a textbook photo finish from those two crews, and we will wait to hear the final results from the line judges downstairs. And Globe pushed through in lane 1. The lead London Youth Rowing Tradesmen across the line. Those two crews definitely most likely going through to the B final. We await the white flag from the umpire. Confirm it was a clean race. There goes the white flag. So we wait to see what that photo finish was, but Chester Street looking comfortable and Strathclyde Park 2 going through to the A final.
Wow, what a race in that second semi-final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls, and we'll bring you the results of that as soon as we've got them. Next race down the course, we've got the first semi-final of the Women's Junior 16 Cox Tours. This is between Sir William Borlase in 3, Yarm in 4, Great Marlow School in 5, and Lee Rowing Club A in 6. And it was Lee A who were leading by a reasonable amount as they came through. 750 metres to go, and it's very close as it stands at the moment between Great Marlow School and Yarm School. We just saw Yarm, of course, in that previous race with a very tight finish, so they'll be hoping for the same again in this semi-final. But I think it's actually Great Marlow School who are just slightly ahead as they approach the 500-metre marker. So that's Lee Rowing Club there through 500 metres in, 500 metres to go, apologies, with a nice comfortable lead over Great Marlow School, who in turn are about a length and a quarter ahead of the Yarm School in lane number 4. Sir William Borlase a little bit further back on the rest of the field.
For those of you in the park looking across at the screen on the far side of the lake, we can see the results of the previous race, and it was Walton who took that 3rd spot in the A final, and we look forward to watching them later on this afternoon.
So we're through into the final stages now of this Women's Junior 16 Cox 4 event, and all very similar standings to where we left you at 750 metres to go. It's still Lee Rowing Club heading into 250 metres with about a length and a half's lead over Great Marlow School. Great Marlow School still just managing to hold off Yarm by about a length and a little bit of clear water, but it will be these three who have a considerable distance over Sir William Borlase School in lane number 3. And these 3 crews should be relatively set to contest again against each other in the A final this afternoon. Of course, they'll get another opportunity to race should these results be confirmed. So Yarm, I'm sure, will be coming back out with Great Marlow School in their sights, knowing that they've got so close to them in this semi-final. So all to play for later on today. These three crews that you're seeing entering the Red Boys now will most likely be the ones contesting the A final of this Women's Junior 16 Cox 4 event.
Next race coming down the course, race 340, the second AB semi-final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed 4s. In lane 3 we have Worcester Rowing Club, in lane 4 Stratford-upon-Avon, lane 5 Lee Rowing Club, and lane 6 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. These boats just about to come through the 1,000 metre mark. The Rowing Club B in lane 5, leading out, about 2 lengths up on Worcester in lane 3. We're then 2 or 3, maybe 4 lengths up on lane 4, Stratford-upon-Avon. Can't see Aberdeen Schools Rowing Associations. They may not have started in this race. Oh, they are there. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association off the front of the pack there. They're leading out Lee, actually. The Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association well out in front of the pack at 1,000 metres. With a significant lead over Lee. So much so we didn't quite catch them when we first looked at the 1,000 metre mark. A dominant race there for Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association over on the far side. Lee behind them in turn with quite a comfortable lead over the other crews, Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 4 and Worcester Rowing Club in lane 3. The black and white and the yellow boat of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association on the far side, just rowing through the 500 metre mark now. We can see they have a sizable lead over Lee Rowing Club. Probably 4 to 5 lengths there. Lee Rowing Club just going through the 500s.
Smells like really coldness.
Lee Rowing Club generating an even bigger gap for Stratford-upon-Avon and Worcester and Stratford-upon-Avon. The Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association leading Lee, followed by Worcester, with Stratford bringing up the rear. These crews looking fairly spread out as they come in to the last 250 metres. Doesn't look like this placing has much opportunity to change.
See you later.
We enter the final stages of this second semi-final. A dominant row from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, generating a significant lead over the other boats in the pack. Definitely not chilling out on the far side. They want to show off, get a good result in this semi-final. Good opportunity to test the engines, get ready for racing later on today. Provided the umpires are happy, it looks as though they will be progressing through to that A final, and they go across the finish line now. Here comes the bright orange of Lee Rowing Club to finish their semi-final. Great row from those girls too, also generating a sizable distance between them and the rest of the pack. Coming in to take the third place in this semi, Worcester Rowing Club in lane 3. And here comes Stratford-upon-Avon.
So we've gone from quadruple sculls now, from fours, sorry, to quadruple sculls, and we've got the women's junior 15 Cox quadruple sculls going through the halfway marker, and it was Henley Rowing Club A looking very relaxed ahead of the Monmouth Comprehensive, who were trying to fend off Marlow Rowing Club through the halfway marker, about half a length between those two crews respectively. It was then Penguin and Sir William Perkins going through in lanes 2 and 3, with Stratford-upon-Avon in lane number 1. So as it stands at the moment, it's Henley Rowing Club over in lane number 6, over Marlow and Monmouth Comprehensive, who are having a little bit of a fight in the middle of the course as they approach 750 metres to go. It was then William Perkins over Penguin Boat Club, and I say that tentatively because it is very slight, and they're also both contesting in navy blue and yellow, so don't get confused as they come into the closing stages. Spectators, we've got Sir William Perkins in 2 and Penguin in lane number 3. Very comfortable here from Henley Rowing Club. We've seen so many really well-drilled crews from Henley here over the course of the weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them on the podium quite a lot later on today. But the real race here is actually going on still between Marlow Rowing Club and Monmouth Comprehensive in lanes 4 and 5. And as they approach 500 metres, it's Henley Rowing Club who are racing nice and low. Their body movements are so well together. Have a look at that as they come through into the spectator enclosures, and it is still Monmouth Comprehensive by about half a length over the crew from Marlow Rowing Club as they head through with 500 metres to go. They've managed to push quite a big gap out between themselves and the crews contending for the B final most likely. I think it's probably a little bit of an ask for Sir William Perkins, Penguin and Stratford-upon-Avon to make that distance up now, but it's Sir William Perkins now leading Penguin by about a length and a half, and Stratford-upon-Avon completing the field in this women's junior 15 Cox quadruple sculls event. So it's quite a good big split separating the first 3 crews and the final 3 crews in this semi-final event. But if you are around the lake, it's a fantastic race going on for second here between Monmouth Comprehensive and Marlow Rowing Club. And I think Marlow Rowing Club now just gradually starting to move up back into contention with Monmouth Comprehensive. And should nothing go completely awry, these 3 crews, Henley Rowing Club, Monmouth Comprehensive and Marlow, look to be pretty set for the A final. But I think Marlow just wanting to have that slight edge, so are still keeping the rate up nice and high, really wanting to try and push Monmouth Comprehensive hard to demonstrate that they can beat them and that they go into this afternoon's A final with confidence. So Monmouth Comprehensive being forced to try and keep ahead, and I think they are just about doing that by about half a length still. Marlow Rowing Club keeping the rate nice and high. But Henley, what a fantastic display of junior women sculling there on the far side of the lake. Nice and relaxed, you'll be able to see from comparison to the crews around them. Monmouth Comprehensive having to push hard to fend off Marlow Rowing Club as they approach the line. That's Henley over in first. Monmouth over the line, looking like they've really given it their all over Marlow, and then a reasonable gap until we'll see Sir William Perkins, the first contenders over for perhaps this afternoon's B final, subject to the confirmation of results. And you'll see there why I was getting a little confused with the Lycras, as it's Penguin Boat Club in a very similar strip coming over in 5th, and Stratford upon Avon will be the final crew. First semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls.
The only distinction I can see between Penguin and Sir William Perkins School, the blade colours. Blue and yellow for Sir William Perkins and Penguin Boat Club, but only noticed that now, so definitely not a criticism of Camilla. We were both struggling here in the commentary box with those two coming down the course. But the next race now, the second semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quads. Again, like all these semi-finals we're seeing, 3 crews to the A final, the remainder to the B final later on today. I'll take you through the lane order. In lane 1, Chesley Street. In lane 2, Abingdon Rowing Club. Lane 3, Henley Rowing Club B. Lane 4, City of Oxford. Lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And lane 6, Tideway Scullers School. Lane 6, Tideway Scullers, who are leading out this race over Maidenhead and City of Oxford and Henley. City of Oxford and Henley quite tight as they come in towards the 1,000 metre mark, approaching the 3rd quarter of their race. That all-important stage where these races are often decided. Maidenhead quite tight with Tideway Scullers too, so very marginal between these 2 crews on the far side. Red and yellow stripes of Tideway Scullers in lane 6, the green and bright yellow of Maidenhead in lane 5. These crews looking increasingly close as they come in towards the 1,000 metre mark. These 2 crews actually neck and neck there as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Less than a canvas in between them, also neck and neck, but a little bit further back, City of Oxford and Henley B. So a battle of 2 halves here through the 1,000 metre mark. In this 3rd quarter, we'll start to see who can separate out, who will win between Tideway Scullers and Maidenhead. Oh, and another battle in the 5th and 6th position in this race between Chester Street and Abingdon Rowing Club. So 3 battles, 3 different challenges here for these crews. Who is going to come up on top in each of these pairings? Out the front, Tideway Scullers and Maidenhead. In the middle, City of Oxford taking on Henley B. And towards the rear, Abingdon taking on Chester Street. A great race if you're watching online or on the bank. Plenty to be looking at. These boats approaching the 500 metres to go point. At the 1,000 metre mark, Maidenhead was over Tideway Scullers School, but by only about half a second. Henley were over City of Oxford, again by about half a second. And Chester Street over to Abingdon, slightly larger margin there between the two crews at the rear, but Maidenhead now pushing out in lane 5. Miller says about half a length there for Maidenhead in lane 5 over the red and yellow of Tideway Scullers. And it looks like Henley in third by about the length over City of Oxford. So we're starting to see the winners of these battles. Maidenhead and Henley rowing on strong in that third quarter to challenge their pairings and set up their positioning. Maidenhead leading Tideway Scullers, leading Henley Rowing Club. Those are three front crews who'll be looking to secure places in the A final. For this, the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads. Tideway Scullers still in contact with Maidenhead on the far side and putting on a strong challenge now. Looks to me as though they're rating slightly higher than Maidenhead. Maidenhead now responding. City of Oxford trying to wind in Henley to take on that third spot. Determined to see if they can make a place in that A final. Lane 4 coming on strong to challenge lane 3 here. Henley responding as they come in towards the last 250 metres. Over on the far side we can see Tideway Scullers School taking on Maidenhead. These two crews rating quite highly as they come into the last 250 metres. Really going for their best sprint on the far side of the lake. Maidenhead with about 3/4 of a length over Tideway Scullers, but Tideway Scullers taking up the rate with every stroke as we come in towards the finish. Maidenhead doing what they have to do to keep that first spot. Henley looking reasonably comfortable in third. Over the City of Oxford as they come in towards the line. Maidenhead just pulling out from Tideway Scullers School. They've had a cracking sprint here in the last 250 metres to secure the first spot. Provided the umpire's happy, they will be going through to the A final. A few punches in the water there as the girls cross the line. There go Tideway Scullers. And then Henley coming in third. City of Oxford take the fourth. And Chester Street coming in over Abingdon to finish off this second semi-final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quads. We now move on to the Women's Junior 18 pairs.
So the first semi-final here for the women's junior 18 coxless pairs, and it was the Glasgow Academy crew who have led from the start in lane number 6 over the crew from St Andrew Boat Club. So the Scots showing the rest of the field how it's done. Then a little bit further down the rankings, we had Maidstone Invicta in lane 3, currently in 3rd position as well. Great Marlow School in lane 4 in 4th. Royal Chester in 5th in lane number 2, and the composite between Kings Rochester and Maidstone in lane number 1. And very relaxed there from Glasgow Schools. The rating is right down as they head through 500 metres to go. And a really classy pair. We mentioned earlier actually about some of the crews that Glasgow School have produced at junior level over the last few years, and certainly that pair doesn't seem to be breaking the mould. And St Andrew Boat Club, again, who row out of a boat club in Edinburgh City Centre, have also taken the rating right down to sit in front of the crew from Maidstone Invicta in lane number 3. So those 3 crews with quite large gaps between all of them, but also from the other 3 crews in this race. And it's Great Marlow School in lane number 4 that are holding that 4th position. It's a little bit of a transition position that they're in, as there is again another big gap on the other side of them. So the other 2 crews contesting this semi-final, the composite in lane number 1 and Royal Chester A in lane number 2. But if you're currently spectating, you'll be able to see how relaxed and how much of a lead this Glasgow Schools J18 women's pair has over the rest of the field, and a great programme that's been set up there by coach Ian Summerside. And they've really got control over the rest of the field. They almost look like they're out for a Sunday afternoon paddle. So we've obviously got the second semi-final yet to come, with a couple of strong Lady Eleanor Hollis pairs to look forward to. But in this field for this first semi-final, the standout crew certainly is Glasgow Schools, and their compatriots from north of the border, the St Andrew crew. They'll be pleased to be sitting in the 2nd position. A really strong season from them at junior level. I think we mentioned yesterday that they've done extremely well at the women's head of the river. Some of their juniors involved in that crew, and of course they also had a really good crew at Henley Women's as well this year at junior level. So great to see a couple of Scottish crews leading the field, and it will be Great Marlow School, of course, the school of Sir Steve, in lane number 4, with a really comfortable gap between themselves and any of the other contenders. And I think it will be those 3 crews that will see, apologies, it will be Glasgow Schools over the line over St Andrew, with Maidstone Invicta in that 3rd position. So those are the first 3 crews that we'll probably see in the A final later on this afternoon. Great Marlow School has done extremely well to keep up with the pace of these first 3 crews, who have been exceptional, but unfortunately I think it will be the B final for them. But I suspect they will be very strong contenders in that B final from the performance they've just put in that semi-final. And then it will be Royal Chester in lane number 2 ahead of Rochester and Maidstone composite in lane number 1.
Hot on the heels of this last race, the next semi-final of the women's junior 18 pairs. In lane 2, Royal Chester B. In lane 3, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. Lane 4, Tyne Rowing Club. Lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis B. And lane 6, Lady Eleanor Hollis A. Those crews just coming in towards the last 500 metres now. A complete line from 6th through to 1, very much replicating the results of the time trial. Good distance between each of these boats as they come through the 500 metre point, but especially Lady Eleanor Hollis A, who are leading out all these crews. A comfortable row from both Lady and the Hollis boats, each with a reasonable gap over the crews behind them. Lady and the Hollis A looking dominant over in lane 6. Their B crew still with a reasonable gap before the other crews in the race. But a good fight going on for 3rd and 4th. In Tyne and Tradesman at this point, it gets a little bit closer when we go back in the pack. One of the most spread out races of the day so far coming down the course. Yeah, big gaps in both of the semi-finals, so it'll be interesting to see LEHA taking on Glasgow Schools. Sorry, Glasgow Academy. Taking on Glasgow Academy later on. If they both make it through to the A final, which looks like an almost predetermined conclusion here. Just waiting for the approval of the umpires when this race finishes. But Lady and the Hollis A well out in front as they come in towards the finish. But all these crews fairly spread. LEHB taking that 2nd spot in lane 5. So 1-2 from Lady and the Hollis. They'll be delighted with that result to see both their crews going through to the A final. Sitting in 3rd place, Tyne Rowing Club just coming in to their last 100 strokes, putting a little spurt on there. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen also into the last 100 metres and putting on their final sprint, just emptying the tanks for this semi-final. Royal Chester just coming into their last 200 metres now.
And we're back up the course with the first semi-final of the Open Junior 18 Cox's Quadruple Sculls. We've got Hinksey Sculling School A in 3, we've got Marlow in 4, Warrington in 5, and Lee Rowing Club in lane number 6. And indeed, in line with the seeding expectation, it's Lee Rowing Club currently leading. Lee Rowing Club leading the field with 250 metres to go, but only by about a length and a quarter over the crew from Warrington Rowing Club. Warrington charging hard to try and stick onto the stern of the crew from Lee Rowing Club, but I think Lee looking very controlled. They've got the advantage being able to see the crew on their right from Warrington Rowing Club, but a big gap for these two crews, and of course it's the first 3 crews that we'll be seeing through to the A final later on this afternoon. So as it stands, that looks to be Marlow Rowing Club, but with quite a sizable gap between themselves and the crew in 2nd. Marlow trying to fend off Hinksey Sculling School. They've been reasonably tight the whole way down, but Marlow here just about a length now ahead of the crew from Hinksey in lane number 3. And I think all seems to be unchanged as they head through the line. It's Lee Rowing Club who have had a really good set of semi-finals this morning. Actually, we've seen a few good Lee crews heading into A finals over Warrington Rowing Club, and then Marlow indeed with a very tidy Junior 18 Cox's Quadruple Scull with Clearwater over the crew from Hinksey Sculling School.
Well, starting to look up the course towards the next semi-final of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads. We can see Hinksey have another crew, their B crew, in lane 2. Derby Rowing Club sat in lane 3. St Leonard's in lane 4. Northwich lane 5. And Leander Club, the bright pink, in lane 6. These crews just approaching the 1,000 metre point. The Under Club first to go through the 1,000 metre mark. They're now well into their third quarter. Followed by Northwich in lane 5, about 3 lengths behind. 2 lengths back from them sits St Leonard's School in lane 4. There go Derby Rowing Club in lane 3, followed by Hinksey Sculling School. So again, another race that currently reflects the seeding pattern. Quite spread as they come down the course. Northwich and St Leonard's the closest 2 crews here, but still a reasonable gap between each of these quads. Be looking to push on through the third 500 and into the last quarter of this race. Only about a length and a half separating Leonard's and Northwich. Not impossible to make that up, but certainly a hard challenge for the boys at Northwich. And if they're through to qualify, if they're in those top 3 spots, question of whether it might be worth the effort for a slightly better seed in the final. Great shots of Leander Rowing Club if you are watching on YouTube, and we can see them coming up towards the 500 metre mark now. Looking very sharp, nice synchronised movements through the crew. Bright pink blades, crisp in the water. Looks as though Leander might have extended that lead slightly up to the 500 metre mark, but Northwich going through now. 2 lengths up on St Leonard's School in lane 4. Then a sizable gap now developed before Derby Rowing Club, who are followed by Hinksey Sculling School. We can see these crews now well into the last 500 metres, coming in towards the finish. Leander, we think they've taken it down a little bit. They know where they sit. They can see the other crews laid out behind them. Always a privileged position when you're out the front of the pack. You can watch those boats behind and push off them all the way through to the finish line. I'm sure that the Leander stroke man will be enjoying the view as he rows in to finish his semi-final with his crew. Second place in lane 5, Northwich Rowing Club. Also with a sizable gap over St Leonard's School, who sit in the 3rd place. The Under Club rolling in to finish their semi-final. As St Leonard's come into the last 100 metres. Northwich just taking that 2nd place. We can see Derby rowing in to take the 4th as St Leonard's cross the line there. And here come Hinksey Sculling School into their last 100 metres. 12 or so strokes and they too will be across the finish line.
So as we wrap up the Open Junior 18 Cox's Quadruple Sculls, we'll now move on to the only semi-final in the Open Junior 16 Quadruple Sculls. So we're only 7 entries into this event this weekend. So this is a slightly different semi-final in that we'll be having 3 of these crews go through to the A final, with 3 having qualified directly from the time trial that took place yesterday. So we've got 4 crews competing for 3 spaces, and those 4 crews are Yarm in lane 3, Clare's Court in 4, Warrington in 5, and Star Club in 6. And Warrington and Star going stroke for that leading title at the moment as they go through halfway. I really can't choose between them. If anything, a bow ball to the crew from Warrington. But plenty of the race yet to come. It's then Yarm in lane number 3, leading ahead of Claire's Court for that very important spot that would take them through to see the A final. So but a really good race developing here for that leading spot between Warrington and Star Club. Star, of course, will have had the better time trial, being seeded into lane 6, but Warrington trying to upset that, and perhaps actually they might have been very close in the time trial, and I certainly wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. They really are going stroke for stroke through this third quarter of the race, which is ever so important when racing over 2 kilometres. The third quarter is quite often where crews decide that they're a little bit tired, that enough is enough, and the crews that can often sustain a really good race plan through the middle section of the race, the middle kilometre, are the ones that will come out on top. And I think Warrington have done that really effectively as they've held their speed through 750 metres to go and are now inching ever so slightly more out over the club, the crew from Star Club in lane number 6.
Good bit of side-by-side racing, always bringing out the best in the crews on the water, so we may see some of these time trial results a little bit upset as crews have someone beside them to push against. Gone through.
So indeed, it was a bow ball between them at halfway. It's now about half a length to Warrington Rowing Club through in lane number 5 as they approach 500 metres to go. Actually, in fact, it's now about a length as they go through 500 metres to go. They've just about still got contact, Star Club. The bow ball's overlapping the stern of Warrington, which gives them a really good scope for a sprint should they want it and should they need it. But as we say, only 3 crews going through from this event, and as sat in second, I think they'd be rather content to keep it that way, perhaps, to save their energy for the final this afternoon. I have to remember that, of course, the guys who went directly through from the time trial yesterday won't have had a race yet this morning. So these guys, of course, having to perform an extra race to get themselves through to the A final. We've also, of course, got Claire's Court in lane number 4, recovering well from a bit of a bumpy ride in the middle half of the race. But recovering well, as I say, to hold up at the back of the field there. But still, Warrington, as they approach 200 metres to go. Star, I think, starting to claw back a little bit, but I think that might just be because Warrington have let off a little bit through 500 metres through to 250. They're starting to do a little bit of a wind now, ready for the crowd. Maybe just practising their sprint for later on today. They're going to have to go rest up, recover well, in order to put themselves in contention to contest with yesterday's time trial winners. And Star Club holding at about a length. They've not let that slip since the 1,000-metre marker now. And Warrington will look to cross in first over Star Club with a little bit more than a length's gap as they go over the line. Nothing too concerning though for Star. I think they look quite relaxed through in second, and then it will be the crew from Yarm that will take the third and final spot, potentially through to the A final. Of course, we'll wait for all the confirmation of results. Anything that we say is subject to the umpire's flag. So that's as we've seen it. Warrington over in first, Star in second, Yarm in third, and Claire's Court. Unfortunately, this will be their final race of the weekend, but a really well recovered and composed race from Claire's Court.
So in case you have missed the news, all of today's action being live streamed on YouTube on the British Rowing channel. If you're sat here down by the finish, you can of course get out your phone and have a look at the races coming down the course. A great way to get a view all the way up to the start line. We're also on social media, Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at British Rowing. Use the hashtag BRJC17, that's BRJC17.
Come on, Peterborough! Come on, lads! Go, Peterborough! Come on, Peterborough!
We now move on to the semi-final A of the Open Junior 15 double sculls, with in lane 1 Tyne United, in lane 2 Monmouth Comprehensive, lane 3 George Watson's College, lane 4 Abingdon Rowing Club, lane 5 Peterborough City and lane 6 Henley. And can I offer a big thanks to Camilla Hadland for an excellent session over the last couple of hours. I'm now working with Jack, and looking forward to keeping you informed and entertained over the next couple of hours. So when they came through 500, it was Henley in the lead, then Peterborough. We're now coming up to 1,000 metres, 500 metres to go, and that's Henley still in the lead over Peterborough, then George Watson's College ahead of Monmouth Comp, Abingdon, and then Tyne United. So Henley lead from Peterborough. So we currently have, I think, a pretty close race between Henley and George Watson's College for first place. This is certainly one of the closer races on the... So we have Peterborough and Henley on the far side, with George Watson's College challenging Peterborough for that second place. It looks like those three are going to be the front runners, but Henley exhibiting their trademark sprint towards the finish, just extending their lead now over Peterborough. George Watson's College pushing hard, and they've certainly stretched out behind the remaining three crews, but I don't think they're going to catch Peterborough as they come down towards the finish. So Henley looking very good, looking composed, working just hard enough. Peterborough likewise content with their second place, and George Watson's College comfortable in third position, subject to umpires' decisions. The remaining crews will go through to the B final.
The next semi-final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls just off the start. In lane 1, Tideway Sculler School. Lane 2, Lee Rowing Club. Lane 3, Gloucester Rowing Club. Lane 4, Walton Rowing Club. Lane 5, Warrington Rowing Club. And lane 6, the Pink of Leander. These crews just set off, coming through the first 250 metres of the course and towards the 500 metre mark now. We await the split times for the first 500, and that will give us an indication of how these crews sit. But it looks to us, it appears as though Leander over on the far side is leading this, and that would make sense with the seeding. We can now see these crews coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Looking like quite a close race, actually, over on the far side. Warrington Rowing Club certainly not making it easy for Leander in the first stages of this race. Warrington 2 being challenged by Walton in lane 4. These boats now approaching the halfway point in the course. Get a real sense of the order and the distance separating these crews. Out front it is Leander, but close behind them sit Warrington Rowing Club. In lane 5, with lane 4 really challenging Warrington 2, so very close for the front 3 crews. Leander just out of contact with Warrington, a tiny peak of water in between these two boats, so just over a length separating them. Then lane 4, then lane 3, Gloucester Rowing Club. Over Tideway Scullers. The up there with Gloucester as well, Tideway Scullers at the back of the pack. A tight race between the front 3 crews there. Little bit of distance separating Walton Rowing Club from the remaining 3 crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3. But Lee Rowing Club and Gloucester Rowing Club certainly pushing up on Walton. They come in towards the last 500 metres. Lee in lane 2 putting on the pressure. See if they can challenge for that 3rd spot. Leander now generating a reasonable lead over on the far side. Imagine they'll be feeling pretty comfortable out there with the crews laid out behind them as they come into the last 500 metres. Just going through the 500 metre mark now, there go Leander, coming into the last quarter of their race. And that's now a really sizable lead, but very close for second and third. Walton Rowing Club right up on Warrington, neck and neck as they went through the 500, with about 2 lengths before we see Lee Rowing Club in lane 2, taking the 4th, followed by Tideway, and then Gloucester in lane 3. Now coming into the last 250 metres, it's still a battle between Walton and Warrington, and Lee Rowing Club putting on the pressure to see if they can push up, but it looks, although that distance is a little bit too much to make up in the last 250 metres. Walton leading Warrington Rowing Club ever so slightly, determined to get that better seed for the final. But Leander sitting out in front, very tight though between lanes 4 and 5, and we can hear the cheers on the bank here at Nottingham's home pier point as they come into the last 100 metres. Walton in a rapid rhythm with some great acceleration through the finish. There's some real shunt behind the boat in lane 5 from Warrington. Not making it easy for them as they come in to the line. Half a length separating as Walton go through, followed by Warrington. The umpires being satisfied these 3 crews will be through to the A final later on today.
Next on the course is race 350, semi-final 1 of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls, with in lane 1 Castle Semple, lane 2 Maidenhead, lane 3 Calpe Rowing Club of Gibraltar, lane 4 Warrington, lane 5 Marlow, and Northwich are in lane 6. And at the halfway point, Northwich were in first place, ahead of Marlow in second. Maidenhead over in lane 2 were third. Warrington in lane 4 were fourth. Fifth were Calpe and sixth Castle Semple. So Northwich leading from Marlow. So Northwich have established a lead of several lengths over the second and third crew. Marlow and Maidenhead close geographically in their home water, close on this water between second and third. They look to be the crews that are heading for the A finals, but Warrington won't have any of that. They're pushing hard and trying to catch up with both of those and claim a first three spot in this semi-final. But Northwich continue to scull well. With Marlow, Warrington and Maidenhead spread out across perhaps a length covering the three of them. And as they come into the last 150 metres, Northwich continue to lead. And it's now Maidenhead in second place by some margin over Warrington. Those three look to have secured the first three places. Marlow fighting hard, but I think they're going to struggle to get back on Warrington for the vital third place. But a good row from Northwich. Maidenhead looking good. About one length ahead of Warrington, with Marlow in fourth place. So, subject to umpires' decisions, Northwich, Maidenhead and Warrington will go through to the A final.
Just coming through the 1,000 metre mark now. The second AB semi-final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. Leading out this race in lane 5 are William Perkins School. Over on the far side in lane 6 and slightly behind sits Inverness. Then it's to lane 4 with a composite of Hexham and Camas. To lane 3 with Strathclyde Park. Followed by Star Club and a composite of Kings Ely and Rob Roy Boat Club. Once again led out by the far side of the lake, but by William Perkins School in lane 5, with Inverness in lane 6 chasing. Quite tight at the front of the pack, both crews very much in contact as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. This third quarter will be important to try and separate them. William Perkins School probably about a length up on Inverness, it appears. But both these two crews in lanes 5 and 6 with a sizable lead over the rest of the competition. In a battle of their own for the first place. Hexham and Camas were up on Strathclyde at the halfway point. It looks as though they still are now. They were very tight at halfway, but they may have stretched that out a little bit as we come in towards the last 500 metres. See from our splits here that Strathclyde Park were a little bit further behind at the 500 metre mark, but have obviously come back through the 1,000 and the 1,500 to be where they sit now. Strathclyde Park looking like a strong contender for that third space as they come into the last 500 metres, mounting a strong challenge in this second half. Their boat getting quicker and quicker as they come down the 2-kilometre course. Perkins perhaps 2 lengths up on Inverness over on the far side, leading out the race. But what a row from Strathclyde Park, moving in towards that third spot here. They have had a cracking race plan coming through the course. Behind at the halfway point, but moving through in that third quarter. And now clinging on to that third place from the Hexham and Camas composite as they come into the last 500 metres. Very tight between these two crews though. Inverness pushing back against the William Perkins School. But William Perkins ahead and able to look back and respond in lane 5. Strathclyde Park still looking up on the composite in lane 4. The composite certainly not making it easy for the Scottish crew as they come into the last 200 metres now. But excellent sculling from Sir William Perkins in the black and yellow. Stretching out their lead into the last 100 metres. Looking really neat and tidy. They come in towards the finish. Inverness looking long and strong in lane 6. Also a great row from this crew. And Strathclyde Park have indeed stretched out that lead as they come in towards the finish. Just outclassing the composite in the second, third and fourth 500 of this race to really come it through towards the finish. I'm sure they'll have some great split times to show you just how much this crew has accelerated through the course. Here come the composite to take the 4th place in the race. In lane 2 comes Star Club, followed by the other composite, Kings Ely and Rob Roy.
We go straight back up the course to race 352, which is the Women's Juniors 18 double sculls. First semi-final, Castle Semple in 1, Nottingham in lane 2, Thames in lane 3, Llandaff in lane 4, Marlow in lane 5, and the Isle of Ely in lane 6. Isle of Ely are currently leading by 3 lengths over Marlow. And then quite a long gap to a very close tussle for third place between lane Nottingham and Llandaff. So that's the race to watch. Isle of Ely looking to, and Marlow looking to have established sufficient lead to make themselves reasonably comfortable. Oh, yeah. So the Isle of Ely maintaining their lead over Marlow B. On the near side in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club look to have established the third place, although they are being pushed by Llandaff in lane 4. And the Isle of Ely with quite a pronounced layback at the finish. Not having to work too hard to maintain that lead of some 2.5 lengths over Marlow B. Marlow B tapping it along nicely. And coming through now in third place, Nottingham Rowing Club with a lead of a length over Llandaff near Cardiff. In Thames in fifth place, and a little way back it's Castle Semple in sixth.
You want to see any of these results in full, they will be uploaded online to res.britchamps.org. That's res.britchamps.org. You'll be able to see the full split times for all the crews racing today. So do go online and have a look if you want to find out more. The next race coming down the course, the second semi-final of the Women's Junior 18 double sculls. In lane 1, George Watson's College and Strathclyde Composite. In lane 2, City of Oxford. Lane 3, Merchant Taylors. Lane 4, Tideway Scullers School A. Lane 5, St Paul's Girls. And lane 6, Chester Street. At 500, this race was led by Chester Street, followed by St Paul's and City of Oxford. But these crews now coming into 500 to go. And we can see that St Paul's Girls are really pushing Chester Street on the far side of the course. St Paul's Girls seem to be through Chesley Street as they come in towards the last 500 metres. Their second and third course are clearly strong, bringing them to this position about 1.5 lengths up on Chesley Street in lane 5, Chester Street in lane 6, then a gap, but tight for third place between lane 2 and lane 4. City of Oxford and Tideway Scullers School, followed closely by Merchant Taylors, about 1/2 length behind. These three crews all in the battle for that third position. So lane 5 leading lane 6 with a battle for the third place between City of Oxford, Tideway Scullers School, and slightly behind but still challenging Merchant Taylors in lane 3. 500 to go. St Paul's Girls had about 1.5 lengths. Looks like they are holding on to that lead as they come in towards the last 250 metres, despite a strong challenge being mounted by Chesley Street, who are rating high over in lane 6. This battle over on the far side is pulled well ahead of the rest of the field. But the real action is in the fight for third place. Merchant Taylor's fallen back a little, but a strong battle going on between Tideway Scullers School on the far side, and on the near side, City of Oxford. It appears as though Scullers may be marginally in the lead over on the far side of the course, but City of Oxford certainly not giving up. They've rated up into the last 200 metres. They're putting on a good sprint for the line there in the red and white. Tideway Scullers looking to respond on the far side. Looking up to the front of the course though, still led by St Paul's Girls, but a tighter margin between them and Chesley Street. About 3/4 of a length separating the leaders as they come through the line. But look at this battle for third place. City of Oxford pushing on to try and keep slightly ahead of Tideway Scullers, but so close, less than a canvas there. between these two crews, and Merchant Taylor's coming really close there to Tideway Scullers, but just behind. So St Paul's Girls, then Chesley Street, then we think it was City of Oxford over Tideway Scullers School, and followed by Merchant Taylor's and the composite of George Watson's and Strathclyde. We await the white flag from the umpire. There goes the white flag to say that was a clean race, but we're going to look on up the course to the 8s.
And we now have the single semi-final of the Open Junior 8s. 3 go to the final from the 4 crews in the race. In lane 3 we have City of Bristol, lane 4 Sir William Borlase School, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 5, and Gloucester Hartbury in lane 6. And at the 500 metre mark it was Gloucester Hartbury leading Aberdeen Schools from Sir William Borlase, with City of Bristol some 10 seconds back. So it looks to me as if this one is pretty well sorted, but one never can tell. So this is the last semi-final of the day. After this, it's all finals. Mind you, we've had some really exciting semi-finals today, so I hope you've enjoyed the racing so far, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly have in the commentary tower, whether you're standing there on the bank, in the grandstands, or watching at home on YouTube. We've certainly enjoyed the semi-finals racing this morning, which promises to give us some even more exciting racing in finals this afternoon. So Gloucester Hartbury showing the strength of and depth of their squad by leading this semi-final by some margin. There's only a quarter of a length between Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and William Borlase School. Okay, Gloucester Hartbury maintaining their lead of some 3 lengths over ASRA, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who in turn now have just over a length lead over Sir William Borlase School. And there's now overlap again between Borlase and Aberdeen Schools. The geese are having none of it. Gloucester Hartbury crossed the line some 3 lengths ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and it is in fact just under a length between ASRA and Sir William Borlase. Those crews, subject to umpires' decisions, go through to the A final, and I'm afraid that's it for City of Bristol. But I hope they've enjoyed their rowing. Good experience rowing on this big stage. and no doubt they'll be back for more fun and games next year.
Quick, be quick there.
The next finals are underway. Let's grab a word with a couple of excited fans. From the City of Bristol Club, it's Guy and Annabelle here. Are you enjoying your weekend?
We are. It's been great fun actually. It's pretty successful weekend for the club. We've got a bronze medal on the Friday, and we've got another few finals coming up in a minute.
In fact, yeah, you're looking forward to it. Is it your daughter that's in the next final?
Yes, my daughter's in the double of the WJ15, so we've got our fingers crossed for her.
So it was an emergency drive up, was it, or have you been here all weekend?
No, it was a quick drive up yesterday when we thought there was a chance, so yeah.
You're glory hunting, are you?
Oh, very much so, yeah.
Got it worked out.
Yeah. And what about the event itself? You enjoyed the buzz of it?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I mean, I've been here for about 3 or 4 years now, and every year it's a fantastic show, and really enjoy it.
People just seem to have such a good time.
Well, they do. Everybody's very relaxed and just supporting the kids, so it's all, everybody loves it. It's good fun.
So who's going to win the next race?
Bristol!
Yeah, lots of great support here for City of Bristol and indeed for all the crews racing here this afternoon at the British Rowing Junior Championships.
know what's
nothing more,
coming.
well, there's nothing more disheartening than when it's all the way down there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon of finals at the British Rowing Junior Championships 2017. We're going to be alternating between B finals and A finals. And we start with the Open Junior 18 pairs, and the B final comprises, in lane 1, Trentham Boat Club. Lane 2, a composite of Kings, Rochester and Maidstone. In lane 3, it's Walton Rowing Club. Ardingly are in lane 4, Tideway Scullers in lane 5. Windsor Boys would have been in lane 6, but they appear to have scratched. And all crews seem to have got off to a clean start. In pairs, obviously the steering can get a little hairy when you're having a high power, high intensity, high pressure start. But they all seem to be heading in the right direction, which is a good sign. So this is the B final to decide positions 7 to 12, or 7 to 11 in this case. And it looks to me as though Tideway Scullers in lane 5 have taken the early lead over Ardingly in lane 4, Walton in lane 3. That looks to me to be the early positions. Scullers and Ardingly pretty close, with a gap of perhaps a length and a half back to Walton Rowing Club. And Ardingly certainly haven't conceded their opportunity to win this one. They are certainly contenders for the lead. And Walton not too far behind either. Behind them it's Kings, Rochester and Maidstone and Trentham Boat Club. And I'm not quite sure what's happened to Tideway Scullers' crew, but they seem to have eased off and allowed Ardingly, Walton and Kings Rochester Maidstone to pull through. So whether Tideway Scullers have got a technical problem or a physical problem, or whether they're just saving themselves for another event later in the afternoon, who knows? But they're definitely not in the contention anymore. They had a good start and then left it at that. So it looks to me as though Ardingly are leading, with Kings Rochester, Maidstone and Walton Rowing Club still in contention. So going through 500, there was less than a second between the first 4 crews. And in fact, Tideway Scullers were running last. So they've definitely either had a problem or they are saving themselves for a later race. And Ardingly now pulling a lead out of some 2 to 3 lengths over the rest of the field. And some good sculling from this Ardingly pair. Sorry, not sculling, rowing. That's what it is. Who have established a comfortable lead over the rest of the field. Walton in second place, being pushed now by Trentham in lane 1. Tideway Scullers still in contact, but definitely not going all out for the win this time. And Walton really driving through for a very strong finish, as are Trentham in lane 1. It's going to be a tussle for second and third between Trentham and Walton. Walton have got about a half to 3/4 of a length at the moment, but Trentham are absolutely gunning it. Meanwhile, Ardingly approaching the line now, just about 2.5 lengths up on Walton, who are 2 lengths ahead of Trentham. Finishing fourth are King's Rochester Maidstone, just half a length up on Tideway Scullers School. We now go back to the start, where the next race is already underway.
Indeed, you join us approaching the 1,000-metre marker in the A final of the Open Junior 18 coxless pairs. Hinksey Sculling School in lane 1, Monmouth Comprehensive in 2, Marlow Rowing Club in 3, Strathclyde Park in lane 4, Llandaff Rowing Club in lane 5, and Tideway Scullers School A in lane 6. Approaching the 1,000-metre marker, Tideway Scullers School A out in lane number 6. Round about a length's lead over Llandaff in lane number 5. Few crews, good few lengths over the rest of the competitors. Strathclyde Park in lane number 4, currently sitting in 3rd position, with Monmouth Comprehensive in lane 2 sitting in 4th, Marlow in 5th. And the Hinksey Sculling School coming through the halfway mark in 6th position. These Tideway Scullers School A crew seem to be a little bit more feisty and aggressive than their B crew that we just saw in the B final. Possible that the two Tideway Scullers pairs, the 2 halves of their coxless 4 that we will see in the A final of the Open Junior 18 coxless 4s later on this afternoon. Highway Scholars School A crew stroked by Wythe to have made a big push in the third 500. They've moved away from Landaf. It was only a length going to the halfway marker, and in this third 500 they've really pushed on. It's now around 3 or 4 lengths over the Welsh crew. Landaf now sitting in a bit of a void. They haven't really got anyone too far in front or behind them. Strathclyde Park goes through in third, and then it's closed up a bit for fourth. Marlow Rowing Club have closed up on Monmouth Comprehensive. Monmouth still have around half a length over Marlow for that fourth position. And Hinksey Sculling School come through in sixth. But in our first A final of the day, it does look as though Tideway Scholars School A currently in a very dominant position in the Open Junior 18 Coxless pairs. Very impressive performance by them. Landaf currently in position to take a silver medal with Strathclyde Park in the bronze. So into the last 200 metres for Tideway Scholars. Still looking really, really aggressive in the last 150 metres. They've got a comfortable margin, but they want to extend it even further. The stroke man of that Tideway Scholars boat really, really going for it. Huge aggressive body swing through the stroke, creating a massive puddle of water that he's pushing back past the stern. And Tideway Scholars in our last couple of strokes in our first A final, and they cross the line. There's going to be a great race on for third position as Marlow Rowing Club, who were in fifth going through the halfway marker, have absolutely flown in the second 1,000 metres, and they've rowed through Strathclyde Park. Landaf will take the silver, and Marlow Rowing Club, what a fantastic second kilometre from them. They take the bronze, and a huge punch to the water. Strathclyde Park look despondent as they drop into fourth position across the line. Monmouth Comprehensive will take fifth, and Hinksey Sculling School will take sixth. That was a fantastic second kilometre from Marlow Rowing Club.
And now on the course is the A final of the Open Junior 16 Coxed Fours, with in lane 1 Maidstone Invicta, lane 2 Queen Elizabeth High School, lane 3 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who I'll in future refer to as ASRA, and that's ASRA B. In lane 4 it's ASRA A. In lane 5 it's Walton, and lane 6 it's Marlow Rowing Club. And as they cross the 1,000 metre mark, Marlow lead Azra B ahead of Walton and Azra A. And it's now over to Howard for an announcement.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, just to remind everyone, our fantastic retail village is still open at the British Rowing Junior Championships. Do pop over and see what our fabulous exhibitors have to offer, including the official British Rowing Junior Championships event photographers, which you can check out in the retail village. And the last few T-shirts left, potentially one with your name on, the official British Rowing Junior Championships T-shirts for sale on the official merchandise stand.
And with 500 metres to go, Marlow continue to lead this A final of the Open Junior 16 Coxed Fours, with Walton now in second, Azra B in third, Azra A in fourth. So very tight, and it's going to be a race all the way to the line. Queen Elizabeth High School are in fifth and Mason Victor in sixth. And this is a cracking race, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see some good fours racing, get down to the bank, or if you're making a cup of tea at home, get to your screen. It's a good race going on here. Marlow leading, but it's anyone's to play for second, third and fourth. And the level of buzz is increasing on the bank. The cheers are growing to a crescendo. Marlow supporters should be very, very happy. The rest should be very nervous. It's absolutely nothing in it between these three crews. We reckon Aberdeen A have pushed through Aberdeen B. And Marlow are having to stretch it out now because they're being pressured by these three. Aberdeen A have now come through over Walton, having been behind their clubmates up till now. But as they cross the line, it's Marlow, Aberdeen A, Walton, Aberdeen B, subject to umpires' approval. What a cracking race. And just a taste of what we got to come this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Some fantastic racing at the British Rowing Junior Championships 2017. Don't switch off the telly.
And our next A final is on the course. This time it's race number 360, the A final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Fours. Fortunately, we don't have Sir William Perkins School in lane number 1, but we do have Sir William Borlase School in lane number 2, Lady Eleanor Hollis A in 3, Marlow Rowing Club in 4, Glasgow Academy in 5, and Henley Rowing Club in 6. They're just off the start. They're all racing furiously for settling into their race rhythms. Coxless Fours, especially off the start, can be quite tricky to steer. Maybe not quite as unpredictable as pairs. Looks like the 5 steersmen in these women in this race are all keeping their boats straight and level for the moment. Our Women's Junior 18 Coxless Fours approaching the 1,000-metre marker with 2 crews distinctly out in front, Henley Rowing Club and Glasgow Academy. And going through the 1,000-metre marker, it is Henley Rowing Club in lane number 6 with a very, very slender advantage over Glasgow Academy at around a canvas, and then very tight for bronze, Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane number 3 with a couple of feet over Marlow Rowing Club, who are in lane number 4, with Sir William Borlase School really not far behind that. So 3 crews are going to be tussling it out for the bronze medal through the second 1,000 metres, while our 2 crews out in front are going to be fighting for gold and silver. crews approaching the 500 metre to go marker, and still Glasgow Academy and Henley duking it out at the front of this race. Both crews in largely white kit, but Henley can be distinguished by their dark blades, whereas Glasgow are currently rowing with all white blades. And coming up to 500 metres to go, I think Glasgow Academy have actually just by a very slender margin pulled in front of Henley Rowing Club by around 2 feet. A great race we're going to have in the last 500 metres here. Lady Eleanor Hollis have extended their lead in third position over Marlow Rowing Club to around a length, and then William Borlase sitting around a length down on Marlow. But the real race here on for the gold medal between Henley Rowing Club with the dark blades in lane number 6 and Glasgow Academy in lane number 5 with the white blades. From my position here in the tower, the Glasgow Academy crew looking very, very well drilled, all 4 backs swinging back together, really driving the boat on. Henley are trying to respond to the push that's been made by Glasgow Academy. Henley really holding it nice and long around the finish. Maybe not quite as unified through the stroke, and their catches maybe not quite as sharp as Glasgow's, as my colleague Robin points out, into the last 100 metres. Glasgow Academy have stretched away from Henley Rowing Club. Their lead out now to just under a length. They're into the last 20 metres, and Glasgow Academy again to cross the line to take the win. In Junior 18 Coxless Fours, they punch the air, they splash the water. Henley Rowing Club looked disappointed to cross the line in second position. Lady Eleanor Hollis crossed the line in third. Marlow will cross in fourth, and William Borlase Grammar School will cross in fifth. We'll wait for the umpire's confirmation, make sure that all those positions are well and good. And indeed, there goes the white flag. A gold medal to Glasgow Academy.
A massive thank you to all our incredible volunteers who make this event possible. If you would like to volunteer in rowing, anything from being an umpire to a club official, then get onto the British Rowing website and find out how you can get involved.
So up the course again we go to the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quadruple Sculls, with in lane 1 Maidenhead Rowing Club, lane 2 Peterborough, Maidstone and Victor are scratched in lane 3, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 5, and Castle Semple Strathclyde in lane 6. This the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads. And Wallingford are currently leading Castle Semple Strathclyde by a length and a half. And they in turn are 2 to 3 lengths ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School and Peterborough. So Wallingford looking to have a really strong row in this B final. Some crews really use the B finals to give themselves an opportunity to shine. Others perhaps are not quite so motivated. And just looking at this Wallingford Coxless quadruple scull. Nice rhythm, good clean strokes. They're working hard, but not that hard. And they're crossing the final 1,500 meters mark. Some 3 to 4 lengths. In fact, it could be more than that. Ahead of Castle Semple and Strathclyde Composite. And they really are quite strung out now in this. That's lane 2, which is Peterborough. Ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School in 4th place, and Maidenhead Rowing Club will complete the field. So Castle Semple, Strathclyde, Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford leading Castle Semple and Strathclyde, and that's probably about all that needs to be said. And as this B final approaches the finish with Wallingford comfortably in the lead, we'll pop back up to the start where the A final is in progress.
The A final of the Women's Junior 16 quads has started. We have Worcester Rowing Club in lane number 1, Henley Rowing Club in lane number 2, Thames Rowing Club in lane number 3, Tideway Scholars School, Tideway Scholars School in lane number 4, Northwich and Warrington Composite in lane number 5, and Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and King's School Ely in lane number 6. Looking down the course, those crews are through the 500 metre marker and they were coming up to the 1,000 metre marker soon. So hopefully we'll soon be able to pick them up on our cameras. And through the 500 metre marker, it was the Cambridge Isle of Ely King's School Ely Composite in first, with Henley Rowing Club sitting in second, Worcester Rowing Club sitting in third, Tideway Scholars School sitting in fourth, Northwich Warrington Composite sitting in fifth, and Thames Rowing Club sitting in sixth. Leave this Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and King's School Ely Composites competed in the Junior 16 quad sculls at Henley Women's Regatta just a few weeks ago and performed quite well. And here we can see them on our screens now, coming up to the 1,000 metre marker with a strong lead. And a very tight race going on for second place between the Northwich Warrington Composite and Tideway Scholars School, with Henley Rowing Club crossing in fourth, Worcester Rowing Club crossing in fifth, and Thames Rowing Club in sixth.
Can I speak through the microphone? Shall I? Yeah, there you go.
A very dominant looking performance
Hello!
from the Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and King's Ely Composite. A great race we should have in our hands. The silver and bronze medals between Tideway Scholars School and the Northwich Warrington Composite. Next to each other in lanes, they're in lanes 4 and lanes 5 respectively. Approaching 500 metres to go, it's still the Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and Kings Ely composite. It's all from that area around Cambridge. They cross the 500 metres to go marker. Pretty much a whole width of our frame ahead of the Northwich Warrington composites, who've stretched out an advantage over Tideway Scullers to almost the length. Northwich and Warrington trying to snap the elastic over Scullers. Henley crossing 4th, Thames in 5th, and Worcester in 6th. Worcester, who started off quite strongly at the beginning of this race, slipping back slightly in the second half. You can see on our screens now the battle going on for the silver medal between Northwich and Warrington composite over Tideway Scullers. Northwich and Warrington have pushed out. The Isle of Ely, Cambridge 99, Kings Ely composite is so far ahead we can barely even see their puddles going back past the Northwich Warrington boat. They have a lead of around about 50 metres over second place. Very, very impressive performance from this composite from the Cambridge area. Northwich and Warrington have pushed out over Scullers even more. The composite takes the first place across the line. Northwich and Warrington racing hard. They'll cross the line in second position, with Tideway Scullers School coming up in third. Then Thames Rowing Club have rowed through Henley Rowing Club in the last 500. Thames will come through in fourth, with Henley Rowing Club and Worcester Rowing Club completing the field. So subject to umpires' confirmation, our top three should be the Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely, Kings Ely composite, Northwich and Warrington, and Tideway Scullers.
So on the course now is the B final of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls, with in lane 1 Mossbourne Academy, lane 2 Marlow Rowing Club, lane 3 Tideway Scullers A, lane 4 Reading. Maidenhead B are in 5, and Castle Semple currently leading this race in lane 6. This is the B final of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls. Castle Semple with a lead of about a length over Maidenhead Rowing Club. In third place it's Reading. Mossbourne Academy are having a good one in lane 6. In lane 1 they're currently fourth, ahead of Tideway Scullers A and Marlow Rowing Club. Well, it's good to see the windsock hanging limply over the other side of the water, which suggests that conditions are pretty favourable. And in this B final of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls, Castle Temple maintaining a lead of 3 lengths over Maidenhead Rowing Club. Reading in third, Mossbourne still in fourth, ahead of Tideway Scullers and Marlow. And as they come down towards the finish, Castle Semple maintaining a lead of some 2.5 lengths over Maidenhead B. Similar margin to Reading. And Mossbourne Academy can feel very proud of their efforts, maintaining their 4th position ahead of Tideway Scullers, who are putting on a spurt, but I don't think they're going to catch Mossbourne. Mossbourne have looked across and responded. But well done to Castle Semple for winning the B final, subject to umpires' decisions, ahead of Maidenhead, Reading and Mossbourne Academy.
We have the A final now of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls on the course, approaching 500 metres to go. Staines in Boat Club in 1, Beckett Rowing Club in 2, Henley Rowing Club A in 3, Henley Rowing Club B in 4, City of Bristol A in 5, and Maidenhead Rowing Club A in 6. And you can see is Henley Rowing Club A, I believe, in lane number 3, who just went through 500 metres to go in first place with Maidenhead Rowing Club A, over in lane number 6 in second, with Beckett School in lane number 2 in third position. But it's very, very tight for third position between Beckett Rowing Club, City of Bristol A and Henley Rowing Club B. Staines Boat Club in lane number 1, just a small bit off the pace at the moment.
It's fascinating, this one, Will, because I think Maidenhead must have had a bit of a difficult start because they were running at 4th place at 500 metres. They come through to second and are now challenging for the lead, are they?
They are, although I'm just looking at our splits now, and what Maidenhead have managed to do is between the first 500 and second 500 maintained their pace. They only lost a second, whereas most other crews slowed down considerably from the first 500 to the second 500. So perhaps it was a plan from Maidenhead just to start steady and make sure they didn't burn out of energy too soon. They've maybe given too much of a lead, though, to Henley Rowing Club A, who are still currently out in front in lane number 3. Maidenhead A in lane number 6, trying to close them down. It's going to be a great race for the bronze medal between Beckett Rowing Club in lane number 2 and City of Bristol A in lane number 5. Maidenhead still trying to push up onto Henley Rowing Club. Great support from the bank for all these crews. And with 50 odd metres to go, Henley Rowing Club still hold a very, very slender lead over Maidenhead. Maidenhead sprinting incredibly hard. And across the line, Henley Rowing Club A just crossed with a very, very small advantage in first position over Maidenhead. City of Bristol cross in third with huge congratulations between the two crewmates. Beckett Rowing Club cross in 4th, Henley Rowing Club B in 5th, and Staines in 6th. We'll wait for the white flag from the umpire, but that, across the line anyway, was Henley Rowing Club A, Maidenhead Rowing Club A, and City of Bristol A, and indeed that is the white flag there.
This year's British Rowing Indoor Championships will be taking place on Saturday the 9th of December at the Lee Valley Velo Park. If you get onto the British Rowing website, you'll find out more details, but make a note in the diary right now. Saturday 9th of December at Lee Valley Velo Park for the British Rowing Indoor Championships. See you there.
We head up to the course to the B final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. In lane 1, Fuller of Exeter. Dixon of Hereford Cathedral is in lane 2. Rundle of Reading A in lane 3. Azra have Zbigowski in lane 4. Gowling of York is in lane 5. And High Wycombe have Huntley in lane 6. And as they cross the 1,000-metre mark, it's Gowling of York with a length and a half lead over High Wycombe Huntley. I believe that was Rundle of Reading A that went through slightly ahead of Zibowski of Azra, with Dixon of Hereford Cathedral and Fuller of Exeter completing the field. So York City leading from RGS High Wycombe. And it looks like Mr. Gowling of York City is challenging the RGS High Wycombe sculler for the lead. Both of them having to fend with a bit of, tend to a little bit of wildlife on the far side. And York City seem to have the better again, with just over a length lead over RGS High Wycombe. Hereford Cathedral School now coming through strongly in lane 2. And as they enter the last 500 metres, it's York City Gowling from Huntley of RGS High Wycombe. Hereford Cathedral School in 3rd place, ahead of Reading, Exeter and Azra. And as they come down the last 300 metres, it's York City from RGS High Wycombe, but I believe Hereford Cathedral School are now challenging for that 2nd place. In fact, they have now got that 2nd place, they're challenging for 1st. So early good sculling from RGS High Wycombe, but that seems to have faded a little. York City still going strong. And a very good second half from Hereford Cathedral School. That's Dixon. It's going to be quite close. It's only a B final, I know, but very important to see where your results lie. York City looking strong. And the RGS High Wycombe sculler has recognised he's got a job on his hands, and that's dead level as they come across the Hereford Cathedral School guy needs to sit up, but he did a fantastic row in the second half. Well done to all of the competitors.
For those of you on Twitter, I want you to get onto @BritishRowing right now, because there is a poll that is being run at the moment. As you can see, British Rowing have tweeted there's been some real fashion on show here at the hashtag BRJC17 this weekend. And we're looking for your votes for the most fashionable crews. And in the top 4, receiving the votes, and you vote by liking the different postings. First up, for Doncaster Rowing Club, who are showing off their green, red, yellow honeycomb pattern combo. Looks very smart indeed. They're in 2nd place in the voting at the moment. Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club with the girls wearing their abstract pattern. That's vote number 2. Chesterland Streets Rowing Club are saying vote for us and our blue and red tartan pattern. Very smart it is as well. And the 4th on the votes, but leading the way in terms of numbers of votes, the boys' outfits from Hampton School Rowing. They've been sporting their camouflage black, yellow and white. Check it out at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17, and you vote by liking the team you're fancying there. Doncaster, Stratford-upon-Avon, Chesterland Street or Hampton School.
And straight back to the course, we have our next A final. It is the final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. It's already into the last 300 or so metres, so I won't give you the lane order, but I can tell you with 500 metres to go, it was Watson Gandy of Globe Rowing Club A in the lead over Morrison of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club A in second, with Hallsworth of Trenton Boat Club in third, with Taylor of Rob Roy Boat Club in fourth. Into the last 200 metres they go, and Globe Rowing Club still out in front. Trentham trying to close in on Morrison of Clydesdale for the silver medal. And I think the sculler from Trentham has indeed rowed through Morrison of Clydesdale. That is Hallsworth of Trentham. It's going to be Watson Gandy of Globe Rowing Club A who is going to cross the line in first position in this Junior 15 single sculls. With Trentham in second, and the Clydesdale sculler has gone absolutely backwards. The Rob Roy sculler from Rob Roy Boat Club takes the bronze medal, and Clydesdale drops back to finish in fourth, with Maidenhead Rowing Club A in fifth and Chesterland Street in sixth. And straight back to the course, and I'm happy to be joined by Camilla back in the commentary box. Thank you to Robin for another fantastic couple of hours. And you join us as the B final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls is approaching the 1,000-metre marker, with Edinburgh University in 1, Henley A in 2, Glasgow Academy in 3, Norwich in 4, Broxbourne in 5 and Tyne United in 6th. And going through the 1,000-metre marker, it was Tyne United out in first, with Broxbourne in second, Norwich in third, Henley Rowing Club in fourth, Glasgow Academy in fifth, and Edinburgh University in 6th position.
Check. Oh.
So we're heading through 750 metres now with this B final of the Open Junior 18 singles sculls, and it's still the sculler from Tyne United over in lane number 6 that's increased their lead to now somewhat 4 lengths over the sculler in lane number 5 from Broxburn Rowing Club, but Broxburn having to be a little bit careful. The sculler from Norwich in lane number 4 just to the right of him, getting a little bit close. There's overlap now between these two crews, so 3/4 of a length from even half a length going through 500 metres. Broxburn has over the sculler from Norwich. Norwich closing in the gap. It's then Glasgow Academy in lane number 3, and Edinburgh University now pushed up into that 5th position from 4th. From 6th, apologies, and Henley Rowing Club still fighting in that 6th position and still only half a length back on Glasgow Academy and Edinburgh University.
With 200 metres left, Tyne United Rowing Club have dominated this B final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls. But Norwich Rowing Club and Broxbourne still locked in battle for 2nd position. Broxbourne seems to have pushed out a tiny bit. A great race also between Glasgow Academy and Edinburgh University for 4th position. Some very accomplished sculling from the Tyne United sculler, who is currently out in the lead.
So over the line with this B final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls, Tyne United pushed their bow ball through the line first. Broxburn managed to hold off that big challenge from the sculler from Norwich, comes over in 3rd. And in lane number 3, that's Glasgow Academy over lane 1. Edinburgh University, and it will be Henley Rowing Club in lane number 2 that beats that field. And all of the scullers looking like they've given absolutely everything for that one.
Absolutely, and we can go straight down the course to the A final, which is currently underway. That is race number 368. We have Globe Rowing Club B Sullivan in lane number 1, Barnelms Rowing Club Jackson in 2, Nottingham Rowing Club Parker in 3, St Andrews University Chisholm in 4, Tideway Scullers School Jonas in 5, and St Andrew Boat Club Flockhart in lane number 6. Through the 1,000-metre marker, it is Nottingham Rowing Club with just over a length's lead over Tideway Scullers. Very, very close for the bronze medal between Globe Rowing Club, St Andrew Boat Club, Barnelms and St Andrews University. Really, really close for that bronze medal. 4 crews within about half a length of each other.
So we're riding through 750 metres to go with this A final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls, and it was all very tight when we last left it at halfway. Nottingham Rowing Club still very strongly in contention for that gold medal. He's put himself about a length and a half ahead of the Tideway Scullers School Sculler in lane number 5. From then on, really, all remains the same. It is a bit of a blanket between St Andrew Boat Club, St Andrews University, Barn Elms Rowing Club and Globe Rowing Club for the bronze. And I think, actually, as they come towards 500 metres, Tideway Scullers has put in a really good bit of a push to close the gap to about a canvas now behind Nottingham Rowing Club.
Absolutely, and then St Andrew Boat Club crossing in 3rd position with St Andrews University in 4th, Globe Rowing Club in 5th and Barn Elms in 6th. So interestingly, St Andrew Boat Club is the local town club to Edinburgh. St Andrews University is in St Andrews and is the university rowing club just a little bit north on the other side of the River Forth. But a great race we should have in the 3rd 500. Tideway Scullers, who were a length and a half down at the 1,000-metre marker, have closed the gap and are almost neck and neck with Nottingham.
Yes, I can see both scullers taking glances across towards one another in turn, and I think Tideway Scullers have now drawn level for the gold medal with Nottingham Rowing Club. They've got 250 metres to go, about 30 strokes in a single scull for Nottingham to hold on, for Tideway Scullers to try and push themselves into the gold medal position. And this is stroke for stroke. Tideway Scullers perhaps still sitting a little bit down on the sculler from Nottingham Rowing Club. For bronze, everything's evened out again between lane 1, Globe Rowing Club, lane 4, St Andrews University, and lane 6, St Andrew Boat Club.
I think the Tideway Sculler has pushed through Nottingham in this second half of this race. His boat is just gliding on top of the water. It doesn't seem to be dipping down at all in between strokes. It's just running smooth and true. The Nottingham boat just checking a little bit at the finish. Tideway Scullers, I think, have pushed through Nottingham into the gold medal position. St Andrew Boat Club, though, in lane number 6, have whipped up the rate and are closing in on Nottingham.
I think St Andrew Boat Club are actually into the silver medal position, almost, ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club. I think it's Tideway Scullers in the gold medal position, and oh my word, for silver, that was on the line. What a push from St Andrew Boat Club in lane number 6. And I think that's going to be a photo finish for that silver medal and that bronze medal, but we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunate there for the Nottingham Rowing Club sculler, who was sculling so strongly through halfway, and a great race plan there from Tideway Scullers.
Absolutely, really strong from Tideway Scullers in the second half to confirm the rest of the crews as they crossed the line. It was St Andrews University who crossed the line in 4th, Globe Rowing Club who crossed the line in 5th position, and Barn Elms Rowing Club who crossed the line in 6th. I say we'll have to wait for the official results to see who finished 2nd and 3rd.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key. We'll be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals to head over for the rowing and a great holiday in the Florida sunshine.
On the course, before we bring you the results for that very exciting medal race in the Open Junior 18 single sculls, we have the B final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. We've got Thames Rowing Club in 1, RGS High Wycombe in 2, City of Bristol in 3, Peterborough in 4, Globe Rowing Club in 5, and Leander Club in lane number 6. And I think it's Leander Club currently leading the field by about 2 lengths.
Indeed, our crews are approaching the 500 metre to go marker. So those of you down by the lake will see them coming through very quickly. Very tight looking race here, in fact, between Leander, Peterborough and Globe. I think Leander are just going to go through the 500 metres to go marker with their bow out in front, around a length ahead of Peterborough, who in turn had around a canvas over Globe Rowing Club in lane number 5. We wait for the remainder of the crews. City of Bristol Cross in 4th, Thames Rowing Club in 5th, and RGS High Wycombe in 6th.
So we can bring you the results of that very exciting Open Junior 18 single scull event. The gold medal will go to Tideway Sculler School, and that very tight finish on the line was a silver medal for St Andrew Boat Club over Nottingham Rowing Club with the bronze medal.
And it looks like Leander, who were in front, have caught a complete boat-stopping crab, and it has pushed them back into at least 3rd position, and he's the bowman of the Leander boat has completely lost control of his bowside blade for a good few strokes. It kept on getting caught in the water, but they've gone into full-on sprint mode to try and catch back up. Peterborough, who went through the 500 metre to go marker in 2nd, are now out in front. By happen chance from Leander's misfortune, they pushed away from Globe Rowing Club in 2nd.
And yes, very unfortunate for Leander, but they've recovered extremely well over there in lane number 6, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to catch back up to these leading crews, and it's Peterborough who have capitalised. What a race from them, and a bit of a fist bump there. Globe Rowing Club over the line ahead of Leander Club, and then it's going to be lane 3 from City of Bristol ahead of lane number 2, RGS High Wycombe, and Thames Rowing Club just a couple of technical difficulties. And a great round of applause from the crowd there. Really well recovered by Thames. They're over the line in that B final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. And with that, we're back up towards the opening stages of the A final of this Open Junior 16 double sculls. We've got Hinksey Sculling School in 1, Hereford Cathedral in 2, Henley Rowing Club in 3, the Reading Twickenham Composite in 4, Falcon B in 5, and we've got Lee Rowing Club in lane number 6. And it was Lee that led through that middle marker, the 1,000 metre marker, ahead of Falcon B, but really not by very much. It was very close, about half a length as they headed through the halfway marker. The Reading Twickenham Composite in lane number 4 sat in 3rd over Henley in 4th, Hereford Cathedral in 5th, and Hinksey Sculling School in 6th. But all very tight at the top in this medal winning race. And as we approach 500 metres to go. It's gotten even tighter between those two leading crews for the gold medal between Lee Rowing Club and Falcon Rowing Club, and it is just Falcon by about half a canvas as they go through 500 metres to go. That's Falcon who have rowed through Lee Rowing Club. There's still 500 metres to play with yet. The composite sat in a bit of a void in that bronze medal position ahead of Henley. Hereford the Cathedral School in 5th, and in lane number 1 it's Hinksey Sculling School in 6th, but very, very tight for that gold medal, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lee decided to sprint early to try and get back on top and overhaul the crew from Falcon.
Absolutely. These two crews have been neck and neck all the way down the course. Never more than a second really separating them. It'll be interesting to see who has a bit more energy in the closing stages. Falcon Rowing Club, to me, look like they've got a bit more left in the tank and are moving away from Lee. So into the last 250 metres, and there's still a great race going on between Falcon Rowing Club and Lee Rowing Club in lanes 5 and 6. As Camilla suggested, Lee have indeed opened up a ferocious sprint to try and get back on terms. They were a canvas down, remember, with 500 metres to go. Into the red boys, and it's Falcon versus Lee in this final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. Lee Rowing Club have taken the rate absolutely through the roof. Falcon are looking over their left shoulders trying to see what they can do, but it looks as though Lee Rowing Club have actually rowed through Falcon and broken their hearts. Lee are going to cross the line in first position. Falcon Rowing Club smack the rigger in frustration as they cross in second. Reading and Twickenham Composite cross in third. The tight between Henley Rowing Club and Hereford Cathedral for 4th and 5th, and Hinksey Sculling School cross in 6th.
We'll await the confirmation of those results, but what a row from Lee Rowing Club to lead to halfway, then go down through that third quarter of the race and then come back in the sprint to take the lead again, and very well thought out, executed their race plan well and stuck to their guns, and really credit to Falcon as well for giving it a good go, being leaders through that third quarter, but it wasn't quite enough.
We have the B final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads on the course now, race number 371. We don't have the crew in lane number 3, City of Sunderland Rowing Club. So we just have the George Watson St Andrew Composite in lane number 4 and Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club in lane number 5. And approaching the 500 metre marker, Stratford-upon-Avon appeared to have a fairly comfortable lead over the Scottish Composite. So through 500 metres to go, it is Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club leading over the Scottish composite by around about 3 lengths.
So it's still Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club into the last 250 metres of this B final of the Women's Junior Quadruple Sculls, leading by some 3 lengths over the Scottish composite in lane number 5. And I can see plenty of support from the Stratford-upon-Avon marquee on the far side of the river. They're all cheering on their crew through the closing stages. And there's plenty of support on the bank for both of these quadruple sculls. And that's Stratford-upon-Avon now over the line ahead of the George Watson St Andrew composite.
And so after that race, we have the A final of that event, the A final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads. We have London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in 1, Runcorn Rowing Club in 2, Castle Semple in 3, Canterbridgian in 4, Gloucester Hartbury in 5, and Henley Rowing Club in 6. So lots of very good quad rowing pedigree in this Women's Junior 18 Quads A final. Gloucester Hartbury in lane number 5. Not sure if it's the same athletes, but Gloucester, of course, won the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta just a couple of weeks ago for, I believe, the 4th time in a row. So they've been incredibly dominant on the women's junior quads rowing scene. Henley Rowing Club have had a fantastically strong women's junior squad for some years now.
Indeed they have, and I'm sure this crew is a combination of some of their up-and-coming athletes and some of the athletes that have been racing over the summer season for Gloucester Hartbury, and another title to take back to the canal on the west coast. And it is a real considerable lead that they have over the rest of the field. An absolutely emphatic lead for Gloucester Hartbury in lane number 5 over Henley Rowing Club in 6, who currently hold the silver medal position. And it's the crew from Castle Semple in bronze medal position as it stands with 500 metres to go. Canterbridgian about 2 lengths back on Castle Semple, with Runcorn in lane number 2 in 5th, and it's the London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in lane number 1, currently sitting in 6th position. But if you are anywhere near the lake at the moment, or you're watching this on the live stream, you'll be able to see a real class display of junior women's rowing in this Gloucester Hartpury crew. They have a surmountable lead over the rest of the field and are making this look quite easy.
Absolutely, and it's been really impressive to see over the last few years how a junior club has been able to sort of restock on really, really impressive high quality athletes year on year. It can be so hard when you have one good year and a lot of your athletes end up having to leave to go on to bigger and better things at university, whether that's in the UK or elsewhere, to then bring new athletes through to replace them and get to the same level. And Gloucester Hartpury is an example of that. They've been really, really dominant in women's quads rowing now for many, many years, and it's going to be another win for them in the Junior 18 quads here at the British Rowing Junior Championships.
So Henley Rowing Club just trying to impress the crowds. They're rowing very smoothly and very relaxed through the line. A silver medal winning performance, and Castle Semple nabbed that 3rd spot, and they look absolutely delighted with that. They're over the moon to get into the medals. And we'll await for the confirmation of all of these results. Canterbridgian will take the 4th spot over Runcorn in lane number 2, and it will be London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in lane 1 in this A final of the women's junior quadruple sculls.
We have another A final on the course for you now. The women's junior 16 Coxless Pairs A final. We've got Kingston Grammar School in lane number 1, Hollingworth Lake in lane number 2, Great Marlow School in 3, Glasgow Academy in 4, Marlow Rowing Club in 5, and Azra in 6. Azra, also known as the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. So a great race going on here in the women's junior 16 Coxless Pairs. Marlow Rowing Club and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association neck and neck at the front with 500 metres to go. I think Marlow are going to... Oh, no, that was absolutely on the surge. I thought Marlow may have had a foot, but no, they went through the 500 metre marker dead level with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and a huge gap to the next crew, which is Glasgow Academy.
Yes, I think the fight for the gold medal here is certainly going to be between Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Marlow Rowing Club, who were stroke for stroke going through 500 metres to go. And the beauty of these smaller boats, as we've already said, is the speed can change very, very quickly. So I would suspect that we'll see a bit of a response from one or the other to go first. And I think whoever leads the charge, the other boat will go with them. So Marlow Rowing Club, the closer side to the tower here in lane at number 5. Aberdeen School Rowing Association's on the far side of the lake in lane number 6. And as they come towards us, there is still really nothing much to choose between either of these crews. I think, if anything, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association just starting to pull away from the crew from Marlow.
Azra have put on an amazing last 500. I wasn't able to see if there was a problem in the Marlow boat, but Azra have just opened up a gap in no time at all. In 250 metres, they went from dead level to clear water in the lead. Really impressive from the crew from North Scotland.
Yes, and as I said before, in these smaller boats, oh my word, and a boat stopping crab in the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association boat. I think it's not been enough to let Marlow catch up, but really well recovered from them in lane 6, and they're still in a good spot to nab that gold medal over the crew from Marlow Rowing Club. But as I said before, the change of boat speed in some of these crews, in these pairs, doubles and singles, smaller boats, can mean the difference between a gold and a silver. And there it is, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, absolutely delighted. They've had a great regatta so far, and Marlow Rowing Club over in silver, and a tap on the shoulder from bow to stroke. Good performance from them.
Absolutely fantastic performance from both of those crews, especially Azra. Glasgow Academy crossed the line in 3rd for another Scottish medal. Great Marlow School will cross the line in 4th position. And then Runcorn Rowing Club and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen will come across the line in 5th and 6th position.
So just a quick reminder that shortly we have some of the first presentations coming up for the Open Junior 18 Coxless Pairs, the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Fours, the Open Junior 16 Coxed Fours, the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quadruple Sculls, the Open Junior 15 Single Sculls, and the Women's Junior 15 Double Sculls, and those will take place over in the retail village at the presentation tent.
The medals are going to be presented by Rob Wells from Visit Sarasota County, our title sponsors of the British Rowing Junior Championships, and receiving their bronze medals. Let's hear it for City of Bristol Rowing Club. Wristbands and a medal for the coach as well. Congratulations to City of Bristol Rowing Club, our bronze medalists. And receiving silver, let's hear it for Maidenhead Rowing Club. Wristbands and coach's medal. Congratulations one more time to our runners-up silver medalists, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And let's hear it for our gold medalists. Club champions plaque will be awarded as well for the British champions. Let's hear it for Henley Rowing Club A. Wristbands, coach's medal, and indeed the plaque presented by Rob Wells from Visit Sarasota County. Thank you, Rob. One more time for our medalists. Let's have a big cheer for all of them. And now, which has become a bit of a tradition, on the count of three, girls, as high as you can, please. Everybody clear out the way. Off the podium. 1, 2, 3. Great stuff. Congratulations. Well done in the women's J15 double sculls. Our second presentation is for the Open J15 single sculls. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our medalists. And again, Rob Wells from Visit Sarasota County will be handing out the rowing bling. Firstly, to our bronze medalists, Rob Roy Boat Club. And a medal for the coach, along with a wristband, our silver medalist, Trentham Boat Club. Exceptionally noisy fans here from Trentham this weekend, we've noticed. And our gold medalists, and receiving the club champions plaque for British champion. Let's hear it for Globe Rowing Club. Last of the medals, and indeed the plaque, handed out to our athletes. Thank you, Rob. Let's hear it one more time for our medalists. Okay, despite the wearing of flip-flops, boys, as safe as you can. When you're ready, when all the photos are done, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Great stuff. Well done, boys. Congratulations on your achievements. We will continue with the medal presentations later on this afternoon.
So race 374 is underway after a short break. This is the B final of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Fours. We have Hampton School B in lane number 2, Bedford School and Bedford Modern Composite in lane number 3, Marlow Rowing Club in lane number 4, a Clare's Court and King's Canterbury Composite in lane number 5, and a George Heriot's George Watson's Composite in lane number 6. And they're coming up to the 1,000-metre marker now. And it's very tight out in front of this B final. It's the Heriot's and Watson's Composite that go through in first, with pretty neck and neck between the Bedford Modern Bedford School Composite and the Clare's Court King's Canterbury Composite, with Hampton in 4th and Marlow in 5th.
All still very tight in this B final of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Fours, and it's still the two composites out in front, with the George Heriot George Watson's composite in lane number 6 and the Bedford School and Bedford Modern composite in lane number 3 fighting out at the top. Also very close, we've got the Clare's Court and the King's composite trying to push hard on Bedford School and Bedford Modern.
So the George Heriot's George Watson's Composite have stretched out their lead slightly. Clare's Court, King's Canterbury and Bedford School, Bedford Modern fighting for second place, with Hampton sitting in 3rd and Hampton in 4th and Marlow in 5th. Interesting to see the three composite crews out in front of this B final.
$250 meters to go now in this B final of the Open Junior 16 Coxless Fours, and it's still the Scottish composite of George Heriot's and George Watson's in lane number 6. And they're leading by about a length and a half. This is the Scottish Junior 4 for next week's Home International Regatta Championships. And it's Clare's Court now who have stretched out their lead over the composite from Bedford School and Bedford Modern in 3rd.
George Heriot's and George Watson's coming up to the line to cross first in the Junior 18 Coxless Fours B final. Clare's Court, King's Canterbury cross in 2nd. Bedford School, Bedford Modern cross in 3rd. Very tight for 4th position between Hampton and Marlow. Very close to call. We have the A final now of the Junior 18 Coxters Fours on the course. In lane 1, we have a Leander and Shiplake composite. In lane 2, Great Marlow School. In 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In 4, Tideway Scullers School. In 5, Windsor Boys School. And in 6, Hampton School A. It looks as though the crews are coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker now, so we should be able to give you some accurate placings soon, but it looks as though the Hampton School A crew are out in front.
Through the halfway marker, it's still Hampton A who lead the field, but very tight between between Great Marlow School, and Windsor Boys. Absolutely stroke for silver and bronze. Tideway Scullers currently in 4th, about a length over Maidenhead, and the Leander Shiplake composite currently in the 6th position. But a sterling performance in lane 6 from Hampton A. Of course, their B crews just raced in the B final in the previous race. So a strong entry from Hampton School into these Open Junior Coxters Fours. But I think the real race that we're going to see developing here is certainly in the middle of the lake between Windsor Boys and Great Marlow School, and sandwiched in between them, Tideway Scullers lead Maidenhead in 4th and 5th.
Approaching 500 metres to go now for these crews in the A final of the Junior 18 Coxters Fours. And Hampton extending their lead out in front over Windsor Boys School and Great Marlow, who are very tight in 2nd and 3rd. Tideway Scullers in 4th, Maidenhead in 5th.
And it's still quite a tight final here in this A final of the Open Junior Coxters Fours. And Tideway Scullers starting to creep up to try and get themselves involved in the medals. They're trying to push up on Great Marlow School, who currently sit in the bronze medal behind Windsor Boys and Hampton School. And it's Hampton still with clear water over the rest of the field. And lane 2, Great Marlow School starting now to mount a sprint to try and challenge the Windsor Boys again. They were very tight going through the halfway marker, and I think Great Marlow School now starting to push extremely hard, and the Windsor Boys maybe going backwards a little bit. Tideway Scullers as well getting in and amongst the medals, and I think trying to take down the Windsor Boys.
Absolutely, really impressive stuff from Great Marlow School in the last 500. They're on the near side. They would have come 3rd in the semi-final earlier, so they're putting some things to rights from that. Hampton School out in front though. Windsor Boys in lane number 5. The rate has gone absolutely sky high, and it's them versus Great Marlow School. Great Marlow School's steering just going slightly off. They're drifting towards lane 1 on the near side of the lake.
And Hampton School have it quite comfortably for that first place position, but Windsor Boys hanging on by the skin of their teeth over the crew from Great Marlow School. Tideway Scullers remain in the 4th position over the line, and the crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 3. And then the final crew is the Shiplake Leander crew.
If you're looking for the full results of today's racing, or indeed the whole competition over the weekend, you can find them at res.britchamps.org. That's res.britchamps.org. Coming down the course now, we have the A final of the Open Junior Coxless Pairs. In lane 1, we have City of Bristol. On the near side, in lane 2, Tideway Sculler School. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 4, Northwich Rowing Club. Lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club. And lane 6, Walton Rowing Club. And if you reverse that order, number 6 is leading, and then it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, going back up the course. These boats now coming in towards the second half of the course. Towards the last 500 metres, sorry. Final stages of this race. Looking fairly spread out as they come down into the last 500 metres. This is a perfect example, I'm told, of the echelon formation, where we have 6 down to 1, and that's the seeding that has been put in place today to give the best lanes to the fastest crews from the semi-finals. We think lane 2 has pushed up past lane 3. Tideway Sculler School putting on a good sprint there to come through or up to Marlow Rowing Club, who are in lane 3, but the whole race being held by Walton Rowing Club in lane 6, who are leading Wallingford as they come into the final stages. Scullers generated a sizable lead, though, over Marlow Rowing Club as they come into the last 500 metres. But a race of 2 halves here. We have 3 crews out front, and then some distance before the remaining 3 crews in this race. So it would appear quite clear who the medal winners are likely to be. The question is, in what order will they cross the line? But they look fairly spaced out. So with these last 250 metres to go, it'll be a tough call for these crews to change the outcome, but not impossible. Had a few last-minute surprises in some of the races coming down earlier on today. It can only take a crab, and a crew could come through. So these crews will be looking to make sure they keep it tidy and keep it fast as they come in towards the finish line here in the A final of the Open Junior 16 Coxless Pairs. But Walton chilling out front as they come through the finish line. They look pretty comfortable with their 2-length lead. Then goes Wallingford, happy to sit and roll through the line, followed by lane 4, Northwich Rowing Club. Here come Tideway Scullers, followed by in lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club and City of Bristol.
We're on the course now with the B final of the Women's Junior 8s. We've got Queen Elizabeth High School in 1, Maidstone Invicta in 2, Royal Chester in 3, Worcester Rowing Club in 4. So we've got York City in lane number 6. So just a reminder for everyone watching here, it's lane 6 on the far-hand side of the course, which is currently leading this race in the B final of this Women's Junior 8s event. That is York City Rowing Club, and they have a sizable lead over the rest of the field. And seems to be rowing extremely well. Lots of support from the coaches on the bank for this one. And York indeed rowing very tidily as they approach the halfway marker in this B final event. And then a real tussle for second and third in this B-final of the Women's Junior 8s. That is Worcester Rowing Club and Royal Chester are absolutely neck and neck going through halfway. And indeed Maidstone Invicta as well, pushing right up there for the places from second down to 6th. But York still out in front, leading the charge as they approach 500 metres to go. So York City still holding on to that lead. They're through 750 metres to go and storming towards 500 metres until the finish. And Maidstone Invicta now starting to edge ahead of the rest of the field, trying to push themselves a little bit closer to York City in lane 6 on the far side. Maidstone Invicta currently sitting in lane number 2. So a few lanes across from this leading crew from York City. Queen Elizabeth High School in lane number 1, also trying to get themselves into contention there, starting to push ahead now of the crew from Worcester Rowing Club and Royal Chester, but all still very tight in the rest of the field. But York, a really sterling performance from them. Maidstone Invicta cementing that second place at the moment by half a length over Queen Elizabeth High School. And then a little bit further back, we've now got Royal Chester and Worcester Rowing Club. Royal Chester about 3/4 of a length ahead of Worcester in those final 2 spots. So through into the Red Boys now, we're riding with York City Rowing Club, who are imperiously leading this B final of the Women's Junior 8s. And a real fight going on here between Queen Elizabeth High School and Maidstone Invicta. And Maidstone Invicta, who had got the honours through 500 metres to go, being pushed really hard by Queen Elizabeth High School. I think Maidstone Invicta are just going to hang on. They're about a boat length ahead as they approach 5 strokes to go. And York City extremely pleased with that win there. Maidstone Invicta over the line, about a length ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School. Royal Chester have managed to press themselves far enough ahead of Worcester to cement the 4th place, and it will be Worcester Rowing Club that will cross the line in 5th. We'll wait for the confirmation of all these results, as always, and we'll bring you the A final of this event in just a few moments' time.
So the next race now on the course. A final of the Women's Junior 18-8. In lane 1, we have Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools Rowing Club and St Andrew Boat Club. Composite. In lane 2, we have King's Grammar School and Molesey. In lane 3, St Paul's and Tideway Scholars School. In lane 4, Greater Marlow School. Lane 5, NCRA. And lane 6, Henley Rowing Club. NCRA is for Notts County Rowing Association, and they are over on the far side, right up there with Henley on the north bank, leading this race. These two crews looking very close as they come in towards the 1,000 metre mark. Both these crews stormed the time trial, so we're not expecting anyone to be anywhere near, but it is Notts County who are leading Henley by about half a length. And then TSS, Tideway Scholars School, just going through the 1,000 metre mark there, about 2 lengths back, followed by St Paul's, sorry, the St Paul's and TSS composite, followed by Greater Marlow. Then it's the composite in lane 2 of King's Grammar School and Molesey, followed by the composite in lane 1. So a strong performance by the 2.8s in lanes 5 and 6. Notts County and Henley Rowing Club, they dominated in the time trial, they dominated in the semi-finals, and it looks like they're dominating in this A final over on the North Bank. A real battle up there at the front of the course. Notts County had half a length at the 1K, but this third quarter is going to be crucial for deciding the outcome of this race. It's all about hand in the flame for these girls. They're going to have to really push on just as the lactic acid starts to build if Notts County want to hold on to that first place position as they come through the 500 metres to go point, which we're just approaching now. The composite of St Paul's and Tideway Scholars still looking to be in the third place, but it looks as though Henley has pushed ahead over the crew from Notts County. They now have the quarter length advantage coming into the last 500 metres. That can still be gained back by Notts County with a strong sprint, but Henley are going to be doing everything they can to keep them at bay Tideway Scullers and St Paul's Composite just come through the 500 metres. Now 2 lengths ahead of Greater Marlow School in lane 4. So what a battle for first and second between Notts County and Henley Rowing Club. Henley had the advantage at the 500. Have they held on to it as they come in to the last 300 metres of this race? We think Henley just have it as they come towards the 250 metres to go. Notts County are going to be throwing everything at this now. We can see the rate in both crews is starting to climb as they come into their sprint. The Coxes no doubt shouting them on into the finish line. Henley looking as if they're pulling away a bit now into the last 100 metres. A real move from Henley here to take the gold. They're determined to move away from Notts County. They've rown through in this third quarter. What a row from Henley here. What a finish to this race. The girls of Henley Rowing Club rowing through Notts County in this second half. They've nearly got a lead, a 1 length advantage as they come in towards the finish. Just less than a length as they go over the line. There go Notts County, crossing the line second. And here come the composite of St Paul's girls and Tideway Scullers. What a tight battle there for the start of this race, and a dominant third and fourth quarter for the girls of Henley Rowing Club, who've accelerated all the way through this 2K course. In lane 4, taking the 4th place, come Greater Marlow School, and they're followed by 2 more composites. King's Grammar School and Molesey in lane 2, just about to cross the line, and half a length back, Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools Rowing Club and St Andrew Composite complete the race.
So we're back at the start of the course now with the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls. In lane 1 we've got Twickenham Rowing Club, in lane 2 Monmouth Comprehensive, in lane 3 Yarm School, in lane 4 Tideway Scullers School, in lane number 5 Reading Rowing Club, and in lane 6 Walton Rowing Club. And as it stands at the moment, it's lane 6 on the north bank of the course, Walton Rowing Club, Denning, who currently leads Reading Rowing Club in lane number 5. Miss Pollard by about 2.5 lengths. So we're at 1,000 metres and very close for second place between lane 2 and lane 5. So that's Reading Rowing Club and Monmouth Comprehensive. Miss Kearsey are absolutely stroke for stroke. A bit of a gap then back to Tideway Scullers School sat in 4th, and then Yarm and Twickenham exchanging blows for 5th and 6th through the 1,000 metre marker. They're all very close in this B final of the Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls. Not close for Miss Stenning from Walton Rowing Club though. She's got quite a lead over the rest of the field. Probably now around 3 lengths to second and third Reading Rowing Club and Monmouth Comprehensive. So with 750 metres to go now, it's still Reading and Monmouth Comprehensive where the race is at between lane 2. That's Monmouth there and Reading in lane number 5. And I think Reading now potentially just starting to start pushing ahead of the crew from Monmouth Comprehensive, but all still very tight. There's really not much in it. All I can tell you is that Walton in lane number 6 still leading by a reasonable amount as we head through to 500 metres to go. So indeed, Reading Rowing Club now in second position, about half a length ahead of Monmouth Comprehensive in third. Tideway Scullers has managed to scull away from the Scullers at the back of the field, Yarm and Twickenham, but Twickenham only a barrel ball ahead of Yarm in 5th and 6th, so all still very close pairings within this race. We've got Walton out in front, 2nd and 3rd fighting between Reading Rowing Club and Monmouth Comprehensive, with Reading just about edging that one out. Tideway Scullers sat in the middle of the field, all on a lonesome unfortunately, but holding that position well ahead of Yarm and Twickenham, who are absolutely stroke for stroke in the 5th and 6th positions. So all closing up a little bit here now as they enter 250 metres to go. As we'd expect in these single scull races, everything is quite spread throughout the race and then starts to tighten up as they all begin their sprints. So Walton Rowing Club still leading, but having to still put on a bit of a sprint to try and fend off lanes 2 and 5, who are still fighting it out for the honours for second. And Walton managing to scull away effectively by raising the rate. She's doing a really good job and has executed a fantastic race plan to stay and lead from the front the whole way down this course. But what a fight going on still between Reading Rowing Club and Monmouth Comprehensive. Reading Rowing Club still snatching that second place as they enter the Red Buoys with 100 metres to go. Reading Rowing Club just trying to break clear water over Monmouth Comprehensive. Tideway Scullers also starting to sprint to try and get themselves back up the rankings, but we'll have to draw our attention to the finish line where the sculler from Walton Rowing Club, what a fantastic race from her, leading from start to finish in this B final of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls. Reading Rowing Club managing to clinch that second spot over Monmouth Comprehensive. They had a real tussle all the way down that course, and Tideway Scullers clinging on in a tight finish there with Twickenham Rowing Club. We'll have to wait for confirmation of all these results, and Yarm completing the field in lane number 3. And that completes the B final of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls.
After that cracking race, we're going to be moving over to the patio lawn, and Howard has got some information about the upcoming medal ceremonies, and he'll be with you in just a moment.
On the ceremonies, coming up at 3:40, we will have the medal ceremonies for the J18 boys single, J16 open double, J18 girls quad, the J16 girls pair, the J16 open coxed 4, the J18 girls coxless 4, and the J16 girls quad. If you can come to the British rowing tent in the retail village before 3:40 to receive your medals. Now, if you're unable to attend your medal ceremony because you're doubling up, you can't be there at the published time, please come to the medal ceremonies cabin, which is at the back of the lawn on the retail village, and we will arrange receipt of your medals later. So the 3:40 ceremonies will be J18 boys single, J16 open double, J18 girls quad, J16 girls pair, J16 boys cox 4, the J18 girls coxless 4, and the J16 girls quad. Come to the inflatable tent on the lawn before 3:40. If you cannot make it, so many of you are doubling up, we completely understand. Please go to the medal ceremonies cabin at the back of the retail village and we will arrange receipt of your medals. Thank you.
Next race on the course, the Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls A final, coming into the last 250 metres, so we'll skip the roll call and move straight into the racing. It's being led by Cambridge 99s over on the North Bank. Behind them, LEH in lane 5, and then it's Clondaff in lane 3. We then have Grange School, King's School Ely and Tyne, all fairly tight towards the back of the pack. A great row from Cambridge 99 over on the North Bank, coming into their last 100 metres now. With a comfortable lead over Lady Anna Hollis in lane 5. These two scullers followed by Clondaff in lane 3. Height for 4th place though. Grange School over King's School Ely. Very little separating these two scullers. They come in towards the finish of this race. Probably about a canvas in it between these two boats. Bronze goes to Clondaff as they go across the line. Just check for the white flag from the umpire after the race. Lane 2, a length and a half over lane 4, King's Ely. And here comes lane 1, Tyne Rowing Club.
So we're approaching 750 metres to go now in the B final of the Open Junior Cox Quadruple Sculls. Tideway Scullers B in 1, Abingdon Rowing Club in 2, Chestler Street in 3, Clares Court B in 4, Rob Roy in 5 and Tideway Scullers A in lane number 6. So just a reminder, lane 6 all the way over on the North Bank. And going, if you're watching on the live stream, that's currently towards the left of your picture is lane number 1. If you're here with us at the centre, lane 1, of course, is on the side of the centre. And it's currently Tideway Scullers A leading by around 3 lengths over Rob Roy in lane number 5. But then very tight, Jack, between Chestler Street and Clares Court from what I can see.
Yeah, looking like a close race in these quads as they come in to the last 500 metres. That 3rd place position in the B final looking very close indeed.
But a really nice Tideway Scullers crew here. They've got quite a grasp on the race and looking very relaxed. And Rob Roy up nice and high with the rating, but wow, what a race for 3rd between Chestler Street and Clares Court. I can't really tell between them, Jack.
I think Chestler Street has a slight advantage there, maybe 3/4 of a canvas, but really not much in it between Chestler Street and Abingdon and Clares Court in lane 3 and 4.
Abingdon and Tideway Scullers B in 5th and 6th currently respectively, but I think we'll have to turn our attention to this race going on in 3rd. I'm pretty sure that Tideway Scullers A have got enough room now to hold on to the win. Rob Roy could be caught if this race gets really interesting between Chestler Street and Clares Court, which it absolutely has the power to be. And I think you're right, Chestler Street now just starting to put the pressure on a little bit and breaking Clares Court's rhythm.
Yeah, they're definitely moving on into these 250 metres, putting on a real spurt there as they come through to the very final stages of this race in the lovely bright red and checkered onesies.
And indeed, Tideway Scholars are now starting to sprint, even though they are in the leading position by some comfortable margin over Rob Roy. They're just wanting to put on a bit of a show for the crowd, show what speed that they can get, and they're into the red boys now, meaning they've probably got about 15 strokes to go until they cross the line in front of the tower. Rob Roy also managing to cling on to second spot and keeping that clear water between themselves and the fight going on behind them. But Chester Street have done a fantastic job to push themselves into third from that close fight.
What a move in this last quarter. We can hear loud and vocal support on both sides of the course as Chester Street pull out to about a length's lead over Clare's Court. Length and a quarter even as they go over the line. Here come Clare's Court, followed by lane 2, Abingdon Rowing Club.
And to complete that very exciting B final of the Open Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, it's the B crew from Tideway Scullers. And good to know actually that Tideway Scullers 2 crews in that event, in that B final. So fantastic to see so many athletes from Tideway Scullers contesting here this weekend. And it must have been half of them competing against their teammates, I'm sure. So well done to all for that B final of the Open Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And we'll now move on to the A final, which we should be joining any moment now. A bit of a roll call for you. We've got AB7 Rowing Club in lane 1, Clare's Court A in lane number 2, Henley Rowing Club A in lane 3, Walter Rowing Club in lane 4, Swilliam Ball A's in 5, and Windsor Boys A in 6. So that to look forward to, and we'll bring you the latest as soon as we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder then, at 3:40, we will have the medal ceremonies for the J18 Open Boys Single, for the J16 Open Double, for the J18 Girls Quad, J16 Girls Pair, J16 Open Cox 4, the J18 Girls Coxless 4, and the J16 girls quad. So if you can head to the British Rowing tent in the Retail Village on the lawn, we will be holding the presentations in the next few moments for those races. That's the J18 Open Single, J16 Open Double, J18 Girls Quad, J16 Girls Pair, J16 Open Cox 4, the J18 Girls Coxless 4, and the J16 Girls Quad. If you are unable to attend your medal ceremony, there are so many athletes that are doubling up, then we will obviously want to present your medals to you and make it special. So if you can head to the medal ceremonies cabin at the back of the Retail Village when you're available, we will arrange receipt of your medal and obviously a photo opportunity too. So appreciate your cooperation with this, but our medal ceremonies will be starting in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you.
Really tight in this A final of the Open Junior 15 Cox quadruple sculls between Sir William Borlase in lane number 5, currently leading over Henley Rowing Club in lane number 3 by about half a canvas. And we've also got the Windsor boys in lane number 6 also up there in contention, pretty much neck and neck with Henley Rowing Club. So 3 crews there, all going for the medals, and what colour they'll be, we don't know. All can change yet. And also we've still got fights going on a little bit further back in the course between the crew from Clares Court in lane number 2 and AB7 in lane number 1. But I think as it stands at the moment, Sir William Borlase about a canvas up on Henley Rowing Club and Windsor boys, but all still very tight.
All the boats in this A final of the Open Junior 15 Cox Quads looking very fast indeed as they come on towards the 1,000 metre mark. Some high rates in the boats, towards the 500 metre mark. High rating boats and some good speed on the water across the board as they come in to the final stages of this race.
And it is indeed still Sir William Borlase that holds that lead through 750 metres to go, and as Jack mentioned, furiously heading towards us here in the tower, and with 500 metres to go, Sir William Borlase have now extended their lead to about half a length over the Windsor Boys School and over Henley Rowing Club. So we'll give you a roll crawl through 500 metres. It's Sir William Borlase with 3/4 of a length now over the Windsor Boys School. Henley Rowing Club half a length down on Windsor Boys. So that's your gold, silver, bronze standing through 500 metres to go, but could all change. Clares Court then in lane number 2 over AB7 in lane number 1 for 4th and 5th. But we'll have to wait to see what the sprint can bring, Jack.
Very close there between Henley Rowing Club in lane 3 and Windsor Boys in lane 6 for that 2nd and 3rd place. Not much separating these two crews. So William Borlase starting to eke out in front of the pack there, getting a little bit of movement forward from the other crews, just pushing their nose out to lead off this race.
I think still Sir William Borlase cannot rest on their laurels though, because if you look to the north side of the lake there, Windsor Boys really starting to try and wind it up as they're being pulled forward by Henley Rowing Club, and really tricky when you've got a crew in between you to try and keep tabs on where you are, especially when you're going for medals. So I think Sir William Borlase need to make sure that they're responding to all the moves going on behind them from the Windsor Boys, from Henley Rowing Club, and I think it's still Windsor Boys in silver medal and starting to get overlap now with Sir William Borlase.
Cracking sprint in lane 6, really coming up on the boys of Sir William Borlase School, really moving there into this last 500, but Sir William Borlase still out in front, still got half a length on the Windsor Boys crew. And
I'm sure the Windsor Boys cocks will be absolutely letting their crew know exactly where they are on that Sir William Borlase boat. They'll be saying half a length, but it's a bit too late. And Sir William Borlase go across in the gold medal position ahead of the Windsor Boys, who mounted a challenge, but a little bit too late. Henley Rowing Club over in that bronze medal position, subject to confirmation. And then Clare's Court and AB7.
The William Borlase looking very happy with themselves. A cracking race there, just holding off that challenge from Windsor Boys in the final stages to secure their first place across the line.
And from one furious final on to the next, and it's the B final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. Hollingworth Lake currently leading this over Rob Roy, over the crew from Camas in third, York City Rowing Club in fourth, and very tight for fifth and sixth between Abington Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union. So very, very tight there at the back of the pack between those three scullers. But Hollingworth Lake doing extremely well in lane number 5, has got quite a commanding lead over Rob Roy in lane number 6.
It's nice to see a race that is seeming to defy the echelon formation just a little bit as they come in towards the final stages now. Gets a bit boring if it's always lane 6 who's coming down in front and leading off on the north side of the lake, so it's nice to see one where we've got a bit of a change up in the order of the crews.
So this is, as we mentioned, the B final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls, and it's still Hollingworth Lake leading this B final over Rob Roy, who's sitting in the second position, over Camas in the middle of the lake in third. This is a fantastic performance from Hollingworth Lake here. Such a lead in this final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. Rob Roy as well, just trying to stick with her, but still at least a boat length of clear water as they approach 500 metres to go. Bit of a push from Camas there to get overlap with Rob Roy for that second and third spot. Rob Roy staying nice and relaxed though, and keeping that lead for second place in place. And then from fourth to sixth, all still quite tight, Jack.
Yeah, lanes 1, 2 and 3 right up there and against each other less than a quarter of a length from each of these crews. Lane 3 leading lane 2, who in turn are leading lane 1. That's Nottingham and Union, about quarter of a length up on York City Rowing Club, who in turn are about quarter of a length up on Abingdon Rowing Club as they come in to the final 500 metres of this race.
And Hollingworth Lake still remain leaders, as they have done throughout the whole of this race. Rob Roy would have to do something pretty special, I think, over in lane number 6 to be in contention for the lead. But Hollingworth Lake seems to have plenty of space to move up through the race, should she need to. And a really nice relaxed scull from her. She's just starting to tap it along a little bit quicker now. She's starting to raise the rate. I think, you know, probably last race of the weekend for her, and she's just wanting to demonstrate what she can do. So we're through 250 metres to go. Rob Roy now just starting to close a little bit on Hollingworth Lake, but I think Hollingworth Lake with plenty in the tank just to maintain the lead.
150 metres to the line. This is all about emptying the tank, all about using up those last reserves to make sure you get yourself onto the finishing positions. You want to be right up there at the front of this race.
And Camus has had a fantastic race here, currently sitting in third, was contesting sort of at the back of the pack and has put herself right up there in contention with Rob Roy. They're into the red boys now, only 15 strokes to go, and I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. She's mounting a real challenge though, and I think actually with 10 strokes to go she's got half a length to claw back, and she might just even do it.
What a sprint there from Camus. She's really moving up towards the line there, so close. And it's amazing to watch here in the commentary box as Camus starts to pull through Rob Roy. That's really close for us to call. I think we're going to have to leave that one to the umpires.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a beautifully timed push from Camus, and she looks absolutely exhausted. Nottingham and Union there over in lane number 3 in the 4th position. Abingdon Rowing Club went over in 5th, and York City in 6th, but we'll have to wait for the umpires to decide and the line judges to decide on that very important second spot in this B final. Of course, we're deciding positions 7 to 12, so the top 12 scullers in the country at this junior 15 age group, so all of them have done so fantastically to be here in all of the finals taking place this afternoon. And if Camus have indeed pulled that off, what a race from such a mature women's junior 15 single sculler. Absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, safe to say for any athlete racing on a Sunday at the British Junior Rowing Championships, they have definitely done incredibly well to make it here into the A and B finals, and it puts them solidly in the top 12 rankings of all rowers within the United Kingdom.
And speaking of A and B finals, we now have the A final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls event, and a really tight spot for gold at the moment between George Watson's College in lane number 6 and Exeter Rowing Club in lane number 5, and I think it's Exeter Rowing Club. I was actually speaking to the coach of this particular single sculler yesterday, and they were unsure about how she would perform up against the rest of the country, and I think those uncertainties certainly need to be put to bed, because she's currently leading the A final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls by a length and a half.
Coming into the last 500 metres, it is going to be very difficult for any other sculler to catch up with that lead that she has got in lane 5. Year of Exeter Rowing Club doing incredibly well as she comes into the very final stages of this race. Watsons will be challenging on the outside, trying to pull on up on that first place position, but she really has got a reasonable lead as she comes in towards the last 250 metres. She can see the other scullers behind her. She's just got to keep pushing off and pushing on.
And as we mentioned before, things can change so quickly in these single scull events. These athletes have the ability to make speed changes at the drop of a hat. It's just them in the boat, just them controlling the stroke rate and the speed at which they're pushing their legs down. And actually, we might even see a bit of a change in order even as late as the last 10 strokes as we've just seen in the previous race. So nothing yet confirmed, I think is safe to say, but actually Exeter looking really strong into these last 250 metres.
Yes, not just a physical feat, but a tough mental feat here. All about hands in the flame. How much can they take that pain as they push in towards the line? They're going to be really struggling against their own mindset here as they push on towards the last 100 metres, just trying to get every ounce out of that tank and really use those engines to their maximum as they come in towards the finish line.
So the Exeter sculler there in lane number 5 has really started to open up a lead, and staying nice and relaxed into the final stages always really helps with that. And into the red boys now, I think she'll be having a little smile to herself, because I think she knows that she'd pretty comfortably got this one sewn up unless anything dramatic happens. And George Watson's, has sat in that second place the whole way down the course as well. Some really great race plans that we've seen, and the fact that the result has remained the same way the whole way down the course has meant that they've kept their heads in their own boats. And so that's Exeter over in the gold medal position. She'll be absolutely chuffed, and I know her coach will be as well. And George Watson's in lane number 6 over in that silver medal position, and Tideway Scullers will take the bronze medal position over the line, subject to confirmation.
Fantastic row from all these girls here. 2 kilometres, a very long way to go in a single scull. It takes a lot of determination to keep that speed going all the way through the race. And that's what all these girls have done here. Even those in the lead weren't going to slow down, weren't going to settle back. They were going to push on all the way through to the finish line. Well, there's competition here at the British Rowing Junior Championships, not just on the water, but also on social media. On Twitter, we've been having a debate about who's got the best and most snazzy leggings of 4 of our top clubs at this year's championships. And the winner, it looks to be Chesley Street for their red and blue number checked pattern. So Robin has come back to join me in the commentary box. We've got a calm voice to counter my excitement, to get a bit more balance over the airwaves for the next couple of hours.
Underway now is the B final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls with, in lane 1, Hinksey Sculling School. In lane 2, Castle Semple. Camus are in lane 3, George Watson's in lane 4. Lane 5 we have Dart Totnes and Gloucester are in lane 6. Gloucester looked really strong earlier. It'll be interesting to see how they match up to this competition, but moment they are a long way away. And as they cross the 1,000-metre mark, halfway down the course, Dart Totnes in lane 5 lead Gloucester by just over a length. In lane 3, it's at George Watson's College. In third place, fourth Castle Semple, fifth Camus, and sixth is Hinksey Sculling School. So Dart Totnes in lane 5 lead Gloucester as they enter the second half of the race. And as they cross the line with 1,500 metres gone, Dart Totnes still lead, but George Watson's have pulled through to second place ahead of Gloucester. In fourth place, it's Castle Semple ahead of Camus and Hinksey Sculling School. So the order has changed. Dart Totnes leading from George Watson's, who have had an excellent third quarter, ahead of Gloucester. And as they come down towards the finish, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club look to have a lead of 3 lengths over George Watson's, who have a lead in turn of about a length, although Gloucester are now really responding. They've had a really good race so far, but they are just starting to fall back a little, but they're trying hard to maintain contact with George Watson's. And Gloucester are certainly giving it everything they've got as they come down towards the finish in this B final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Dart Totnes are going to cross the line first. And who's it going to be? Is it George Watson's or is it Gloucester? And it's so close. Look to me just George Watson's over Gloucester, but we'll leave that one, as we do all of them, to the judges. The fourth place, it's Camus ahead of Castle Semple and Hinksey Sculling School.
And with that, we move on to the Open Junior 18 double sculls A final. And in lane 5 on the South Bank side, just where our cameras are positioned if you're on YouTube, or where the finish tower is if you're here in the park, St Leonard's School. Lane 2, Maidenhead B. Lane 3, Windsor Boys. Lane 4, Calpe Rowing Club. Lane 5, Leander Club. And Lane 6 on the North Bank, Chester Street. Recent winners of the kit competition. So leading out this race, we can see Leander A as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Leander are ahead of Chester Street, who are in lane 6, and Chester Street are followed by Calpe Rowing Club in lane 4. So Leander leading out Chesley Street in lanes 5 and 6, and followed by Calpe in lane 4. This is the A final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls, race 386. Fast progressing towards the last 500 metres now. Leander look to have about a 2.5 length lead over Chesley Street as they come into the last 500 metres. The red and blue just going through the 500 metre mark now. And here come Calpe in lane 4. They're just going through about 3 lengths behind. And they're followed by lane 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And then lane 1, St Leonard's School. So Leander Club leading Chester Street about 2.5 lengths ahead, and followed by Calpe Rowing Club. We're about 3 lengths behind the red and blue double in lane 6. And here come Leander Club into their last 150 metres. Their lead perhaps eroded slightly by Chester Street on the far side, but still with a good lead as they come in towards the finish. Leander leading Chester Street, stroked by Robbie Crow. In third place come Calpet. About 1.5 lengths back. Sit Windsor Boys in lane 3. Here come lane 1, St Leonard's School, who are followed finally by Maidenhead Rowing Club to compete our A final of the Open Junior 18 Double Sculls.
So we're on to now the B final of the Open Junior 16 Single Sculls. In lane 1, St Peter's School. Lane 2, Calpe. In lane 3, Norwich Rowing Club. Lane 4, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. City of Bristol in lane 5 and Kings Ely in lane 6. And this looks pretty close at the front end. I think Kings Ely are just ahead of City of Bristol. But Clydesdale are also up there, so it's got to be, we'll give you an update as soon as they cross the next marker. It's certainly close. And this is a B final, and there's about a canvas over covering the front 4. So it's City of Bristol just ahead of Kings Ely, Clydesdale and Norwich very close as well. So it looks to me as though Kings and actually Calpe are not far off either. So this is a very, very level race. For a B final, these are very evenly matched athletes. And they'll each have their own race plan, so the order could quite easily change. If they're sitting on the race plan and they've decided to have a strong second or third quarter, that will radically change the order on the water. It's all a question about smarting a competition, not overcooking it too early. And as they cross the 500 metre to go line, it is still City of Bristol just ahead of Kings Ely. The rest of the field is dead level, about a length down on those two. So that's Clydesdale, Norwich and Calpe just a length behind, and then St Peter's School a length behind them. So City of Bristol with about a canvas lead over Kings Ely as they approach the final quarter of the race and come down past the gazebos, the grandstands, and through to the finishing line. So it is a B final, but as Jack has said earlier, it's a fantastic achievement to get to final Sunday at the British Junior Rowing Championships, and to get into the A or B final, they should be very proud of their achievements. And City of Bristol currently looking to establish their position as 7th in the country for their age group and category. But Kings Ely are certainly not letting them have it all their way. It's Millard of Kings Ely, Potter of City of Bristol, battling it out for first place. City of Bristol B maintaining that slender margin, but the Kings Ely sculler now putting the whole kitchen sink into it at the moment. And the Kings Ely sculler has a very strong finish. He's upped his rating and he's gaining on in every stroke over City of Bristol. City of Bristol with a lower rating, he's a bigger, stronger guy, but there's a bit more dynamism in the Kings Ely. So it's down to City of Bristol. I think the Kings Ely sculler gave it everything he got, but unfortunately it wasn't quite up to matching the power of the City of Bristol sculler, who comes over in first place. In third place it's Clydesdale, Mr. Mohammadi of Clydesdale, ahead of Kirk of Norwich. Completing the field are Vinales of Calpe and Millman of St Peter's School.
City of Bristol looking delighted with that performance there. A little smash into the water as he went across the finish line. The next race coming down the course, the A final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls. This is race 388. In lane 1 we have Rob Roy Boat Club. In lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 3, City of Bristol. Lane 4, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 5, Glasgow Academy. And lane 6 on the North Bank side, Hollingworth Lake. So we've seen City of Bristol just win in the B final. Now their A crew taking on the A final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls, along with a strong field of other athletes. We look forward to this race, now approaching the 1,000 metre point. Coming in towards the halfway point in this race, it looks like a lead for Glasgow Academy in a bright yellow boat. They are sat in lane 5, so on the North Bank side, but not quite the furthest over. In that far lane sits Hollingworth Lake, currently holding the 2nd position, about 2 lengths down. Sizable gap between these two boats at the front of the pack. So what a row from Glasgow Academy and Hollingworth Lake. Next to go through the 500 metres to go point was Henley B, and they were followed by City of Bristol in the 4th place. Marlow Rowing Club and Rob Roy Boat Club at the rear of the pack. But a really comfortable lead for the two scullers of Glasgow Academy and Hollingworth Lake. Glasgow Academy doing what they need to do to push off Hollingworth as they come into the final stages of this race. They've got about 250 metres left to cling on to that first place in this A final. A great programme for junior athletes at Glasgow Academy. They've had some fantastic results this weekend and this season. It looks as though this is going to be another one of them to add to the pack. But just look at that gap these two scullers have generated in the field. Hollingworth and Glasgow Academy in a field of their own out at the front of the course. Now coming into their last 100 metres. A good 2 lengths separating these two scullers. Milne of Glasgow Academy leaning Phillips of Hollingworth Lake into the line. Both looking long and strong. They come through to the finish. Glasgow Academy happy to float across there, but he crossed the line first. He's certainly very happy with himself. Wait for the white flag, but it certainly looks like he'll be on the winner's podium later on today. Here comes lane 3 and lane 4. Lane 3 leading by 2 lengths. And that is the City of Bristol sculler over the Henley Rowing Club sculler. City of Bristol having rowed through in the second half of this race. Here come the last two. Lane 1, Rob Roy Boat Club leading Marlow Rowing Club by about 3 lengths. This, the A final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up at 4:35 is our next set of medal ceremonies. These will be for the J18 Open Coxless 4, the J16 Open Pair, J15 Open Cox Quad, the J18 Girls Coxed 8, the J16 Girls Single, and the J15 Girls Single. I'll run through that list for you again in a second. If you're on that list, please come to the British Rowing Tents on the patio lawn. The ceremony will start at 4:35. Now, if you're unable to attend, because so many athletes are doubling up this afternoon, we obviously want to present your medal and give you the photo opportunity as well. Come to the medal ceremonies cabin at the back of the retail village to arrange receipt of your medal. But at 4:35, we're aiming to present medals in the J18 Open Coxers 4, the J16 Open Pair, the J15 Open Coxed Quad, J18 Girls Coxed 8, the J16 Girls Single, and the J15 Girls Single. So that will be starting at 4:35.
And we nip up the course to the B final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls. In lane 1, it's Wynyard of London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. In lane 2, it's Witt of Lady Anna Hollis. Almond of Merchant Taylors is in lane 3. Olawumi of Globe is in lane 4. Anderson of Yarm in lane 5. And Chester Street have Forster in lane 6. And the current standing is Yarm in first place in lane 5. Globe in second. And Chester Street in third. So lane 5 and lane 4 are very close. That's Yarm and Globe. Yarm just marginally in the lead. In third place, it looks like Witt of Lady Anna Hollis. Fourth is Chestler Street, fifth is London Youth Rowing Thames Tradesman, and sixth Merchant Taylors. And as they come into the closing stages, it looks like Globe to me who are in the lead. Lady Anna Hollis second. And Yarm also in there. And Globe currently leading Yarm as they come down towards the finish in the B final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls. So Globe approaching and crossing the line now, perhaps 1.5 lengths up on Anderson of Yarm. In third place, coming through strongly now, is Witt of Lady Anna Hollis. And it's pretty close for fourth and fifth, but looks to me like it's going to be Anderson of Yarm ahead of Wynyard from London Youth Rowing Tradesman and Almond of Merchant Taylors. Completes the B final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls.
With that, we can move to look up to the course to the A final. In lane 1, we have Walton Rowing Club. In lane 2, Trenton Boat Club. Lane 3, Mossbourne Academy. Lane 4, Strathclyde Park. Lanes 5, Chestler Street. And on the North Bank side, Agecroft Rowing Club are in lane 6. These boats now approaching the 1,000 metres. So leading out this A final are Chestler Street. It's then lane 3, Mossbourne Academy, who are followed by lane 4, Strathclyde Park, Payne. We've got a bit of a gap. Sorry, it's Agecroft Rowing Club leading because that's Chestler Street there. Here comes lane 2, Trenton Boat Club. And lane 1, Walton Rowing Club. So Agecroft leading out in lane 6, followed by Mossbourne Academy and Strathclyde Park. Agecroft over on the north bank. Might be able to see a little bit of why I was confused. That red coloured one piece, not too different from Chestler Street, who are also in lane 5, but a little bit further back in the pack. So Agecroft, Dooley leading out in lane 6. Then it's tight for third place, for second and third place between Mossbourne Academy in lane 3 and Payne of Strathclyde Park in lane 4. Mossbourne Academy has the advantage here as they come into the last 200 metres, but Payne is certainly on her heels and rating higher as they come into the final stages of this race. Payne sprinting for the line. Mossbourne holding her off in lane 3. But what a row for Dooley of Agecroft Rowing Club over on the far bank. Who now comes through the finish line in this A final of the Women's Junior 18 single scull. Then comes Bernstein of Mossbourne Academy. About a length and a half up of Payne from Strathclyde Park in lane 4. These three scullers look utterly spent, but they've worked hard to get through these 2 kilometres. Here come Chestler Street, Trenton Boat Club and Walton Rowing Club. That completes the A final of the Women's Junior 18 single scull.
And I have the current standings for the overall Victor Ludorum for the 2017 British Rowing Junior Championships. I'm going to give you the top 5 in reverse order. I'm not going to give you the points because that might be too much information. But in 5th place currently it's Trenton Boat Club. In 4th place, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. In 3rd place, Tideway Scullers School. In 2nd place, Marlow Rowing Club. And the current leaders of the overall Victor Ludorum for the British Rowing Junior Championships are Henley Rowing Club. But there are still plenty of finals to go, and it's all to play for.
Well, coming down the course now, we have a 2-boat race, the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed Fours. The 2 crews in this race are over on the North Bank side. In lane 5, Stratford upon Avon, and in lane 6, Sir William Borlase School. And it's looking very close between the 2 crews out on the course as they come in to their second half of this race. Very tight for us to call from the commentary box here. These 2 girls' crews looking strong in their 3rd quarter. William Borlase School rowing quite short in comparison to Stratford-upon-Avon, but nevertheless keeping pace with the crew in lane 5. Nice and close between these two crews. And as they come through the 500-metre mark, the advantage is with Stratford-upon-Avon. You have half a length on the crew from Sir William Borlase School. William Borlase are going to need to put a spurt on here if they want to catch up into the final stages of this race. Stratford-upon-Avon rowing long and strong in comparison to the crew from Sir William Borlase. Borlase upping the rate in lane 6, starting to challenge the Stratford-upon-Avon crew as they move into their final sprint. Both crews looking over, trying to suss out their competition. See what they need to do to take the first place in this two-boat race. They're competing for 7th and 8th rankings in their category of British rowing junior rowers. Looks as though Stratford-upon-Avon still have the advantage here. They come on into the last 250 metres. But Borlase starting to lengthen out their stroke a little. There's more power behind those oars as they come into their final sprint. Stratford-upon-Avon are going to have to respond if they want to hold that advantage in towards the line. Stratford now putting some real power down. They're starting to eke back that advantage they had before, pulling away from Borlase as they come into the final 100 metres. But still very little in it between these two crews. No more than half a length separating them as they come into the final 10 or so strokes. Here we go, Stratford-upon-Avon come into the line. They've lengthened out to 3/4 of a length over Sir William Borlase School. A great B final for these two Junior 16 Coxed fours.
So we now go up the course to the final, the A final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed Fours. We've seen the B final, that was exciting. We're looking forward to seeing an equally exciting race for the gold, silver and bronze medals. In lane 1 we have Worcester Rowing Club, Yarmouth in lane 2, Great Marlow School are in lane 3, Lee Rowing Club in lane 4, Azra in lane 5 and Lee A. In fact, we've got 2 Lee crews in this. Lee A are in lane 6. Lee A are currently leading ahead of Azra. In 3rd place, it's Great Marlow School. In 4th place, Lee B. And in 5th place, the Yarm School with, we believe, Worcester Rowing Club completing the field. So Lee A and Lee B presumably going to be wanting to beat each other. It depends. They don't always, coaches don't always make the A crew the faster crew, but it looks as though they have done in this particular event. Okay, so the first and second, Lee A and Azra, as before, but we now have Lee B pushing up on Great Marlow School. As they cross the 500 metre to go mark, Lee A have a lead of a length and a half over Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Great Marlow School in third place, ahead, perhaps a length and a half ahead of Lee B. And then it's Yarm School and Worcester Rowing Club. So Lee A maintaining their lead over Azra. Great Marlow School in third place. And it all depends who's got the beans to finish this one. Azra have taken their rate up and obviously challenging now Lee A for the lead. That lead was just over a length. Let's just see what it looks like now. And Azra certainly look to be gaining on Lee A. Will they have the power, the endurance, the stamina to pull through? And these two Lee crews looking resplendent in their bright orange kit. Lee A being cheered on vigorously by their supporters on the bank. An East London crew club up against a crew from the very north of Scotland. And Lee A maintaining their lead of just over a length over Azra as they come down towards the finish. Great Marlow School maintaining their position in third place, their bronze medal position, but Lee B are certainly still challenging them. They haven't given up. And as they come down towards the finish, Lee A take the rating up. They're looking across and thinking, have we got this? We think we have. And they approach the line, crossing it now. Perhaps a length and 3/4 up on Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Strong finish by Great Marlow School, but an equally strong finish by Lee B. But Great Marlow School crossed the line third, perhaps 3/4 of a length up on Lee B. Completing the field are Yarm School and Worcester Rowing Club. So good racing in the final, A final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed Fours.
Congratulations all round in the Lee A boat. They're very happy with that performance. Patting each other on the back, smashing the water there as they come through the finish line. So while we wait for the next race coming down the course, a reminder there's lots going on social media. Follow British Rowing at British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, and use the hashtag BJRC17, BRJC17.
Well, you're seeing the best of the weekend at the moment. The glorious sunshine glistening on the water, and the flags just not flapping at all. So perfect conditions. Racing. We're just about to start at 5 o'clock in a couple of minutes' time. Boxed quadruple sculls. And that will take us through, we're going through to 6:15, which I think is the last race, which will be the Open Junior 18 eights. So some of the best racing of the day, in certainly the best weather of the day, and we're looking forward to a really exciting time. I hope you are too, whether you're watching on the bank, on the grandstands, or watching at home on YouTube. Don't switch off. Enjoy junior rowing at its best.
Race number 393, the first race of this last section of racing is underway. The B final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Abingdon Rowing Club occupy lane number 1, Stratford-upon-Avon in lane number 2, Pengwern Boat Club in 3, Chester Street in 4, City of Oxford in 5, and William Perkins School in lane 6. We're in these early stages of the B final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. It appears as though lanes 6, 5 and 3 are out in front. We'll have to wait until they catch up with our camera position to be certain of that, but that would be William Perkins in 6, City of Oxford in 5 and Pengwern Boat Club in lane 3. through the 1,000-metre marker, and it is Sir William Perkins School in lane number 6, sitting a length ahead of City of Oxford in lane number 5. Then Pengwern Boat Club in lane number 3, Stratford upon Avon in 2, Abingdon Rowing Club in 1, and then finally Chester Street in lane number 4. Coming up to 500 metres to go, and Sir William Perkins School have extended their lead over City of Oxford. It was a length at the kilometre marker. It's now probably closer to 2 lengths. A good handy margin of clear water for Sir William Perkins. City of Oxford crossed through in 2nd position. And Pengwern Boat Club in lane number 3, they will cross in 3rd position, followed by Stratford upon Avon in lane number 2, Abingdon Rowing Club in lane number 1, and Chester Street in lane number 4. Into the last 250 metres, and I can see people on the far side of the course running alongside their crew. That's great commitment. Sir William Perkins School winding the rate up in this B final of the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. They've extended their lead over City of Oxford. They're into the last 100 metres now. And Sir William Perkins, barring any disasters, are going to bring their boat across the line in 1st position, looking very, very classy whilst doing so. Indeed, it is William Perkins who crossed the line in 1st position in this B final, the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. They look very pleased with that. City of Oxford crossed the line in 2nd. And they are followed up by Pengwern Boat Club in 3rd position, Stratford upon Avon in 4th, Abingdon Boat Club in 5th, and Chester Street in 6th. Very shortly we should be catching up with the A final of the same event. It should be approaching the 1,000 metre marker now.
They are indeed, and it's a very exciting race. It's currently in true echelon format, but very, very close. As they cross the 500-metre mark, it was Henley A in first place with less than a second covering second, third and fourth. That's Maidenhead in 5, Tideway Scullers in 4 and Monmouth Comp in 3. A little bit more back to the Marlow and Henley Rowing Club B, but so we've got a Henley sandwich here. Henley A in lane 6 and Henley B in lane 1. So Henley A through 1,000, 2 lengths ahead of Tideway Scullers and Maidenhead, who are absolutely nothing in it, no margin between them. Monmouth Comp in 4th have now fallen back slightly, along with Marlow in 5th, and Henley B are just about a length down on them. So very, very, very tight for the silver and bronze medal positions. It really is nothing in it. Henley A looked to have established a good lead, but we're only halfway through, so we'll see how that develops. This is the A final of the Women's Junior 15 coxless quadruple sculls. And Henley A now extending their lead some 3 or 4 lengths. Henley Rowing Club have been turning out outstanding junior quadruple sculls for as long as I can remember, particularly on the women's side. And this is no exception. This is young women's sculling at its best, and if you want to see an exhibition of good sculling technique, get down to the bank and watch Henley A as they majestically lead this race. And Maidenhead now just a bit down on Tideway Scullers School. Yeah, Scullers have just edged ahead. The Maidenhead have held second position up till now, but Tideway Scullers have just edged ahead by about 6 feet over Maidenhead. So Tideway Scullers, it's been tight all the way, but at this point, which is 500 metres to go, Tideway Scullers are currently in the silver medal position, Marlow in 4th and Monmouth Comp in 5th. So again, those positions have changed. Marlow have pulled through Monmouth Comp, and we got if you're watching on YouTube, there's a beautiful shot of this race in the sunshine, looking at Home Pier Pond at its absolute best. This place has got a bit of a reputation for bad weather, but we certainly haven't suffered from it this weekend, and it's perfect conditions for some of the best junior rowing you'll ever see on some of the best rowing water you'll ever see. And vigorous support for all these crews from the bank, and they well deserve it, because they're just giving us such a good exhibition of junior women's rowing. Henley A over the far side, just edging ahead. Tideway Scullers have edged ahead of Maidenhead, but they are not having it all their own way. Maidenhead are fighting back, and it's going to be a push all the way to the line. Even Henley have had to raise their pace a bit to make sure that they maintain their lead. But I think there's little doubt that Henley were going to win this one. Crossing the line now with Tideway Scullers looking across. Can they keep it ahead? Yes, they can. A third of a length ahead of Maidenhead. Those 3 boats will take the medal position subject to umpires' approval. In the meantime, it's Marlow coming through in 4th place. Monmouth Comp in 5th, and the other half of the Henley sandwich, Henley B, in 6th. So I'm sure Henley B will be very pleased. They seem to have got very friendly with the crew next to them from Maidenhead. They're very close geographically on the Thames, and I'm sure they're good friends off the water, but there was no friendship there. That was competition at its best, and certainly the best crew won there.
Absolutely. And on to our next race. It's the B final, the women's junior coxless pairs. They've just gone through the 1,000-metre marker. Kings Rochester, Maidstone, Invicta Composite in 2, Royal Chester A in 3, Royal Chester B in 4, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in 5, and Great Marlow School A in 6. And I can tell you that going through the 1,000-metre marker, Great Marlow School A had around about a half-length lead over London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. Royal Chester A sat a little bit further back from that, followed by Royal Chester B and the Kings Rochester Maidstone Composite. A good battle going on here between Great Marlow School and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in this B final. They've left the rest of the competition behind them somewhat. Great Marlow School now appear to be trying to push out their advantage over London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. They've had a bit of success, stretched that lead out to around about a length. Still haven't completely broken contact. When crews get to that length ahead, the more popular cause is to snap the elastic to make it so that you're so far ahead that the other crew can't even imagine getting back on terms, and you start to wash them down with the wake coming off your stern. We're really being treated to some glorious shots on YouTube of these crews cruising through the last 500. When I say cruising, there's probably nothing quite that nice about it. There's a lot of pain going on in the legs and in the lungs. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen trying to draw back on terms with Great Marlow School. I don't think the distance between them has changed too much since the 500 metres to go marker. It looks to be still locked around about a length. If anything, Great Marlow just pushing out their advantage ever so slightly. Into the last 100 metres, Great Marlow School having to really put on a sprint to hold off London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. That advantage of a length has stayed pretty much the same from 500 metres to go. They crossed the line in first place in this B final, and And a high five and a clasp of hands in the great Marlow crew. Congratulations from the London Youth Rowing Tradesmen girls. We next have Royal Chester, the crew in lane 4, which is their B crew. Going through ahead of their A crew in lane number 3 from Royal Chester. The King's School Rochester and Maidstone composite just a little bit further behind.
So straight up to the A final of the Women's Junior 18 coxless pairs with Tyne Rowing Club in lane 1, Maidstone Invicta in lane 2, St Andrews in lane 3, Lady Arnold Hollis B in lane 4, LEHA in lane 5, and Glasgow in Academy in lane 6. And we've got LEHA leading LEHB, with Glasgow Academy in 3rd place, St Andrews Boat Club in 4th place, Tyne Rowing Club in 5th place, and Maidstone Invicta in 6th. Those were the positions earlier in the race. LEHA still in the lead, but now Glasgow Academy have pulled through to 2nd place ahead of LEHB. So Glasgow Academy would appear to have had a bit of a difficult start, but they've made up for it now, and they're pushing hard. They've got 10 seconds to get back on LEHA. So LEHA really have a commanding lead, and I think it's unlikely that they'll lose it. And again, pairs racing is not easy, particularly when you haven't been doing it that long. These are probably the most experienced junior pairs racers, and look at the rhythm they've got there. That LEH crew is just smoothly sending the boat every stroke a winner. And a lovely exhibition of pairs rowing from these two from Lady Anna Hollis A, with some considerable distance over Glasgow Academy. LEHB coming through in 3rd place, and in 4th place it's St Andrew Boat Club. 5th place Tyne, and 6th place Maidstone Invicta. So subject to umpires' decisions, LEHA get the gold, Glasgow Academy the silver, and LEHB get the bronze. So well done to all crews, but I was particularly impressed by that A crew from Lady Anna Hollis, who really gave us a lovely exhibition of pairs racing at its best.
Now move to the B final of the Open Junior 18 coxless quads. Passing through 500 metres to go. Just 3 crews in this event, with Hinksey Sculling School B in 3, Derby Rowing Club in 4, and Hinksey Sculling School A in lane number 5. With 500 metres to go, was Hinksey Sculling School A the lead over Derby Rowing Club and the B crew from Hinksey Sculling School in third position. We're into the last 100 metres now, and Hinksey Sculling School A dominating this B final of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads. Derby Rowing Club sitting in second position. With Hinksey Sculling School B in third position. I can already see that the A final of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads is on the course, probably through around 500 metres.
And just 9 crews in the A and B final of this Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads event. Surprising, really. It used to be a very, very popular event. But in the A final, we've got some outstanding crews in the shape of, in lane 1, St Leonard's School, in lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club, in lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club, lane 4, Northwich Rowing Club, Leander in lane 5, and the Lee in lane 6. And I think there's going to be a right royal tussle between the leaders on this one. And Leander just have the lead over the Lee as they come up to 500 metres. Is it 1,000? Oh, there's nothing in it. There's absolutely nothing in it. Maybe a few feet. So Leander with just a few feet, maybe a canvas lead over the Lee. Warrington next in third place. Northwich in fourth place. St Leonard's in fifth and Marlow in sixth. So Leander with the narrowest of margins over the Lee, but one would expect the young men of the Pink Palace to do rather well in this. So again, if you are a fan of good quality sculling and sportsmanship, then come down to the riverbanks or the lakeside and watch these crews come down. They will be exhibiting a very high standard of junior sculling. And if you aspire to scull at the top level, then you can learn something by watching these guys. And Leander now have extended their lead to half a length over the Lee. Correction, 3/4 of a length as they pass the 500 metre to go mark. Northwich are still in third place, but hanging on there. Sorry, Warrington are hanging on there over Northwich. There's about half a length in there, so that position could change depending on who has the strongest finish. St Leonard's in fifth and Marlow completing the field in sixth, which is perhaps an uncharacteristic place for them to be, but just shows the quality of the field here. And the level of cheers, the level of support from the banks is absolutely fantastic. Lots of noise, lots of excitement, lots of eager anticipation. As they come down to the last 250 metres, it's Leander from the Lee. Warrington in third place, holding off the challenge from Northwich. And Leander just raised, they come into the last 200 metres, they've raised their rating, they're powering through now. The Lee responding well, but Leander have now got just over a length lead over the Lee. And some excellent sculling from all of these crews. The two leaders really looking lovely as they come down towards the finish. So much power, so much strength, alongside great technique. Really good sculling, powering through. Over the line they go. A length and a quarter lead for Leander over the Lee, and a strong finish also from Warrington, who just about pull out a length over Northwich to take the bronze medal position, subject to confirmation. In fifth place, it looks like St Leonard's ahead of Marlow in sixth position. What a great race, what's excellent sculling.
We just have 8 races left in the British Rowing Junior Championships 2017. 5 of them are A finals. Next one we have up is the Open Junior 16 Coxless Quads A final. In lane 1, Yarm School. In lane 2, Star Club. In lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club. In lane 4, Tideway Scullers School. In lane 5, Monmouth Comprehensive. And in lane 6, Walton Rowing Club. They're through 500 metres or so now and approaching the 1,000 metre marker, where I should be able to give you some slightly more accurate distances, but from the camera shot we can see here, it looks as though Monmouth Comprehensive in lane number 5 out in front of Walton and Tideway Scullers in 6 and 4. So up to the 1,000 metre marker, and it is Monmouth Comprehensive going through the marker with just a small amount of clear water over Walton Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers sitting around a length behind Walton in third position. Star Club, I believe, sitting in fourth, with Warrington in fifth and Yarm School in sixth. So Monmouth Comprehensive go through 500 metres to go with now around about a length and 3/4 over Walton Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers have pushed up onto Walton. They're going to try and get themselves into the silver medal position just half a length between them. Warrington have rode through Star Club. They lead by just a couple of feet for 4th and 5th position, and Yarm School will come through 500 metres to go in 6th. There we see Monmouth Comprehensive leading out in front of this Open Junior 16 Coxless Quads A final. Walton to their bow side, Tideway Scullers to their stroke side. Tideway Scullers trying to close the gap on Walton. A little look over from the Tideway Scullers bowman, and another one trying to see if they're making any dent on Walton's advantage. But out in front, Monmouth Comprehensive looking very, very accomplished. Things remain as they are. This will be a comprehensive win for Monmouth. Walton Rowing Club in lane number 6, holding on to that, trying to hold on to that silver medal position over Tideway Scullers. Both those crews have raised their ratings significantly. Tideway Scullers maybe looking a tiny bit cleaner than Walton, and I think going through 30 metres to go, they are absolutely level. Tideway Scullers seem to have slightly more boat speed on them. Oh, and going through the finish, absolutely neck and neck between Tideway Scullers and Walton Rowing Club. Monmouth Comprehensive took the win. We will have to wait for the official verdict for the silver medal. Warrington will cross the line in 4th position over Star Club in 5th. And we will then have Yarm School coming through the line in 6th position.
And we're now up the course to the B final of the Open Junior 15 Double Sculls. In lane 1, Gloucester. Lane 2, Tyne United. In lane 3, Monmouth Comprehensive. Lane 4, we have Tideway Scullers School. The Lear in lane 5, Abingdon in lane 6. And this race is being led by Lee and Abingdon, with Tideway Scullers School A in 3rd place. We believe it's Lee just in the lead over Abingdon, with Tideway Scullers A in 3rd place. And it's very close as in this B final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls as they approach the 500 metres to go mark. Abingdon and Lee pretty close. The Lee have a lead perhaps of half a length over Abingdon, and pushing now strongly is Tideway Scullers A. Tideway Scullers A have an overlap on Abingdon, so the medals are still not decided, and of course Monmouth Comp are in there too. Bit further back, Tyne United and Gloucester competing the field. So the Lee currently holding the lead over Abingdon, but Tideway Scullers are known to have a strong finish, so it looks to be still very much in the balance. And I'm sure there will be plenty of support from the banks for these crews. The Lee have a large squad here, so do Tideway Scullers, so do Abingdon. And the Lee in that resplendent in their orange tops, driving it through. A lot of power going down through those arms and legs. But now Tideway Scullers are in turn being pushed by Monmouth Comprehensive, who are having a storming finish. This is a good race, guys. Let's see it all the way to the finish. This is Lee leading Abingdon and Tideway Scullers, with Monmouth Comp pushing for a medal position. Will they get through? I think they're going to struggle, but they haven't given up yet. The Lee with a lead of a length. Abingdon pushing them hard. They don't want to settle for silver. I think they might have to. Oh, sorry. Right, this is a B final. I was getting too excited. The Lee win that one ahead of Abingdon and Tideway Scullers, subject to umpires' decisions. Good racing also from Monmouth Comprehensive, Tyne United and Gloucester. Excellent racing in this B final.
So we now join the A final as it approaches the 1,000 metre marker. We have Warrington in lane 1, George Watson's A in 2, Peterborough in 3, Walton in 4, Leander in 5, and Henley Rowing Club in lane 6 in the Open Junior 15 Double Sculls A final. And coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, what a close race we have. Oh my word, 3 crews absolutely neck and neck, lanes 6, 5 and 3. So those are Henley Rowing Club, Leander Club and Peterborough, with Walton just half a length behind that. And then in 5th and 6th position, we have Warrington and George Watson's A. So a fantastic A final of the Junior 15 double sculls we have in store. Incredibly tight through 1,000 metres. Wait and see when we get to the 500 metres to go who's tried to push on, who's maybe gone out a little bit too fast. And I'm delighted to say I've been joined for the last 6 races of the day by Camilla, who's here for the final stint. So welcome back.
Thank you, and what a race to join. This looks incredibly exciting, this A final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls. And as Will mentioned, we've got a very tight race going on between Henley, Leander and Peterborough Rowing Club, and from what I can see, they're through 750 metres to go now.
So Leander have made their push in the third 500, and they now lead by a length over Henley Rowing Club, who in turn lead by half a length over Peterborough. Walton have dropped back slightly. They're still in 4th position, and they've been caught up ever so slightly by George Watson's A, who are in 5th, and Warrington in 6th in lane number 1.
500 metres to go now in this A final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls, and it's still Leander Club who you can see there taking control of this A final and putting themselves in a really good position to be picking up some goldware later on this evening. And I'll be interested to see whether Henley Rowing Club can keep the fight from Peterborough Rowing Club at bay, as Peterborough Rowing Club do look like they're starting to wind up the rate, and as they're on opposite sides of the lake, I think that Henley Rowing Club may get caught napping even, as they approach 250 metres to go.
Very impressive second half from Leander Club, very composed racing, happy just to sit there through the kilometre marker and then make their push, really do their damage in the second half. Peterborough and Henley in a great battle for the silver medal. Peterborough pushing up the rate. Henley Rowing Club still able to stay nice and long. Peterborough maybe getting a little bit shorter in the water. I think Henley still have a small advantage, perhaps, of just a couple of feet.
Peterborough really throwing absolutely everything into this, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Actually, it's going to be really tight on the line. Oh my word, that was a blanket finish between Henley and Peterborough there. We'll have to wait for confirmation of those results. Walton take the 4th spot, and
George Watson's in 5th and Warrington in 6th. Absolutely great racing there. I'll have to wait for the umpire's flag and also our Finnish umpires to take a look at the photo finish between Henley Rowing Club and Peterborough for the silver medal.
it's been extremely exciting this afternoon. We've had some absolutely cracking A and B finals across the board, with some real late sprint finishes going on. And on the course now, we have the B final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. We've got a Kingsley Rob Roy composite in lane 2, Calpe Rowing Club in lane 3, Star Club in lane 4, Hexham and Camas in lane 5, and Marlow Rowing Club in lane number 6. And it is Marlow that currently lead this field.
Indeed they do, over Hexham and Camas in second. Calpe Rowing Club in third, Star Club in fourth, and the Kingsley Rob Roy composite in fifth. Just want to give you a quick update on the overall Victor Ladorum in no particular order. I'm going to give, well, in a very particular order actually, in alphabetical order. I'm going to give you the top 3 clubs that are currently in the top 3 of the Victor Ladorum, and that is Henley Rowing Club, Marlow Rowing Club, and the Tideway Scullers School. We're going to keep those scores close to the chest until racing's finished. But those are 3 of the top clubs that are in contention for the overall Victor Ladorum here at the British Rowing Junior Championships 2017.
Back to the course, we've got this B final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls taking place, and heading towards us here, they're approaching 750 metres to go, so well through halfway now, and it's still the crew from Marlow Rowing Club ahead of the composite crew from Hexham and Camas in lanes 6 and 5 respectively. They've got a little bit of a gap back to the 3rd spot, which is Calpe, and then reasonably tight between Calpe Rowing Club and the Star Club for those 3rd and 4th spaces. So Marlow Rowing Club now through 500 metres to go, and some 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the field, and it's the double from Camus and Hexham that are on their tail, that again have about a 3-length lead over the crew from Calpe, who are only half a length ahead of Star. We might see some fireworks happening from the Star Club crew, currently in 4th, but close enough to make a challenge for 3rd should they want to start to sprint.
Absolutely. Going to be interesting to see whether Star have got anything left in the tank to try and push through Calpe in the last 500 metres. You can now see Marlow Rowing Club coming up towards 250 metres to go. Really dominating the field in this B final.
So quite a spread field here in this B final. Plenty of different styles and techniques that we're seeing across the board in this Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls event, and it's Marlow who are still pressing ahead and leading from the off down the whole 2,000 metre track. They've maintained it well. They've not had any challenges to their lead throughout the whole course of this race, and they've got plenty of support here this weekend, Marlow Rowing Club. I'm sure there'll be plenty of supporters on the bank that I can hear at the moment for the whole field, and Camus and Hexham using the crowd to start to wind the rate up as they enter the red buoy, signifying 100 metres to go. And I think they're quite safely in that 2nd spot behind the crew from Marlow Rowing Club.
It's very tough for Hexham and Camus. They seem to have been in a bit of a void pretty much the whole race. Good win for Marlow over in lane number 6. Hexham and Camus cross the line now in 2nd position. Calpe will cross the line in 3rd. With Star Club in 4th, just stopping a stroke too early, and we'll then have the Kings Ely Rob Roy composite crossing the line. And as soon as we've seen that, in fact, straight away we can go down to the A final of the Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls. Just 4 races left. The British Rowing Junior Championships 2017, 3 A finals to bring you. With the A final, the Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls, as I've just mentioned, we then have the B final and the A final of the Women's Junior 18 Double Sculls, and then finally our last event of the weekend, the A final of the Open Junior 8s. In this A final, the Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls, we have Strathclyde Park in lane number 1, Warrington Rowing Club in 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club in 3, Inverness Rowing Club in 4, Sir William Perkins School in 5, and Northwich Rowing Club in lane number 6.
So more medals at stake in this A final of the Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls. And it's the crew over in lane number 6, Northwich Rowing Club, who currently have taken that golden spot at the head of the field. And coming up to 500 metres to go. They've probably got about 600 metres as it stands at the moment. They've got about 3 lengths over the rest of the field. So reasonably comfortable as it stands at the moment for Northwich Rowing Club from the northwest. With Sir William Perkins holding down that silver spot ahead of Inverness Rowing Club in 3rd. Maidenhead over in the 4th spot. And it will be Warrington in 5th and Strathclyde Park currently in 6th. But we'll get a good visual of them as they come through to the 250 metres to go marker, where it all starts getting a little bit faster, a little bit more furious.
Some really great aggressive racing from this Northwich crew. They're connecting around the front end, and then they are being really, really aggressive through the drive. You can see how much they're working, even from a distance. Looking out the tower, you can see they're really gunning for it. Inverness Rowing Club, probably the crew that's travelled the furthest from the north of Nottingham, probably not quite as far as Capo from Gibraltar. Certainly a long way up from the northern parts of Scotland. A great performance from Northwich over in lane number 6 in this A final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls.
And we actually have a bit of a fight on here for the bronze medal in this A final. First and second still look reasonably set between Northwich, currently sitting in gold. We've got Sir William Perkins sitting in silver, but Inverness trying to fight for their lives for that bronze medal, tooth and nail over Maidenhead, who have started to claw back into the closing stages of this race. And I think Inverness are just moving a little bit faster. Their boat speed's just that little bit quicker to hold on, but what a challenge from Maidenhead.
Indeed, really good sprint from Maidenhead to try and close up on Inverness. Inverness have responded well, though. Northwich at the head of the field, again across the line in first position, and they look very happy with that. Sir William Perkins will cross the line in second, around about 2.5 lengths behind them. Inverness Rowing Club have held on to that third place and are going to cross the line in third, around about 2 lengths ahead of Maidenhead Rowing Club, with Warrington Rowing Club in 5th and Strathclyde Park in 6th position.
And not much celebration going on. I think they're all just pretty exhausted, Will. It seems to be.
Well, it's definitely a good sign that they've left everything out on the water. No energy left. As Strathclyde Park just crossed the line down beneath us. The next race we'll be able to bring you is the B final, the Women's Junior 18 double sculls. The anti-penultimate race of the day is underway. The B final, the women's junior 18 double sculls, coming up towards 500 metres. When it comes past the K, we'll be able to pick them up and see who's out in front. I'll just give you a quick lane order. We've got a George Watson Strathclyde Park Composite in lane number 1, Castle Semple in lane number 2, Thames Rowing Club in 3, Merchant Taylors in 4, Tideway Scullers School A in lane number 5, and I believe the Landaf crew in lane number 6 has scratched. So as they come up towards 1,000 metres, looks to be relatively tight between Tideway Scullers in lane number 5 and Thames Rowing Club in lane number 3. Maybe just half a canvas in favour of Tideway Scullers, with lane number 4 in 3rd position, also very tight with lane number 1. So that was Merchant Taylors alongside the George Watson's Strathclyde Park Composite, with Castle Semple in 5th position. Coming up to 500 metres to go, and Thames Rowing Club have pushed ahead of Tideway Scullers. They now lead by around half to 2/3 of a length. Merchant Taylors in lane 4 are coming through in 3rd, and the George Watson Strathclyde Park Composite, who hadn't been level with Merchant Taylors, has dropped back slightly into 4th position, with Castle Semple in 5th, with just under 500 metres to go.
So will Tideway Scullers start to push back now at the Thames Rowing Club crew that have just now edged in front, having been led by Tideway Scullers for the majority of this race? And I think Thames now looking to push on and ride the wave of that really fantastic middle 500 metres that they've just had. And I think they're starting to extend their lead now from half a length to about 3/4 of a length with only 250 metres to go.
Absolutely, very impressive second half from Thames to push through Tideway Scullers. It's not a done deal yet. Tideway Scullers have tried to respond. Looks as though Thames still have a small advantage as they go into the Red Boys of around 3/4 of a length.
Lots of support on the bank for Thames Rowing Club, I can hear. So these Thames girls really making their club mates proud as they lead this B final of the women's junior double sculls by 3/4 of a length over Tideway Scullers School. And Tideway Scullers, with 3 strokes to go, will lead over Merchant Taylors in lane number 4. The 4th position being well held down by the George Watson Strathclyde Park Composites, and the 2 Scottish crews completing the lineup, with Castle Semple also coming in 5th in lane number 2.
And as soon as this race is finished, I can already see, looking down the course, at the A final of the women's junior 18 double sculls. Our penultimate race is underway, coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, and it is the crew in lane number 6. Isle of Ely going through the 1,000 metre marker in the lead, with a very, very big advantage over Marlow Rowing Club in second, with Chester Street and St Paul's Girls very close for 3rd position. Nottingham Rowing Club in 2nd, and City of Oxford in 5th, sorry, and City of Oxford in 6th. So lane order for you, it was City of Oxford in lane number 1, Nottingham in 2, Marlow B in 3, Chester Street in 4, St Paul's Girls in 5, and Isle of Ely in 6.
And it looks to me, as we go through the kilometre marker and heading even closer towards 750 metres to go, Isle of Ely have a staggering lead over the rest of the course in this final of the women's junior double sculls. Isle of Ely have been performing extremely well in the women's junior circuit. I think they've picked up a couple of final spots at both the Henley Women's Regatta, and they've been in composites that have done extremely well at the Henley Royal Regatta as well. So great to see the programme developing and them having such a strong crew here in this final of this double sculls event. They really are outclassing the field by a considerable distance, which is no mean feat. Everybody in this A final of the women's junior double sculls is of a sensational level, so they've done extremely well to make it look so easy.
Absolutely, to dominate a race like they've done, no matter what level, junior, senior, veteran, 8s or singles, you've got to be pretty impressive, and this Isle of Ely crew definitely is that. Coming up to 500 metres to go, and still dominating the field in this women's junior 18 double sculls.
But we'll have to see whether the fight is still going on for the bronze medal, for that final medal between Chester Street and St Paul's, and it certainly is. And they go through 500 metres to go, absolutely dead level for that bronze medal. So really, really, really tight in the medals here. Marlow quite comfortably in silver medal position by about a length. That can all change, as we've seen in these smaller boats so many times this afternoon.
Yes, Chester Street and St Paul's Girls had closed the advantage on Marlow from the 1,000 metre marker slightly, so I don't think Marlow can be too comfortable in that silver medal position just for the time being. There's no denying, as we look on the YouTube stream now, and those of you on the bank will be able to see them as well. Our leaders, Isle of Ely, just cruising away from the rest of the field in this A final. A really dominant performance from them. Our attention still turning to what's going on slightly further back on the course. Marlow, Chester Street and St Paul's in a great battle for silver and bronze.
This is going to be a fight to the finish. 250 metres to go will allow the Isle of Ely crew to cruise into the distance, and I think gold is pretty much sewn up for them. But wow, the fight for the medals between Marlow, who currently sits in silver, Chester Street starting to sprint, who have that bronze medal position at the moment, but wanting to vie for silver. They're taking St Paul's with them. St Paul's, who have been fighting for the bronze the whole way down the course, are in a three-way fight with Marlow and Chester Street. And Chester Street now starting to row through the crew from Marlow Rowing Club.
Absolutely, as we see Isle of Ely cross the line for a fantastic win, but all our eyes are on silver and bronze. Marlow holding on for dear life as Chester Street, the two girls from the northeast, go absolutely flat out. Chester Street have got it down to a couple of feet, and across the line they go. Obviously subject to confirmation, but it looked as though Marlow took it over by Chester Street by around a foot. The Marlow girls are absolutely ecstatic. They immediately went to clasp each other's hands. St Paul's girls crossed in fifth, and we'll then see Nottingham in fourth. Nottingham will cross in fifth, and City Oxford come through in sixth position. Really dominant performance from Isle of Ely.
Wow, what a final in that women's junior 18 double sculls event. We'll confirm the results as soon as we can for that very exciting finish for the bronze and silver medals. But no doubt there that Isle of Ely, an emphatic performance from them. And we've got one more final, which is actually just come off the start, and the final race of the day, as it usually is the Open Junior 8s event. This is the A final. We've got Sir William Borlase in 1, Asra, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, in 2, Gloucester Hartbury in 3, we've got Great Marlow School in 4, Tideway Sculler School in 5, and Hampton School in lane number 6. And as we approach 500 metres gone, it's tight at the top between Tideway Scullers, Hampton School and Great Marlow School for those first few positions. And actually in the 8 events we'd expect that at 500 metres gone for there not to be much between them, Will.
Absolutely, when these boats are moving at such high speed, you generally expect to see quite small margins. I think Hampton School in lane number 6 have pushed out slightly over Tideway Scullers. We saw Hampton School, they won the Junior 18 Coxless Fours event earlier. They also had their B4 in the B final. So I think those two fours have linked together to form this 8, and as they come through the 1,000 metres, it's not much between Hampton and Tideway Scullers, just over a canvas. 2 seats to Hampton, with Great Marlow School in 3rd. 3/4 length back from Tideway Scullers. Gloucester Hartbury in 4th position, Asra in 5th, and Sir William Borlase in 6th. So as we mentioned, really tight in these 8 races, with Tideway Scullers trying to nip at the heels of Hampton School and give the confirmation of that last race, the A final of the women's junior 18 double sculls. There was no doubt about the winner, which was Isle of Ely Rowing Club, but in 2nd place it was Marlow Rowing Club B over Chester Street by just 0.4 of a second.
So we join the last event of the day, this Open Junior 18 8s event, Final A, at the midway point. And it's still Hampton School as they tried to hold off Tideway Scullers. They'd got 2 seats at the 1,000 metre marker. They've just come through 750 metres to go. And I think they've managed to extend that out now to maybe 4 seats, half a boat length. But Tideway Scullers really not letting that put them off. They're keeping them within sprinting distance, and it is 3 seats now only to Hampton School.
I'm not sure that is. I think that's less than a canvas now, actually, to Hampton School. Really, really tight. And Gloucester Hartbury have pushed through Great Marlow School up into the bronze medal. But Hampton and Tideway Scullers absolutely locked into first and second. Really not much to choose between them, and Gloucester Hartbury are trying to row them down. We're used to seeing Gloucester Hartbury performing well in quads events. I'm not sure the last time I saw a Gloucester Hartbury 8 performing at a level quite like this, and they're trying to charge down Tideway Scullers and Hampton.
Oh wow, and this is absolutely sensational. To change that kind of boat speed in an 8 is something special. It requires the whole crew to go together, and I think that's just exactly what Gloucester Hartbury have done to try and pull themselves back up into contention with Hampton and Tideway Scullers. And I think Tideway Scullers have just broken through the bow ball of Hampton School.
Absolutely. Tideway Scullers and Hampton over on lane 5 and 6. I think they've still got a bit of an advantage over Gloucester, but they're just trying to empty out the entire tank. I can see a huge armada of bikes on the far side of the course on the north bank coming down. Into the red buoys they go. Tideway Scullers and Hampton locked neck and neck for the win in the Junior 18-8, the last race of the British Junior Championships 2017. Hampton and Tideway Scullers.
One last ditch attempt from Hampton School, and I think they've pushed their bow balls back out in front of Tideway Scullers with a rating cranking up. It's Hampton School over the line ahead of Tideway Scullers. What a race. Gloucester Hartbury have put themselves in a really good position after being led by Great Marlow early in the race, and they're ecstatic with that bronze medal position.
We obviously need to wait for the official confirmation from the umpire, but it did appear as though Hampton crossed the line ahead of Tideway Scullers. Great race from Gloucester to get the bronze. Great Marlow in 4th, looking slightly frustrated with themselves. Azra take 5th position, and then we will have Sir William Borlase coming across the line in 6th. What a brilliant race to finish off the British Rowing Junior Championships, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're exchanging the lead the whole way down. We'll wait to hear what the line judges have to say about that one. Certainly from where I was stood, it looked like Hampton School. But obviously our job is only to give our opinion. So we'll wait to see what the times say. But what a fantastic weekend.
Absolutely. The white flag up from the umpire, so no problems there. We'll wait to see the final result come through, but either way, that was absolutely outstanding. Been a pleasure to be with you for the last 2 days, and those are the final results. So Hampton School did take the win over Tideway Scullers by just less than a second, with Gloucester Hartbury taking the bronze medal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after our last race of the day, please do join us on the patio terrace now for the final medal presentations and the announcement of the winner of the Victor Ludorum.